media attention and all of that. So it is a that people would warm up later on in the day and then come out in their numbers to come and vote. So they'll warm up to the process. Currently, as expected, like you earlier reported, you have media personnel even than the voters in some of the places that are expected to have people to vote, which is very much expected. What my fear is that you don't want to see a lot of people coming up late into the election, and then it creates a situation where um, counting and all of that has to go late into the night, because that, from a security point of view, is not the ideal thing that we want. People should come out in their numbers, vote, and once voting ends, there can be an early counting of the ballot, and then a winner can be announced. The instance where you see counting going late into the night, bringing up disruptions, and there may be flash points when it comes to violence, and that is what we don't want to see, um, especially because of the issues that have um, led up to this day.
That the heavy security presence has also psychologically affected people from showing up at the centers, because it's early within since the start of the polls, but the inclination is that because there's a lot of security on the ground, people feel intimidated. Is that an actual thing? Should people, law-abiding people, feel intimidated by the presence of security personnel at a polling station and so decide to stay away?
Yeah, you look at the literature on elections and you realize that heavy security presence around polling station has been uh, accredited to be one of the reasons that have uh, resulted in low voter turnout. A strategy to manipulate the voters, So if this was the case, where we had a sitting government, or a government that is the NDC government, having a candidate that is not indicating success in the polls leading up to today, we could infer from that it probably is some mechanism or scheme or strategy to get people not to come out to vote, to favor, the candidate who is losing. But here's the case where all polls have indicated beyond um, uh, an appreciable good percentage indicating that the NDC candidate is going to win. So I don't think that it can be inferred or conclusions can be drawn out of heavy security presence as a tool to manipulate voters not to come out to vote to favor the NDC candidate. That will not be the case in this particular instance or this situation. I believe that the reason for the heavy security presence is just because of the issues that have led up to this particular day, and then the our security agencies being proactive so that they can curtail any instances of violence that may begin to come up. So I think that it's just in line with the intention to spearhead a peaceful election, which is why we have a lot of the security forces on the grounds now. Um, as to it being associated as a scheme to manipulate voters, I don't think that can be the case, because it would not make any sense. Someone who is doing well in the polls, indicating a victory, wouldn't want to use, let's say, the powers that be through the security agency to prevent people to come out and vote. Because obviously the polls are indicating that when the people come out to vote, he's going to win. So that is my take on that particular question.
Strategy, Chris. I want to pick your thoughts. Of course, campaign is well and truly over, and now it's here. Voting has started. So, what do you think, from a political marketing strategist point of view, the NPP's marketing objective has been? It appears from all indications that winning outright is out of the question. So, what could be the marketing strategy for NPP in this contest? Could it be repositioning the party in Zango communities, knowing that Ayawaso East is a key Zango constituency?
Yes, I believe that you even give an answer in your question. Repositioning is key. The point is that leading up to election 2024, what did we see? We saw that, and it has always been the case since 1992. You see the NDC having an advantage in most of the Zongo communities when it comes to election and votes. So what has to be the strategy of the MPP? You need to reposition. And unfortunately for the MPP, they have the issue of recency, where you had been in power for 8 years. So people can easily compare your tenure to a current state. So everyone's going to ask themselves, in the Zongo communities, we have issue of high youth unemployment. In the Zongo communities, we have an issue of, low education. You have an issue of, high teenage pregnancy. All of these social issues that are characterized by, or associated with the Zongo communities. Now you ask yourself, in terms of political leadership, you have been in power for the past 8 years. What did you do to solve some of these problems? So it makes it easier for NDC to have a message in the Zongo communities and say that we were not in power for the past 8 years. We kept telling you that these people didn't mean well for you. Unfortunately, we gave the national leadership to them, and the national leadership did not do anything. And you have experienced this these past 8 years. So we, as the opposition party for the past 8 years that has just come into power, are reassuring you that we will do things right. So in terms of the two parties positioning their messaging for the Zongo communities, NDC is going to have an easier, strategy in terms of messaging as compared to the MPP, because for the MPP, they suffer the issue of recency, being in government, and where their achievements can be easily compared with the current state. So for that, in perspective, it means that the MPP has a lot of work to do. They probably need to do a lot more to reposition the
I want to pick another
touching base.
perspective. Chris, if
Come
you could
again.
hold the line for me, because we are talking about strategies, there's a representative of the NDC on our other line, and I want to hear from him as well, so that you can bring your views to bear on what he has to say. So hold the line for me, Chris. Do not go too far away. We're joined on our other phone line by Mr. Rashid Tanko Computer, who is Deputy Director of Elections for the NDC. Mr. Computer, good morning to you, and I trust that you are well. What have been your impressions so far now that polls have started? Do you think that whatever strategy you had in place is working?
Very well. Let me say good morning to you and your cherished listeners across the globe. Indeed, our strategy is working. We've been in the constituency for the past 3 weeks. We've been working hard in the constituency, doing door-to-door campaign. Interestingly enough, when you have a government that is performing, it makes the party work very easy. And then, so our work has been made easier by the performance of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. His government has performed creditably within the 1 year he's been in government. The people are living testimonies. The people of Ayawaso East, when you go, they are telling you that you need not even talk. We are seeing the good works of the government. We are satisfied with his performance, and therefore we are going to deliver a very good verdict for you today.
Grounds
So that is what is making our work easier.
Okay, we were getting indications from the grounds that your candidate was spotted in one of the constituencies, and we wanted to bring those visuals to you, but you were on such a high roll that we just wanted to give you the opportunity to finish up. So you were talking about what the strategy has been, and you are insisting that government's performance so far has given a certain push to your campaign, and it's easier for you to sell the message to the constituents. Did I get that right, Mr. Tanko?
That is it. Fantastic. That is it. That is what is making our work very easier in the campaign run up to the election. When you have a performing government like that, the party campaign is easier, and then so we are relying on that. And secondly, the candidate is an experienced candidate. He's been an MP before, a former minister, and a party deputy general secretary. So he's somebody who is not a novice when it comes to matters of this nature. And that one is an added advantage to our campaign.
Quality matter here, do you think, especially in the Zongo community where the issues, the top priority from what our correspondent, at least Darrell, has told us so far, is youth employment and also the opportunities that are out there for young people?
Yes, interestingly enough, they believe in the policy of this government that it is the NDC government that can resolve most of these challenges that they have. If you look at the NDC, anytime we are in power, we make sure that we open up opportunities for the youth to get themselves enrolled in either the state security or the allied security that we have. The youth employment is very active as of now, and that of the NYA, that is National Youth Authorities, which is dealing with the entrepreneurship program. So all these activities are ongoing, and most of them have been hooked into the programs rolled out by government. I can assure you, it's early days yet. Government has very good plans for them, especially Ayawaso East people who have been very loyal to the party, the NDC, and I can assure you, we know that our Zongo community, especially Nima, is a Muslim-dominated community. It is not by mistake that government sustained program of activities has reduced prices of foodstuff and is helping the fasting this month. You will see that the people are not spending much when it comes to their religious obligation because prices of foodstuffs have reduced drastically. You go to the pumps, the prices of petroleum products have reduced. And so all this is helping them. And the people are saying it. They are not hiding their happiness with this reduction. And they show it publicly. And so government is doing a lot just to make sure that we better their lot in the constituency.
Mr. Tanko, are you satisfied with the turnout so far?
Well, it's early morning yet because, this is a fasting month. Most of them got up early this morning to do their suhoor. That is the early dawn meal to fast. And then so most of them are still resting. They will come up. I'm sure by midday it will pick up. But so far, so good.
It's in its infancy, but what really is your plan to get your people out there to vote? Because the suggestion is that a low turnout could be a boost for the closest contender, in this case, at least according to the polls, which is the NPP.
Well, we are getting them out. We are whipping interest in the electoral areas. We've gotten our team as of yesterday. I was in the constituency doing deployment training to deploy our strategies. We will be bringing them out, and I can assure you, they are in there. They are bringing out our voters, and by midday, a different story will be told.
In the broader development, sphere, some argue that safe seats sometimes witness the least development initiatives and experience slower development. How do you respond to such claims, especially considering the areas that the constituency spans and the sharp divide, if I may say so between the one side of the Kanda highway and the other side of that same highway?
Well, the NDC is an egalitarian political party. We don't discriminate when we are distributing development. We make sure that development touches every nook and cranny of the country. And then so we don't look at constituencies based on whether a strong constituency, a strong base one, or weak constituency. No, we make sure that development touches every corner of this country. But let me tell you, our opponents were expecting that because it's by-election, we will behave like them. Like anytime we have by-election, they will be moving moving machines, equipment, and other things, going to be fixing street lights, working on roads, and all manner of things, just to fool them into voting for them. The NDC is not noted for that. And so that's why you see a difference when it comes to by-elections. When we went to Akotia, we didn't do that. We told them, what we promise is what we are going to deliver, and we'll continue to deliver our manifesto promises. Yesterday, I was with one of their top officers on one of your sister stations, and they were asking, why is it that this election, we are not, they are also people, we are not fixing street lights, we are not, we told them, the NDC doesn't buy votes when it comes to by-election. We would not do those things just to fool the people, thinking that because of the by-election that they need this and this. And no, we have a manifesto promise, and we are delivering, and the people are living testimony to it. So why would we just go to, because of that election, start running around with heavy moving machine and fixing street lights?
Talk about buying votes when one of the key issues in the lead up to this election has been inducements and allegations of vote buying, which your party probed and then decided to still go ahead to failed candidate Baba Jamal, and now you're talking to us about not buying votes. The candidates, the same people who are at the polls this morning, told us, media people, ahead of the NDC primaries, that practically all the candidates on the bill at the time offered and actually gave out monies and other items to get them to consider them as candidates.
Well, that's why you need to congratulate the NDC for having taken the bull by the horn to put up a 3-man committee to investigate this matter. They presented their report. We look at the report vis-a-vis our party constitution. We realize that we have some challenges because there is no clause in our party constitution that could deal with matters of that nature. And then we were looking at the timing, the time that we needed to file our candidate. So we didn't have luxury of time. We explained this earlier. So the NDC will not allow this kind of issues into our body politic. That is why we took the bull by the horn by setting a committee and even made the report public. We didn't even stop there. We expanded the membership of the committee.
Mr. Tanko, you've just said that the NDC's rules and regulations did not provide a provision, did not have a peg to hang the case on in dealing with situations like this. Is that an absolution from wrongdoing if guilt is a strong word?
Well, they didn't establish any guilt. That was not the case. We're saying that there was indiscretion on the part of the candidate.
Okay.
Don't forget, their action did not affect the election itself on the day. We were on the ground. The Electoral Commission conducted the election. They didn't see anything wrong with the elections on that day. Indeed, if their indiscretion had reached the center of the voting, I'm sure the Electoral Commission would have taken action against that. And so ours was very clear. And I can assure you, the NDC abhor such act. And that is why we expanded the mandate of the committee to give us workable recommendations so that we incorporate it into our constitution and stop whoever is going to double him or herself into such act in subsequent election coming ahead.
At this stage, because the polls have just begun in the past 2 hours, it's still too soon to tell, but the projection by some is that the NDC is likely to win this by a large majority. 75+% is the number that has been picked.
Well, yes, we are not surprised with the poll numbers because of the work we've done in the constituency for the period. I can assure you, we're even expecting more figures.
If the numbers should narrow, Mr. Tanko, what would that signal for the NPP, for the NDC?
What we are looking at, is by-election. This is not general election. And if you have to go by figures, of course, general by-elections numbers are always on the lower side.
That's for the turnout. I'm talking about the victory margin, the percentage.
Well, if the turnouts come out well, the NDC is going to win with a very large margin. That one day, I can assure you.
What I'm asking is, if that winning percentage margin is lower, what would that signal for the NDC? I
don't expect it to be lower, because the people are indicating to us that they are going to vote for NDC because of the good work of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. And then the candidate himself, an experienced politician like that, he will continue the legacy of our late MP, Honorable Torre.
I just want to pick your thoughts. Do you consider the NPP's candidate a serious threat to the ambition for the NDC to clinch the seat again?
They shouldn't have contested this primary by-election. They shouldn't have. This is not a constituency NPP should be contested. Even yesterday, senior members of their party started saying that they will not be surprised if they lose this by-election. They were indicating, go and see it. It's all over the place. They shouldn't have contested this. They should have just behaved like how they behave in Tamale when we had a by-election. I don't know why they decided to contest it. The last election you had 9,000 votes. When NDC was cruising over 22,000. And you think that you can overturn the verdict this time around? It's practically impossible.
Okay. We've just heard in the past week the State of the Nation address from His Excellency the President in Parliament, and because you're Director of Elections at the NDC, Deputy Director of Elections at the NDC, just give me one specific commitment, budget-related commitment for Ayawaso East constituency.
Well, that is to be a very narrow thing. The President did not go to be speaking for constituency by constituency. He spoke in general. He was looking at the holistic picture of the country. Otherwise, we're going to a realm where we have to mention 276 constituencies specific.
Anything specific that the constituency could benefit from the broad picture that the President
Of course, you see that the 24-hour economy is one of the key areas that people are going to, and Accra is a cosmopolitan area, especially Nima, and they are going to enjoy that one. It's one of the biggest things that the constituency will want. Imagine them running a 24-hour market in Nima. You know what it will do to the people over there.
Alhaji, Salaam alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
I believe we'll touch base with you again throughout the course of the day, and then I'm sure if there is the need for further updates from you, we will reach out accordingly. Thank you so much for your time with us this morning. Mr. Rashid Tanko Computer is the Deputy Director of Elections of the NDC, and he's just shared his perspectives on what the lead up to today has been, what today has looked like so far at the polling stations, the expectations of the NDC, its perceptions of the NPP's participation so far, and if there is the need, we will connect with the NDC once again. We've also talked to our political marketing strategist, Chris Atadika, who was sharing some perspectives with us. We'll connect with him again. For now, we want to go back out there and see what else is happening in Ayawaso East constituency. Today's by-election in 114 polling stations. And one of our correspondents, Gifty J, is at a polling station, and she will be sharing some details with us. Gifty, good morning to you. What have you observed so far? Exactly where are you in Ayawaso East?
Thank you so much, Thelma. Good morning. Welcome to Ayawaso Elementary Violence. We the Memorial Day here at Action Pride begun applied the there and hoping after their balance to elect a candidate to represent.
So let's have a view of what's happening here at the Ebenezer Center. Okay, as you can see, it's a bit slow. We can see only 2 people currently hoping to cast their ballots. But of course, we have all the officials seated here. We have 2 centers, centers 1 and 2. And in all, we can tell you that close to 500 people are hoping to cast their ballots here. So quickly, would want to take you outside and see what's happening. The place appears a bit small, but in front of it, close to the main road, the Nima police station, we have security, enough security men on standby, hoping to ensure that the whole process becomes calm, peaceful, and orderly. So this is the entrance of the Ebenezer Daycare Center. And as you can see, we have enough security people on standby, hoping to ensure that everything is okay. But briefly, would want to engage the stakeholders here. Oh, I can see this woman just finished casting her ballot. Hello, ma. Good morning. Pacha.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, GBC News, any GTV. So, Pacha, what waba?
I'm at 12.
Okay, what's your dad call here?
Fine.
Okay. It is about to way no. Then pote na wo pe efi abanimu.
Asunje peace. They say you're really ye. Maybe I am kama.
How many times na what waba was?
Mr. Tia about to say me 22 years. Let me Mr. 32 years.
Okay.
I check.
I can see how say peaceful boni bia ni ha then na wo be ka hwe omo a omo fifia o mbeto aba no
Omumba mbe asunje o honti omumba ni asunje mbeto aba no na bibia yen kama.
Okay. Thank you so much. Okay, so we just met this voter who just finished casting her ballot, and she's happy. According to her, she's hoping that everything will go on smoothly, and then at the end of the day, the candidates that the people have selected will represent them in Parliament. So quickly, we'll go to some of the party agents and find out from them so far what's been the reaction, observation, experience. Hello, sir. Good morning. You are live on GBC News. What's your name, sir?
My name is Mohammed Rabiu Suleimana.
Okay. Which candidates are you representing?
I'm representing Honorable Baba Jamal.
Okay. How far? What's the experience so far? Oh, don't run away.
At us now the attendance is too slow. So I tell you, we are watching up to the afternoon time. Then we see what will happen on us.
How many people have voted so far from this center? I know we have centers 1 and 2.
16. Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. All the best. Hey, hi, my guy. Good morning. What's your name? You're live on GBC News.
My name is Umar Maz.
Okay. And which candidates are you representing?
Agents for Baba Jamal.
For Baba Jamal.
Yeah.
Oh, so we have two of you here.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. What's your observation so far?
My observation so far the voter turnout is low, but we're expecting more people to come out so far. So for the meantime, the people that we have is very low. The turnout is very low so far, but the expectation is very high.
What do you think is accounting for the low turnout?
There are a lot of factors.
Example,
the fasting. Today too is not a holiday, so some people will be going to work. Some people too have travel, but still we have some expectation that people will come out.
Okay. Yeah. All the best. Thank you so much. So we just spoke to some of the party agents. Unfortunately, the other agents representing the other candidates have run away. So it's not a one-sided, interview. They had the opportunity to also represent their candidates, but they ran away, camera shy. Okay, so we'll go to the EC officials and speak to them. So we went to the first Center 1, so we are coming to Center 2 and speak to the officials here. Hello, ma. Good morning. You are live on GBC News. Kindly introduce yourself to us, please.
My PO.
Okay, that's your PO. Okay, thank you. Hello, sir. My name is Gifty AJ, and you are live on GBC News. Kindly introduce yourself, please.
I'm Steven.
Steven.
Upon I'm the PO for this center.
Okay.
Yeah.
How is the process so far?
So far, so good. It's been very calm and very peaceful. So we hope that it goes through for us. Okay. All right.
Okay. So with this particular center, how many people are expected to vote?
357.
And how many have we done so far?
So by now it's about 30.
About 30.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your time, Mr. Steven. Yeah, so we just spoke to the presiding officer at Center 2. We have 2 centers here, Centers 1 and 2. And we just finished speaking to the PO here. And all of them are hoping that, people will come out, the attendance will improve so that more people will come and cast their ballots. But for both centers 1 and 2, a total 500 people are expected to cast their ballot. And as you can see, it's a very peaceful atmosphere here. No irregularity I would want to speak about. Everything is in order. The voters are trickling in here, but the expectation is that more people will come in so that by close of the day, all the people on the list, the voter list, will have the opportunity to cast their ballots. But when I spoke to the agent represented, Mr. Baba Jamal, he thinks that because today is a working day, so that is the reason why a lot of people are not coming at this particular time. But of course, we are hopeful that by close of day, all the voters on the voter list will have the opportunity to cast their ballots. So Thelma, for now, this is what I can share with you and our viewers dotted all over the country.
Okay, thank you so much, Gifty. I'm sure that you'll bring us further updates as and when there is the need to share. Gifty Ajay is our correspondent. He's just been speaking to us from the Ebenezer Memorial Daycare Center, where one of the polling stations for this by-election. In studio, I've been joined by 2 members from across the 2 major political parties in the country now. Roger Wills is a member of the NDC's communications team, and Atek Yakubu is a member of the NPP communication teams. Gentlemen, good morning to you. Welcome to GBC News. Thanks for joining the broadcast. I'm so excited to get your perspectives because voting across most of the polling stations started on time. I think one of the key issues, and Alan put it succinctly, Gifty also mentioned it in her reportage to us, has been the presence of more media than voters at the polling stations. You've monitored proceedings so far. Roger, we spoke to Alaji Tanko, Deputy Director of Elections for the NDC, moments before you were introduced, and he shared some thoughts with us. So I'll start with Atik and pick some perspectives from the NPP. When Alaji Tanko spoke to us, he made the point that perhaps we shouldn't have contested in this election at all, considering the margins and the historic loyalty of the record of voting from that constituency in particular. You've monitored the events leading up to and then today, and I'm sure even beyond you'll have some thoughts to share. What have been what are your initial impressions?
Well, it's expected from Tanko computer. It's expected of him. I mean, that's how he talks. So it's understandable. And I don't expect him to speak any other way. That's him, that's how he speaks. That's how he speaks, that's how he puts his issues.
Did you expect him to say the NPP shouldn't have contested?
Oh, I didn't expect him to say
anything different.
Anything different from what he said.
Right.
That is him. That's how he talks. So it's understandable. The issue here is that all political parties do their research before they go into an elections. All of them. We do our research, they also do their research. We know our strongholds in this country, they also know their strongholds in this country. All the demographics, we are very much aware and have intelligence on whatever goes on in terms of even assistance now. Sees that it's likely to be flipped to MPP, we know. See that NDC is likely to give us a fight among the 87, we know.
Almost just under 3 clear years to the next major
yes,
election.
we know.
Okay.
Yeah, we all know. Because you see, it's the events that decides the voting pattern in an area. So you follow those events. If the events also change and it's tilted towards your party, you know that things have changed. It's tilted towards my party. Usually, where we are able to have a good assessment is when we've all done with our parliamentary election. We all have our candidates. Then we know the issues that comes up. Those issues will decide within the vicinity.
Did this apply in the lead up to the 2024 election? Because your party was fairly confident of winning that as well. But if you had done the analysis as you put it.
In 2016, NDC knew those within, all right, the inner part of NDC knew they were going to lose the 2016 elections.
Does that suggest that the inner party of NPP knew you were going to lose 2024?
We knew we were going to lose the election. We knew. No, I mean, I won't be ignorant about it. I won't lie about it. We knew we were going to lose the election. It's something that is clear. You understand? We do our own research. That's the essence of political party.
But you are giving your people hope.
Hope is the greatest thing that's ever been given to man.
Or is it faith in this case?
Hope is the greatest thing that's ever been given to man. It can also be a great deceit too. You understand? And all political parties are into the business of hope. Today, when people are complaining about jobs, what they say is, be hopeful. Next month, next 2 months, we are putting things in place. It's hope. We are all preachers of hope. Now, in coming back to the issue whether we should contest or not, we should have contested. Contesting their stronghold. I repeat, contesting their stronghold because it is their stronghold until something changes in this by-election.
And it has to be drastic.
Yes, contesting their stronghold, all right, gives us a view about what is coming up in the next election.
Okay.
Their preparation, I mean, their systems and structures that they have. It gives us that information. If you take 2015 or 2016, there was a by-election in Amenfi, I think Amenfi East or Amenfi West. There was a by-election. I attended by-election. We got into that election knowing very well that we were going to lose. I remember very well that morning we took our breakfast. Then around 12 we came back for our lunch. And the National Youth Organizer, then Sami Oku said, when it's 4 o'clock, we all have to come back to the hotel, then prepare for the onslaught. Meaning that this is their stronghold, so it's going to be an onslaught. Surprisingly, when the result came out, we realized that we've been able to do a lot in terms of in percentage, in terms of when you check the percentage and link it to the number of people that voted, and check the polling station that we were able to flip from the 2012 election. We realized that if we put in much effort, we could do a lot of things. And this is Greater Accra. Greater Accra is the center for all economic hardship, lamentations, and goodwill. If you are doing well, it will determine in the voter turnout one. It will also be determined in the vote that NPP will be able to get in this election. It is not necessarily a win. It shouldn't be necessarily a win. But also, if you are able to close up, all right, or even appreciate by 30%, it is still a win for the NPP. It's just the same way that happened within Amenfi East, Amenfi West.
It sounds like you already admitted that the polls will not be wrong, that this seat will once again...
I'm a realist.
Okay, because if you're talking close up and you will appreciate
I'm a realist. I told the one going from Amenfi East to Amenfi West, one of the by-elections. We knew that this is their stronghold. It's respected. It's the same way they also know certain constituencies that have stronghold. That even if we bring a goat in the name of NPP and they bring a human being, they're going to win.
The last election showed us some incredible surprises.
The election showed some incredible surprises, all right? But when you take Dwami Kwabena out, all right, which has been NPP stronghold in Greater Accra, all the other constituencies were treated different because Accra is the center. Accra is just, you see, you need to treat Accra as one constituency. Accra is one constituency. Reason being that this is where everything happens.
With 34 personalities.
Yes, you need to treat it as one
I'll let you finish that point as soon as
because when it has to do with issue of taxes, Accra gets affected the most. Issue of economic hardship, Accra get affected the most because people are working to pay rent, people are working to just buy gas.
Okay, I want you to put the focus specifically on Ayawaso and what your preparation and understanding of the systems has implied. But let's touch base quickly with one of my colleagues on the ground. Theophilus Sampa is at Junior High International School at Mamobi. Theophilus, good morning to you. What can you report from your polling station?
Well, thank you very much, Thelma, and everybody at the studio. You're most welcome to GBC's news coverage of this parliamentary by-election here in the Ayawaso East constituency. And currently, I am at Mamobi, where specifically the polling center is the Junior High International School, where everything seems very, very coordinated and orderly here. Business as usual, the environment has been calm. Everything going on as expected. Remember, today happens to be a working day, and characteristics of Nima Mamobi community, everybody is going about their business by keeping an eye on this all-important electoral process where they want to elect a leader to represent them in parliament. And so I've been to at least more than 10 centers so far, and people are exercising their civic responsibility, and it has been so far calm and a peaceful process. Here at the Junior High International School, you could see that the electoral officials are out doing their thing. Everybody is keen on it. I can see our elderly women here all being given opportunity to exercise their franchise. So they started as early as 7 a.m. and no problem with electoral process materials here and there. Police visibility, very, very strong here. And it's been good. Party agents are here, polling agents, everybody here monitoring keenly. And I'm trying to get closer to the presiding officer here to really walk us through so far what he has seen and observed during your live on GBC News. Can you tell me your name?
I'm Emmanuel Bonze. Emmanuel Bonze, the presiding officer for Junior High International School.
Senior Emma, just tell us so far, what time did you start and how far has the process gone?
Roughly by 5:30, we were able to set up our materials, and 7 o'clock exactly, we started the voting.
If you look at it, I know more than 600 people must come here. Specifically, tell us, how many are you looking at?
We are looking at 566 voters, registered 66, yes.
So far, how many have exercised their franchise?
So far, we have about 55 voters that have casted their votes so far.
And if you look at the timing that the EC has put together, are you sure that this 500, should they all of them come, you can finish within the time?
Oh, we can, if only the voters turn out to vote, they cast their votes. I'm sure that things will be well.
Has there been any turning issue that you had to come and fix? Or?
No, we don't have any problem for now.
So with the electorates, do they know their stations, or they come and sometimes you have to direct them to their centers? Then?
No, they know. Since last year, they cast their votes here, so they know that they are supposed to come here to cast their votes here.
So far, are you impressed with security here?
Oh, yeah, very good. Very good. I'm very impressed.
You are an electoral officer. What do you think everybody should do so that your work will be simpler for you today?
Oh, when you come and we give you the directives that you are supposed to do, I think everything will be well for us. We don't have any challenges. For today, they are comporting themselves here.
Thank you very much. So that's been one of the officers. That's exactly the presiding officer here who has given us an update on whatever is happening. So you could see everybody in the process, verification machines. And I'm super excited that here elderly women are being permitted to have their way. And if you look at it, everybody is working diligently here. And so I have seen them already. You could see visibility of Ghana police here. They are here and everything is under control. Almost 10 and 15 centers have visited so far between 6 a.m. and now. Everything looks orderly. Everything looks calm. But when you turn around, you could see breaks business. As usual here, people are going about their normal duties. Business is flowing as usual. There is no standstill. Traffic is in town. It's like a normal day, but people still want to exercise their franchise here. And so that's the beauty of democracy here, Thelma. And so Also, we'll be visiting other centers as well, so that we'll bring you up to speed on happenings here, and we'll make sure that whatever happens, we will let Ghanaians know first as to what really turned out here in terms of getting a rep for parliament, whether it will go for the NDC, the MPP, and the other parties present.
Theo, thank you for those updates. The Junior High International School polling station at Mamobi is where our correspondent Theophilus Sampa has just reported from. And it's cool peeps everywhere, cool people going about their regular duty. And things are still calm and peaceful. The constituency is still very much on the by-election mode, and they will be turning out, hopefully, the expectation of the top political parties at play here, that the turnout will improve. And as I said, we are touching base with more of our correspondents as they go along. We'll come back to our guest in the studio in a short while. Alan is at another center. Remember, earlier we spoke to him at the Nima cluster of schools. Now he's positioned at the St. Kizito school, right by the Nima roundabout, and he's here to share some more details. Alan, welcome back to the broadcast and the coverage. What more can you report from St. Kizito now?
All right, thank you very much, Thelma, for coming to us. We moved earlier from the Nima cluster of schools, where we reported, among other things, a very good police presence to assure security. Also, what we have observed going around is the ambulance service as well as the fire service, all providing some form of assistance to the police on the ground. Here at the St. Kizito Catholic cluster of schools and church, this also doubles as the collation center for the constituency. And so earlier when I arrived, what I sought to familiarize with was the various polling stations and the various numbers on the registers, and also how many have voted so far. And I must say that voter turnout, even at this time, can be nothing to write home about, as it turned out a little poor. We're not sure what may be accounting for this poor voter turnout at this time of the day. Hopefully, voters will turn out as the day goes on. But as we made the rounds, we encountered a very good party presence on the ground. We encountered the candidate Baba Jamal at one center, who said he'll be casting his vote at a certain time, and so after that time he'll be able to speak to the press. But while we are here, we've been joined by the Honorable Nina Nate, the former Ablikuma Central MP, who is here in the capacity of an agent or an observer, and so we wanted to pick what his thoughts are insofar as this exercise is concerned. Good morning, Honorable.
Good morning, my brother.
Honorable, we're thankful for your time and your willingness to speak to us at this point. Honorable, what so far has been your impression with the exercise?
So this has been the sixth polling station that I've been, and I must say that I'm not so much impressed with the turnout of people coming to vote. From the 5 places that I've been so far, less than about 30 people have voted in each of these centers, and I'm a little bit surprised, because yes, in as much as we all believe that by-elections always recorded a very low turnout, I at least expect that this one will be very low, but it is too early. It's only about 9:30. We're hoping and believe that the people will come out. But one other thing that I've also observed, maybe some people might disagree with me. I think the police presence too is too much. In fact, I have been to, as I said, this is the 6th center, and I can count more than 60 to 70 police present in each of the centers. And when you walk through the Nima highway, you can see that there are barricades, they have put their armor car, whatever they call it, all over the street. And sometimes some of these things also intimidate people, and people get scared, more especially the aged. They were like, why should I worry myself and go and queue if we have police present and all those things? So I think that the IGP is trying to do his best, but I think we need to minimize the presence of the security personnel in the centers. This is the first time also that I've witnessed a by-election. You know, the famous by-election that I witnessed when I was young, it is in my constituency. That is the 1998 by-election. And that was a very tough by-election. After that, I've attended a lot of by-elections. But I can see that this one, look, I see both parties, both MPP and NDC, have all low down in terms of the campaign.
Honorable, you just took us back in history. Will this be the Ablekuma Central during the demise of the Honorable Crab?
I listened to one of the constituency chairman of the MPP saying that if the NDC can win Domiko Abenya, they can also win Ayawaso East. So, but I'm hoping and believing that I don't know the kind of work that they have done so far. Some of us have been here for the past 2 weeks working with them, and I believe strongly that anything can happen. But I am surprised, very surprised, as politicians as we are. Sometimes some of us, we say it's just as it is. This is the first by-election I've seen without any development.
Right. Okay. We'll come to that. But Honorable, let's look at the concerns you raised. You have mentioned how perhaps the heavy presence of police may also be accounting for the low turnout. Will this not be once bitten, twice shy on the side of the police? And for that matter, they have decided to marshal every of their energy to ensure that they nip every kind of misbehavior in the bud?
No, I don't think so. You can see that any time that the police try to marshal a lot of forces, it rather creates a problem. An example is Ablekuma North. When a media person, one of your colleagues, was trying to get information and how the person was beaten and all those things. You see, just as I said, even if you are entering here, just go and look at the gate. The kind of police personnel here, and then even inside, and the cars that they have parked outside. If it is me, I may come. But if you have somebody, an aged person or something, the person will feel very reluctant to come and cast his vote. Because after all, what am I going to get? What am I going to benefit? With this huge police presence, it will scare them. So I think that, yes, it is their right, they are protecting us, but I think they should minimize the kind of people that they have brought here to, make the people feel. And I have seen people also moving to the market, trying to call the market people to come and cast them. You see, it has gotten to a point that people, I must say, in one way or the other, I've been fed up with some of our promises as politicians. We only do the promises when we need their mandates. People seem not to care. I just spoke to a woman selling onion at the gate. I was like, she wants to concentrate and make sure she sell her onion and get what she wants than to come and cast his vote. At the end of the day, there's no benefit out of it.
Quite interesting you mentioned the fact that this has been your very first by-election without development. Wouldn't that be because this is in the heart of Greater Accra?
Oh, Ablekuma North was in the heart of Greater Accra, where they were doing drains and all over Asakaman. Around the Liberty Professional, I'm just giving specific. Around the Liberty Professional Clubhouse, they were doing drains and all over that place. So I think that maybe they think that Nima people...
Honorable, maybe you and your friends have learned your lessons, that people don't vote because of what development you bring to them. Wouldn't that be true?
Oh, I think people are also not coming because most of them didn't receive the 38 inches TV and the motorbikes and the rice and the Kiko or whatever they call it, the Gary, those things. So they are not coming. In fact, I met a woman here and she was like, TV, your mama be into me metuaba.
Is it because your end didn't give?
I don't know who gave. I just saw it on TV.
Well, then you can't make any meat of that, then, Honorable. Right, thank you very much, Honorable. Let's leave it here. And so, Thelma, that's the Honorable Ebenezer Nina Nate, the former MP for the Ablekuma Central constituency, who sought to throw a little mischief towards the end of that interview. Let's speak to the returning officer at this polling station and find out a few of the details from her. Good morning, Mama. Please tell me your name.
Good morning, Daddy. My name is Gloria Medio.
Mama Gloria, how many people do you have on your register here?
I have 169. But
it is 9:30. How many of the 169 has turned up here to vote?
We started from 7 a.m. exactly. And as at now, we have about 12 voters out of the 169.
What is your expectation, that the whole of the 169 will be here to vote?
Not really, but at least more than half of the 169 will come. That's my hope.
Will you be in any position to perhaps, whether a conjecture or something, to tell us why there's so low a turnout?
I think it's because it's a by-election. People are feeling lazy to come. It's not important. So many views.
Right.
That's why they are not turning up. But
Right. Okay. We'll leave here, Mama Gloria. Thank you very much. I wish you all the best as well, and I pray it'll be a trouble-free day for you. And so, Thelma, this is one polling station. At this particular location, we have three different locations or three different polling stations, and so in the far distance there is one polling station. Well, in your short currently you can see some pretty relaxed police officers behind the EC officers, and then a few distance, in fact meters away from them, there is also another polling center. That center also, as you can see, has some good number of police officers who are pretty much relaxed. In fact, if you travel through the constituency, what is very evident really is the presence of police and how quiet the constituency has been. I'm trying to move up toward the polling center ahead of me to find out from the officers there what they have on their register. Oh wait, I have someone getting ready to cast his ballot. Let me try and see if I can engage him, and when I'm done I will move up and engage the EC officers. I'm sure this man would like to share a word or two when he's done voting, but as we have said earlier, Thelma, it has been pretty quiet a day. Officer, good morning, sir. How are you, sir? This is GBC. You actually even know me. Bless you, bless you. Thelma, this is a fan. Interesting how he mentioned my full name. Right. First of all, how did the process go for you?
Very easy, very easy.
Very easy. And what is your general view of the constituency? Where do you think it is going to end?
It's peaceful, and then that's the big deal. I like it. I like the way they're serene, they're calm, and then that's okay for me.
Some had said the police excessive show of force within the constituency is also affecting voter turnout. Did that affect you?
No, it didn't.
Is it because you have nothing to worry about, or you have no problem on your mind? You have your sight not set on any trouble?
No, sir.
So you're not going to make trouble for the police? No, right. First of all, I know you have voted for someone, and it should be a secret. But let me ask you, where do you think it's going to end? Is it going to end?
To end well, and then the people of Ayawaso East will be proud.
Thank you very much. That's a very good one for me. So, well, this is his view. It will end well, and the people of Ayawaso East will be proud. Let me go up and see if I can speak to the returning officer at this polling station and find out what. Good morning. Oh, my chief is here. Arati, my chief is here. Mr. Chinri is here himself. Mr. Chinri of the EC is here. Mr. Chinri, I'm sure you'll be the returning officer for this particular polling station. You are the presiding officer. Wonderful. Tell us, how many people do you have in the register?
223.
It's just gone past 33 minutes after 9. How many people have you had voting so far?
22.
22. Yes. What, in your view, may account for this kind of turnout?
I think publicity did not go down well. And then, number two, today being a working day, probably people might have gone to the office. So I think from one going, it will pick up. I'm hoping for an 80% voter turnout.
That must be a huge expectation.
Yes.
Given what numbers we're recording across the constituency.
Optimistic type.
It's not a half full type you are. You are the half empty type.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. And so, Mr. Chinri, I'll leave it here with you and wish you all the best. Hopefully, it will be a trouble-free day for you. Thank you. But what does the presence of the police also tell you about the constituency?
It tells us, being outside, you think Nima is that rowdy, but coming here myself, I've seen that, that's one of the coolest vicinity or community that you can work in.
Thank you very much for showing Nima so much love. Ara, as I was saying earlier, Nima may have had a bad publicity in the past, but currently it is not as it used to be. And while we are within and around, we also had our ears on the ground. And some of the complaints we were picking up, or we've picked up as far as this exercise is concerned, again, is the presence of the security forces. I mentioned earlier, if you're here to look for trouble or ferment trouble, by all means, we have our men in black to give you a good dose of whatever you intend to dish out to the community who are here to exercise their constitutional duty. Besides that, really, it's been a quiet constituency to travel across. The Nima market is only a minute's walk from where I am currently. In fact, it's not more than 5 minutes to hit the actual Nima market. But I can tell you for a fact that despite the police presence, market persons are going about their duties as normal, as if nothing is taking place within the constituency. But I want to be hopeful, pursuant to what Mr. Chinwe told us earlier, that maybe beyond midday or after lunch, people who may be in their offices will then be seeking permission to come and perform their constitutional duties, and that is what we all are hoping for. Let's hope it's more than 80% turnout, as Mr. Chinwe had said. Besides that, there isn't much to be concerned about as far as voting and the usual issues that would normally arise as a result of voting, and nothing of sort to be concerned about or to report. It's been a quiet one since voting started at 7 a.m. today. Remember, the register for the entirety of the constituency is a little shy of 50,000, 49,000 and some margin on there. And if 80% of that should come out, then hopefully it would be a good one for the constituency, really, Thelma.
Thank you, Darrell. We'll get back to you for further updates in the course of the program. If you've just joined us, this is GBC News, our coverage of the Ayawaso East by-election in the Greater Accra region. Today, close to 50,000 people are on the EC's voting roll, expected to come to 114 polling stations to select from among 5 candidates who should succeed the late MP who passed away in January, Alhaji Nasir Mohammed. And today we are seeing a few people trickling into the voting centers to cast their ballot. And throughout the course of the day, we'll continue with this coverage and we'll bring you all that you need to know. In studio, I have with me members of the communications team for the NDC and NPP, Roger Wills and Atiki Yakubu for the NDC and NPP respectively. Our correspondents are also on the ground, and now we'll connect to Gifty Ejay, who is at the Presby Church of Hope at Nima, and she also has some updates to share with us. Gifty, welcome back to the coverage. What can you report where you are?
Thank you so much, Thelma. And like you rightly said, we are currently at the Presby Church of Hope here in Nima. And like Alan also reported earlier, the whole process is a bit slow. Let's have a general view of what's happening here. So we have 2 centers, centers 1 and 2, and in all a total 600 people are expected to cast their ballots. But so far, per the records, close to 60 people have voted, and the officials are hoping that the remaining over 500 people will come and cast their ballots. So you can see there's only one person who is currently casting her ballots at the second center. For the first center, it's empty. And for the second one, we only have one person currently casting her ballot. And I think she's even an old woman who is being assisted to cast her ballot. So quickly, I would want to speak to the presiding officer at the center one here. Hello, sir. Good morning, and you are live on GBC News. May I know your name, please?
My name is Benjamin Kwenotikwe.
Okay, so you are the presiding officer for the center, Center 1?
Yes, please.
Okay, specifically, how many people are expected to vote here?
We're expecting 305 people to vote throughout this process.
Throughout the process, and so far, how many people?
About 35, 36.
About 36 people.
Yeah, 36 people.
It looks like the process is slow.
The process is not slow because you can see there's nobody here, so the process is not slow. It is just that people are not coming in their numbers.
Okay.
Yes.
What do you think is accounting for this?
I think it's a working day, and people would have to go to work. That is it.
That is it. But aside that, do we have enough voting materials?
We have everything to serve everyone.
Okay. Thank you so much. Is there something you want to share with us?
No, please.
Okay, thank you so much. All the best. Yeah, let's go to the party agent sitting under the tree. Hello, ma. Pacha say.
Pacha, yo.
Okay, now then candidates now who representing?
NPP, New Patriotic Party.
Okay. So far, are you okay with the process?
I'm okay.
Thank you. My guy, what's your name?
Sadim. Okay. I'm the MPP agent.
MPP. What has been your observations so far?
I see like it's making slow today, so I don't know. Maybe as time goes on, it will come.
But aside that, you think the process is fair?
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool for now. Yeah.
My brother, how are you?
Very good.
Which
Independent, Alhaji Sada, number 4.
So how many people have voted so far?
So far, 38 on process. We are waiting for more to come.
Is it tiring as you wait for?
Yes, but you have to be patient.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And finally, your name, sir?
My name is Abdullahi Ahmed, and I'm agent for NDC. My voice is not coming well. As you can see, I have cold. Yes.
Okay, so which agent are you? Which candidate are you?
For Baba Jamal. Yes.
Anyway, are you okay with the turn of events?
So far, so good. You know, by election, normally the turnout is not as the general election, as you can see, but people are coming gradually. It's picking up small.
So with this observation, do you think there's something we can do to improve, situations like this?
Yeah, I think maybe a little education on the by-elections, like we should treat it as general election as well, But people don't normally see it as maybe general election, so they tend not to be taking it as serious as maybe the general elections. So sometimes the turnout becomes a problem. Yes, I think that is it.
Thank you so much. All the best. So this is Center A or Center 1. Would I take you to the Center B? I think we can speak to Okay, wo betu abana.
Pacho.
Abaya wo betu. Then na wo hwehwe fi mu.
Oh, ya nyina say abade ya wo to a wo hwehwe amfaso a ebe bomu ni ahoto ni bibi ebe ba ma mu nyina. Eni nti na wo betu.
Wo kasa ahoto a edem pote na wo be kasa ya ahoto.
Eh sister ahoto de sani ye tiye de nyame ase. Tiye panisa.
That's ma wo be kakakra ma me ye fro say.
Saratu Abdullahi.
But I said the man tem kakra o.
Anta me o kaswa. Na ma jam photo ayi no na me be sem be hwe. Sem be hu me yi wa ha. Na chese na ma ye vote na ebe ha me. Ti na me bae.
It's also abaya wo betui. Then na wo hwehwe fi mu. Nipa na ye be yi no ama we kogina constituency ano. Then na wo pese onyemwa constituency.
Oh, ada o pese Ghana no. Se koso ma ya eye. Se si a papa ya be anwa ya yusu. Emo ya yusu. Ti e yu bibia so a na gana no koso ma ya. Yepe. Ye bibia pa ahoto. Ahoto nte he ba beto ade no. Ti oba na se Nyankopon boa. Ye to ma na so timi ye ma ya. O san be so e beto ama no. Se pa nipa obotimi aboya gana ama. Nti sa na epe no. Ahoto na yepe. Nti o Nyankopon ma otimi di a na to ma na udi a. On be ye de hensu yepe no. Hensu ye beta ni chi.
Yeah, that's it, baby. Yeah, hope you say our candidate Ebewini. Yeah, so we're still bringing you live feed or live pictures from the Presby Church of Hope here in Accra, and we're going to the second center, Center B or Center 2, where, as you can see in your shots, is also quiet. Nobody really is voting. There's nobody voting. It's only the EC officials and the team of security people who are here making sure that security-wise everything is in order. And so we'll speak to the PO here and some party candidate agents to find out their observation so far. Yes, so it's still a live coverage of the by-elections here at the Ayawaso East constituency here in the Greater Accra region. Hello, ma. Good morning. My name is Gifty AJ. What's your name, please?
Katrina Hiado.
And you are the presiding officer?
Yes, please.
How far with the process?
So far, so good. The turnout, I would say, is very slow. But so far, we have 29 voters who came to vote out of 352. Out of 352. So we are expecting maybe they'll be coming in the evening.
Some people are attributing this to the fact that today is a working day. From your perspective, what do you think is accounting for the low voter turnout?
And the working day is a factor. And because this place is a Muslim community, they are also fasting. So some of them are resting. So I hope they'll be coming in the evening. Probably after they take a little rest, they will come. Just pray so.
And do we have enough voting materials?
Yes, we have enough. We have enough.
Any problems encountered so far?
No problem at all. So far, so good.
If I walked in here as a voter, kindly take us through the process. Where do I begin from and where do I end?
When you come as a voter, you first go to the name reference list officer. She will take you through the list and then look for your name. So after she found your name, you will come to the verification officer. That is where she will look inside the register and scan your picture. After scanning your picture, you have to verify with your fingerprint. Then from there, we'll give you the indelible ink to mark you've went through that process. Then from there, you come to the ballot issuer. You take your ballot and then you go and cast your vote.
Okay. And generally, what are your expectations? I know you are hoping to have a whole process, a peaceful process. Yeah. But for you, when we say a peaceful process or a general process, what does it mean to you?
It means you will not encounter any violence, that everything will be smooth. Our voters will come, the agent will cooperate with us, that at the end of the day, we will have a free and fair election. Yes, that is what I'm expecting.
But the security presence is heavy here, I've observed.
Yes, very heavy, very heavy. But I'm sure they are here to protect or probably observe the election process.
Thank you so much. Wishing you all the best. And so this is happening. What is happening at the Presby Church of Hope here in Nima, and like the other places that we have visited, the process is slow, which the EC officials have also confirmed. Some are attributing it to the fact that, today is a working day, and also the Muslim fasting and prayers. So a lot of people are not getting the opportunity to avail themselves to the process. But all the same, we are hoping that by close of day, 5 p.m., majority of the people will come here and then cast their ballots. And so, Thelma, this is what I can report from the Presby Church of Hope here in Nima.
Thank you, Gifty. Thank you for those updates. Daryl, thank you to you as well. Our correspondents are moving through 114 constituencies, hoping to capture the votes of some 49,000 constituents in Ayawaso East, who will be making a determination for a new MP today. And polls opened at 7 a.m. It's now just under 3 hours since the polls began, and we're continuing to monitor events unfolding. We are live on GBC News, and we will shortly be live on Ghana Television as well. And you can join us across our social media platforms, GTV Ghana. You can leave some of your comments and questions there. We will put them to our panel and some of the experts that we call to weigh in their thoughts on the program. At the table still, Roger Wills, a member of the NDC's communication team, and Atiki Yakubu, a member of the NPP communication team, are sharing thoughts with us. Atiki, you were making the point before we had to go onto the field to keep eyes on happenings there about what the NPP strategy has been. You made the point about hope and everything going into an election, and some comment about whether you should have been part of this to begin with. But when you mention preparation and understanding the systems at work, when it comes to Ayawaso East specifically, what are you looking at?
Well, we are looking at for a peaceful election, that is one. Two, we are also hoping to, everybody go to the election with a mindset to win. But if at worst case, and I'm telling our party supporter, at worst case, it doesn't go how you want it or how it is supposed to be. Because political parties are created.
Win, what percentage are you looking to get?
Political parties are created to win elections.
But if you don't win, what are you looking for?
Any appreciation of the percentage is a win for us.
Okay.
Any appreciation of the percentage is a win for us. A low voter turnout is a win for us.
Explain that to me.
So, this is Accra, and Nima has a whole lot of people within that vicinity. It is not just Muslims, all right? It's a cosmopolitan area.
But it's predominantly Muslim.
Predominantly Muslim, but it's also cosmopolitan. They also face issues that is happening within the country. And like I said earlier on, this is the headquarters of all successful or failures of government policies and government initiatives. If things will work properly, it's here. If things will not go well, it is this place. So if there's a by-election around within Accra, all right, and the heart of Accra, it is more like a litmus test on the government popularity. That's in recent times, the government popularity. So for me, I think that whichever way it is, whether being a low turnout, being it a loss by an increase in percentage, it's still a win for the MPP.
Okay.
Yes, because if there's a by-election, let's say West, we know we won't win it. I have to be real, we won't win it. But you go and we make good numbers, it's a good claim for us. Because if you are doing your permutation, you are doing analysis, you pick from your opponent's stronghold and you pick from your stronghold. If there's an appreciation from your stronghold, then it means that you can do well in your if there's an appreciation in your opponent's stronghold, then it means that you can do well in your stronghold too, with that same permutation.
Let's bring Roger into the conversation. So what I'm hearing Atik saying is they've put their finger on Ayawaso East to test the pulse of the government and see where, if any, there is room for them to increase a more forceful penetration of their strategy. Atik, did I articulate that well?
Oh, yes.
Largely, okay. So, Roger, what do you think?
Thank you, my sister. Let me take this opportunity to extend my greetings to His Excellency the President John Dramani Mahama, and then the Vice President. Anytime I talk about the Vice President, I get so happy because she is the first female that has assumed such a highest political position in Ghana, and I think it would always be like a mark and inspiration to the young ones. I mean the female children and those in the secondary schools and in the university, and then teach them something that would make them uphold themselves and then dream bigger, hoping that in the near future we would have a lot of ladies occupying high political roles in the country. With regards to the subject matter, I think over the years we can trace the effects or the turnouts of by-elections and how voters are not convincingly influenced when it comes to they appearing in their numbers to cast their vote. Over the period, there have always been that kind of what should I say? How should I put it? Like that kind of outturn or the turning out of voters being low, and Ayawaso East is not an exception. You know, looking at people going to work, looking at the period or the season in which we are, a lot of people are fasting. And you know, the energy and then the drive, the zeal will not be there. So it is expected that the number is going to be very low.
You need a lot of energy to go and vote.
Oh, not like physically having that kind of physique, but then, you know, sometimes when people are in a fasting mode, the energy to, you see, even though the idea of going out to vote will be there, they would procrastinate. Let me wait a little while, let me relax, you know. And when they are fasting, they don't want to work because it will drain you. They don't want to walk, it will drain you. And the sun is scorching out there. All these things are factors that influence the turnout. And you know, during traditional election period, you see the momentum, the vibe, the energy. People rally behind that and come out in their numbers. But by-election has its own dynamics. Aside the issue of they not having energy and stuff, you know, complacency sets in because people know that, oh, this is our stronghold, especially with the NDC. We will be comfortable, this is our stronghold. So even if we don't go out, because the turnout is going to be very low, you would have those coming out voting in the favor of the NDC.
But just said
so
that
the
low turnout works out in their favor, because if they manage to get more of their people to come out and vote, and your people think Ama will vote, Kofi will go, Seidu will go, and Mustafa will go, and everybody ends up not going, then they get the win.
If it plays that way, but then I can promise Atik, I can assure him that even if 10 people come to vote in this election, we are going to win. We are going to still win. Even if only 10 people.
10 people.
Yes, come out to vote. We are going to beat.
10 people turn out to vote, and 8 of those people
there's no way if 10 people come out to vote, there's no way the 8 will go in their favor. It's still going to go in our favor. Look at the dynamics, the demographics. Yes. As a matter of fact, what was the percentage in the 2024 election? They couldn't even make 30%. So practically, if we are representing 10 with the 100%, and then you are giving them, we are talking about even 7, then NDC, if 10 people come to vote, then if we are analyzing, then 7 people are going to vote in favor of the...
It's also that if the percentage of win increases for them, it sends to them a certain signal that they are making inroads. Is that something that would concern you?
In his submission, he conceived defeat. And then he's now trying to...
No, he said he's realistic.
No, yes,
but hopeful.
Once you are realistic, and then, but you can't be realistic in this issue or
realistic
on that
enough
time
to know that they may not win, but hopeful of making a better percentage.
And
if I'm misrepresenting anything you've opined, please feel free to make the point.
Wait. He being realistic, yes, there's no way they will win. As a matter of fact, I expected the NPP not to come into this election at all.
Same position you're deputy director of. elections
absolutely,
held?
because they know the dynamics when they play, or the dynamics that plays out in such areas. Why did they come for Temali?
But your other,
They knew they were going to
your good
waste.
friend who is contesting as an independent candidate is contesting, and it is
No.
the second largest opposition, or the opposition party in parliament that should not contest.
You see,
I mean, once all the cards are on the table, let all the cards be on the table.
you see, I won't dispute the fact that he is contesting and then he's going to take away some voters. Yes, but let's not forget that the party is bigger than an individual. And our loyalty is to the party and the country, not an individual. You get me? So you would get people rallying behind him. You get people following him and shouting, we need this, we need it. But when the person gets to the ballot, his loyalty and allegiance is to the political party.
So it's not personality, it's
not
party.
Yes, it's not. No, it's not as a matter of fact. An individual. I'm not talking about personality. Comes in play when it comes to the capacity and capability to perform. And when you put the two of them on the table, you know, Baba Jama outweighs and will outperform. You get me? So what I'm trying to say is that the voters are going to vote for the party and the personality. As for he going as an independent candidate, he would get some number. But what I'm trying to say is that if a lot of people are hailing him and he feels because the people are hailing him, he's going as an independent and that will make him win, no, he should advise himself. I think we attest to the fact that when they were going into their presidential primaries, a lot of people were hailing Kennedy Japan, Akoprekwe Japan. When the outcome came, you saw the numbers. So it's clear. Politics is not just about you seeing a number of people hailing you. It's when you get to the polls that you realize that you've either successfully achieved your goal or you have messed up. So I think that will not be any like difficult thing to deal with. We are going to win this election. The numbers are low. We know some have gone to work. They will come back to vote. Some are feeling lazy to come out, or some are tired, they are exhausted and stuff. But then the turnout practically across the period has always been low. And that is the reality. That is the order of the day.
And we've battled quite a bit to get to this point where the voting is actually happening. I mean, even before the NDC's internal primaries, which brought the issues of, you used a term, convincingly influence voters. So to not just influence, but to influence them convincingly has been a subject of discussion. What kind of conversations are happening within the NDC? Because this could have gone very differently if yesterday's High Court ruling had gone the other way in favor of what Democracy Hub was petitioning, which is to have the primaries nullified in its entirety. Yesterday, the High Court held that it should continue. If that had not happened, today we wouldn't even be sitting here in the first place.
Absolutely.
So what kind of conversations are going on as we speak?
Okay, you know, we as a government has always been the representation of the people. And apparently the voter pattern of the country has changed. The period where people could develop propaganda and also induce people to vote are gone. When I talk about inducement, like looking at material gains or using just money to induce people in the shortest possible time to make them go vote, those period or era are gone. Why do I say this? I say this because
some people don't think so.
No, I think so because we, the NDC, have developed a strategy of always communicating to the conscience and the hearts of the populace. Look at what happened in Asen North. The NPP went into the election with a lot of financial muscles. The people took the money and then it was shown, displayed on videos and then on camera, and they spoke to the conscience. I mean, the NDC spoke to the conscience of the people, and the people took the money, all right, but they voted for the change they wanted.
Some would say similar things happened in other by-elections, and even this one in the NDC primaries, the allegations against your candidates in this contest.
The NPP doesn't have any empirical or fragmental evidence. As a matter of fact, no one saw Baba Jamal standing and holding and handing over these items to the individuals.
Roger,
India.
I would have to interrupt your submission. I'm
Okay.
sorry to do that, but we are getting indications that there may be updates that we need to be picking from our correspondent, Theophilus Sampa. Theophilus, if you can hear me, what exactly do you have to report? Let's hear the report now.
Yes. Hello?
Yes, Theophilus, where are you and what can you report to us?
Hello? 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 House A and B, where the Ayawaso 2026 parliamentary by-elections is ongoing. We have gotten closer to an observer here who is going around. We've seen him at most of the centers, and Mr. Koku Anijo, who is here to also observe. We'll get closer to him and then get his thoughts on the process so far. How easy has it become, calm and everything? And in terms of turnout, because we're recording a little bit of a low turnout from the morning, so let's try and then get together and find out more from Mr. Kokwanido, who has been to almost 20 places so far this morning, from this time to this time. Sir, good to have you, and you are live on GBC News and GTV. Sir, so far, how will you describe what you observed so far?
Well, thank you for the opportunity, and so far it's been good. I came into the constituency about 5:45 this morning as an official observer, and I came through the Kawukudi Junction stretch, and immediately I started observing the heavy security presence, policemen in vehicles and then some on foot, obviously entering the nooks and crannies. Then I came on the highway, did it around the Nima police station, and then entered the St. Kizito Roman Catholic Church, which is obviously the headquarters of the constituency. And I was impressed with what I saw. So from a technical point of view, because some of us are technically eyed, the Electoral Commission as the election management body, I believe, so like I said, I am accredited, and they gave me 2 different accreditations. This one to be able to monitor and observe during the day. Then there's another one for the Coalition Center. Now, so from a technical point of view, the EMB has, created a professional structure. Without accreditation, you cannot go to certain places. And I think that as an election management body, I congratulate them from that perspective. Media also properly accredited. Then the election material available. So if you look at the ballot box, it's placed in the open. That's how it ought to be. If you look at the polling booth, it has to be placed in such a way that voters can vote in secret, so that it's a secret ballot. So from that technical perspective, the EMB, which is the EC, has done well. You can see that the candidates also have their agents sitting behind the tables. So the candidates themselves understand that it's a process, and they must also be part of the process. Then, of course, you have the security people, like I said earlier on, who are available. And then, of course, the media. I am really impressed with the density of the media representation, which means that every little thing will be reported. And I believe that it's a little past 10, so 3 hours ago the processes began. And I want to believe, in fact, speaking to the policemen, they tell me that all their intelligence reports say that it's going to be peaceful, which is good news. So their numbers here is just to feed into that intelligence report and ensure that nothing untoward happens. So far, I think that it's going well.
For an observer, isn't this too much? They are too much. Police presence too much. Some of them you could see fully armed to the teeth. And this is just a by-election.
Actually, yesterday when I checked from my EC sources, because I saw something on social media which said that the EC had planted cameras in the constituencies, and that was not agreed at IPAC. Then when I did my checks with the EC sources, they said no, it's not the EC that has planted the cameras. It's actually the police. that has identified particular polling stations, about 10. And so they put cameras there and put a camera also at the collation center just for security purposes. So I don't think that, as we say in that idiomatic expression, I don't think in this case too many cooks are going to spoil the broth. Rather, they will protect the broth. And it's better that we are safe than to take chances and then something else happens. So I think that is good. The only challenge, and what I'm observing now, it looks like turnout is rather low. Because where we are now at this CBG bank, it's called, I think, the Bola.
Yes, Alaji Dusu House 1 and 2.
Alaji Dusu House 1 and 2. I mean, and there are 2 polling stations.
One will go for 400 plus, other is going for 700.
Exactly. And if at 700 plus and at 10 o'clock you are doing
50 to 60.
That's a bit queasy. Yeah. Of course, generally by-elections tend to have lower enthusiasm than the national election, because the national election also because there's a presidential candidate who is also driving the narrative. It tends to be different. So it is normal for by-elections to have low turnouts. Let's just pray that this one, the low turnout is not too heavy.
Great.
Yes.
But sincerely, you've enjoyed your work so far, right?
Oh, so far. Yeah, so far. I mean, I'm in the constituency and it's peaceful. I mean, the fact that people are going about their everyday business, and those of us who are also interested in the election, nobody is crossing anybody's path. I think that is healthy. And somebody asked me much earlier, one of your colleagues, whether we should cancel by-elections. And I'm like, I mean, no, you can't cancel by-elections. And the argument was that, so when somebody passes, why don't you just give it to the person who was second in the general election? It can't work that way.
So we'll meet again at the center and then see how it goes. So that has been one of the observers, Mr. Koku Anyidohu, and we're getting closer because more activities are happening here. We've seen some other observers. I've seen Mr. Boache Jako here. Let's go and then also take a piecemeal out of what is happening so far.
The tides will change. There is their stronghold, I agree. Yes. But every election is different. The minute you plan an election based on the past elections, you are courting failure. I know certain things have happened here, but in life, people change. Today is your stronghold. Tomorrow it may be your weak hold. We are counting on certain factors that are inherent and present in this constituency over this period to turn things around. I have 2 more questions. Global Info Analytics is putting the election squarely as a victory for the NDC. Does it not disturb you in any way? No. I've seen polls and polls and polls, both home and abroad, gone awry. So poll is a guide. If you take the information in polls, you can use them to reorder your steps, or you can use them to emphasize and strengthen your steps. He said what he sees. We will work with what he sees and what we know and carry the day. And my last question to you, and please allow me, we cannot let you go without asking you about the NPP. The party has put in place various measures now. Elections will be happening very soon from the polling centers this time up. What do you make of the entire decision of the NEC executive, the function executive of the NPP? That is our normal route. Voting from bottom up is not a ritual. It is a strategy of renewal and giving people a new lease of life and a new mandate. So it is the natural thing or the normal thing we've done since the inception of this party. So there's nothing new to it. It's not a ritual, it's a strategy for renewal.
Wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Before we let you go, we've seen massive presence of the police around. Today happens to be a working day, and from the time we set off in the morning, it seems turnout has been on the low side. Could it be a factor that the heavy presence really is deterring people from really coming out?
I don't think the police presence is a deterrence per se. By and large, by-elections are not that patronized in this country. Secondly, by-elections in strongholds are presumed as foregone conclusions. And that in itself depresses voter turnout. So these factors may be at play. But as I made the comment earlier, it's good to have police presence, but it speaks negatively of our evolution in our democracy. i.e., do we need to be forced or compelled to conduct ourselves decently and properly at voting centers? If the police is the one that has to impose good conduct, then there is something amiss. I would wish for the day when we as citizens, out of duty to party and country, and out of self-decency, and a good understanding of democratic processes and the power, will come to the conclusion that this is a very simple civil exercise that does not require compulsion or being beaten over the head in order for us to exercise good conduct. So yes, it's okay, but I want us to look forward. And you are journalists. You have to propagate this message of proper conduct without police. After all, what is discipline? Discipline does not mean someone is forcing you to do something. Discipline means you know what is right and you do it, and you know what is wrong and you desist from it without anybody telling you. I would wish that we get to that stage in the body politic and in our evolution of our democracy, and that will be fine for us.
And finally for me, you are live from Ghana Television and our partner stations. Appeal to the voters to come in the numbers here. We are expecting 1,000 plus, but as we speak, we've not even from the two sectors, we've not even reached 600. The time to go is not on our side, so at least they can come and exercise their franchise.
Well, my appeal is based on the fact that voting grants you the exercise of your fundamental freedoms. I have lived through all the military coups in this country, where your fundamental freedoms are denied in your face, where you have no right to say something or anything. If you are wronged, you are wronged, and you have no recourse. The military government sitting on your neck gives you no chance. So even if you are dissatisfied, it requires the shedding of citizens' blood to make a change. We don't want to get back into that era. We are now in an era where you are freely given the right to choose, the right to decide. Let us not toy with it. Let us not say that we are tired of democracy. We've tested democracy, we've tested military governance, and nobody should wait for military. Yes, democracy may have its pitfalls. Yes, democracy may have its shortfalls, but it's the best amongst the things available. I will therefore urge all our citizens and voters here, make a little time to exercise this franchise that speaks your mind, so that together, all the political parties, all of us as citizens, we can advance the gains and the goals of democracy one step at a time. So my plea is, come out, spare the time. It is worth it. Come and cast your vote. And then you would have exercised your civic responsibility to the development of this country. You did your last already. So give somebody else. No, wait. Give somebody else.
You indicate this is a simple exercise for all Ghanaians. Does this warrant the vote buying or gift giving?
We've just come back from the residence of Alhaji, who is Alhaji Idrisu. That's the site of that polling station that we just came back from. Our correspondent Theophilus Sampa walked into that interview of media people and the Honorable Bache Jakon, and he's shared his thoughts on the party's position in this election, this contest, and also thoughts about voter turnout. Interesting comments that he's made there, urging people to come out in their numbers to vote despite the heavy police presence. Gifty J is still at Mamobi Junior High International School, and she's ready to share further updates with us now. Gifty, over to you.
Thank you so much, Thelma, and welcome to Mamobi, densely populated community in the Greater Accra region. Like you rightly said, we are currently at the Junior High International School, and I'll
share with you what is happening here. I've been joined by the Member of Parliament for the Ayawaso North constituency, Honorable Jaja. Hello, Honorable. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, my sister, and good morning.
So you've been moving around, visiting the various centers, like you said.
Yes, it's true. I have been visiting some polling stations. So far, I visited about 15 polling stations within the constituency where the by-election is taking place. Ayawaso is, to be precise. And of course, wherever I have visited, and so far, all the polling stations I have visited, calm is ongoing, voting is ongoing calmly, and my interactions with all the various polling agents for the candidates are saying that everything is going on well. And at least the people are also coming out to vote, except to say that the numbers, the turnout is what is not encouraging. And as a member of parliament for Ayawaso North and an NDC member, we have only one candidate, which is number 1, Honorable Baba Jamal, on the ballot paper. So we've asked...
Campaign for any candidates, please.
So, no. On this day, we are asking our people, our prompters, to go in and call out our people to come and vote. Exactly. I'm not campaigning, and I must tell you the fact of the story. You get me? I'm the NDC. I'm a member of Parliament for Ayawaso North Constituency, just here. And all that we are done with our campaign. Everything is over. But today is a D-Day. We need to bring out our people to come and vote. Aside that, everything is going on smoothly. No problem. You saw me and my colleague MPP, a member of Parliament, also here some few minutes ago, and we've all attested to the fact that everything is going on smoothly. And we hope, by the grace of God, at the end of the day, there won't be any issue with regards to disturbances as far as this by-election is concerned. But let me just add this. History have it that since 1992, there has never been any violence on the election day in Ayawaso East. And I don't think it is today that any skirmishes or something that will happen. And of course, we are grateful to the security, the police. They are all over in the community.
But the look at the security presence here is very huge.
Exactly. That's what I'm telling you. That doesn't mean that... That's why I'm giving you the history behind this constituency. Since 1992, you can check your fact. There has never been any clash on the day of election since 1992. But every day when there is going to be an election, Ayawaso North, Ayawaso East is termed as a hotspot. Of course, as a hotspot, but it doesn't mean something happens. And something has never happened. And it is the same way today, by the grace of God, nothing will happen. Nothing will happen.
What do you think is accounting for the low voter turnout?
But no, it's not what I think. History will also have it that across wherever, anytime there's by-election, normally we record low turnout. So this is not an exception. But we are of the view that it's early morning and just 2-3 hours since the start of voting. We are whipping and prompting our people to come out and vote. Though we may not get up to the percentage, the turnout of the 2024 election. As you know, every by-election, the turnout turns out to be low. But we'll get an appreciable number that can give us a comfortable lead by the close of day.
Do you think there's something we can do differently to improve the situation?
Which situation?
The lower voter turnout.
Oh, yes, we can do a lot. It's, you know, normally when it comes to by-elections, the time of campaigning, the time of sensitization is very limited. Unlike general election where...
It should be extended. Is that what you're saying?
I would not say it should be extended as such. But I'm just telling you one of the reasons why. But unlike general elections, people could take a whole year and a half campaigning and the euphoria, the whole country. But this one is just limited to a particular constituency. Probably that is one of the reasons that that is causing the low turnout when it comes to by-election. But the most important thing I want to register here is that Ayawaso North, since 1992, has never recorded any election violence, and I don't think today will be an exception. And I can assure you, by the close of the day, there will be a very smooth election, and nothing will happen. And by the grace of God, I know victory will be ours.
Before you go, let me give you this opportunity to advise, electorate in this constituency. What will you tell them?
Yeah, let me add my voice because we have already advised them when we were campaigning base to base, house to house, rallies and whatever, right from the national chairman to the candidate itself, Honorable Baba Jamal. What we have been telling them is that it's like a football match. You know you have the best team to win. Why will you cause problem or chaos so that the match will end abruptly? You know you have the best players and you know at the end of the 90 minutes you are going to win. Why will you cause any mayhem to just stop the match? So we know we are winning, and that is why we have been telling our constituents, our supporters, let's become, the most important thing is to talk to our people to come out and vote. And we have done our part, and I'm using this opportunity this morning to reiterate what we have already told them. I know they are listening to us, they are viewing us since it is live. What we told you, let me speak, for your permission, let me speak Hausa so that they can best understand. Yankuri iya ina maza da mata mutane Ayawaso North. Mun gaya muku yau ne bayan election, that's why zabe. Kamar yadda muka zo muka yi campaign muka gaya muku wannan da ya taimake ku tsakanin shekara uku ga da ya sauran ga don bayan election muke yin shine His Excellency Baba Jamal. Mun gaya muku kuma National Chairman Honorable Baba Jamal sun gaya muku yankuri wanga election ba election gide-gide bane, ba election basa-basa bane. Kowa ya fito ya zo ya yi votun shi ya koma gida. A yankuri ba lokaci zuwa karfe 4 karfe 5 an tashi. Duk wanda kenan yake ce bari in gida yayi kadan in zo in vote, yankuri yayi kadan ya kai. Fito ka zo ka vote, ba zagi ba komai, ka yi votun ka koma gidanka. So abin da muke ba hankuri kenan. Kuma muna son duniya ta sani tun 1992 da ake fara election ba taba hayaniya ba taba fada ranar election cikin Ayawaso East ba. So ba yau ba election ga dai zo sa wani ezo wani girgire cikin unga ba. Do mun ga yan tsaro, polisai da su wani ne sun yawa cikin guwa. Yana da kyau amma wannan bai gwada kaman an ce da wani girgide ko wani bane. Aikin su suke yi, yankuri a bar su yi aikin su. Kuma fitowan polisai kar ya sa wani tsoro mai shi ya ce bai fito ya zo ya vote. Sun zo su zo su ba mu tsaro ne, sun zo su tanye mu ni yana da yi election nan ya tai daidai ya ba mu. A takaice abin nan ke cikin kenan. Mun gode mutane Ayawaso North yankuri kowa ya fito ya zo ya vote, kowa ya fito ya zo ya vote da ikon Allah komai ya yi daidai ya ba mu. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you so much, Honorable Jaja. And we just had a conversation with the Member of Parliament for the Ayawaso North constituency, Honorable Jaja. And a quick one. So this polling station, Junior High International School, is just by the roadside on the Nima Mamobi Highway. And as you can see here, the numbers are a bit better. You can come around. Yeah, so this is the center. And right close by it is a queue. We have quite a number of voters who are here to cast their ballots. Here looks a bit better than the centers we had visited earlier. So we'll locate the presiding officer and find out from him the total number of people who are expected to cast their ballots from the center and how many have been able to do so far. Hello, sir. Good morning. Good morning. Kindly introduce yourself.
Emmanuel Bonze.
Okay. How many people are expected to vote in this center, Junior High International School?
We are expecting 566 voters, registered voters to vote.
And so far, how many have voted?
We have 78.
78.
Yeah.
How would you grade it? Is it okay, impressive, or you think it's still picking?
I think they will come. They will come once it's a working day and a fasting week for them too. So they are coming. I hope they will come.
So far, any irregularity or observations you would want to share with us?
No, we don't have any irregularity here.
Everything is in order, enough voting material, security on standby, personnel, everything is in order.
Yeah, we have standby materials that maybe when the DVD is not working, we have another spare that we can use to work.
Okay, so there's enough backup.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so we just spoke to the presiding officer of this center. I'm going to go to the queue and speak to some of the voters here. Hi, sir. Good morning. Your name, please. We are live on GBC News.
This is Sakabawa.
What time did you come here?
6 o'clock.
Have you voted?
Yes.
Okay. How was the process like?
Things is going cool, normal. No any intimidation here.
But after voting, you're supposed to go home. Or?
Yeah, I'm supposed to go home, cause I'm waiting for some people who are living at the new site, and I just called them. Unless they come before I'll leave, because many of them have a vote here.
So you're waiting for your friends?
Yeah.
Thank you so much. All the best. Hello, you talk. Hello. Good morning. We are live on GBC News. Who vote? Oh, she said she won't speak. Let me go to this gentleman here. Hello, good morning.
Oh, come on, Madam Bet. Make up you.
Oh, Katri, feel free.
Very good. Oh, Medindi Tamim Hussein.
Who be voting and I will vote.
My real crowd, Dada.
Let's say.
Oh, I am saying, not line here, not be very so boko.
Dentin amane, we join ya, we na who be voting.
Oh, when you say, I it must a representative. Oh, Ayawaso East. As a MP in the car, baby, and then you're voting for Bessin and I. And until now, Miss Master, as a Ghanaian, as I was in vote to be. Then tell me, Jadi, I about
it's in Nipana, Mubeino, then a mupese on your mamma.
Oh, yeah, the Sabi, and yes, because see the other mamma, Medina Amanasa, no moment ye per se, obedience of a canoe, obeying Nipa or environment and I say.
Environment.
Oh, said ye Nima, Yasetra, any Bibia Etiano, and you be or better as a sinner, me call for it here, saying as me yena Mrs. and Noma B. Na me do no ma 2 years and I feel so no ye po bi o ka no kore mpe obi a ne obakasa de ne vita o san no wa de ne tuntum
ade mu ni mwenye MP bi a no nka no kore afi mu pe MP
o na na me kan MP wa ka ba bi no me fa ne kra share ma ono na o ye obi a sabi no on pe kasa hardly so bet ne kan mu nipa de nipa ye nyina obi a ejina enkron obi anrudu but no ebi didi ebi so ntina ye fe obi a ono oba be ye de echen de man be ye no sa na ebe.
Yeah, that's it, baby.
Yes.
Yes. So for him, he wants an MP who will bring development to the community, somebody who is truthful and say it is as it is and be able to represent the constituency in Parliament. And so if you just joined us, you're watching the live coverage of the Ayawaso East constituency by-election, and we are currently at the Mamobi Junior High International School. I want to go quickly to this gentleman. Hello, sir. Good morning. You are live on GBC News. Did you come to vote?
No. I didn't come to vote, but I came to observe what is going on.
Would you want to introduce yourself to us?
Okay, I'm Ahmed Rufai. I'm the Deputy Director General at NADMO.
And what observations have you made so far?
Oh, at least I've visited about 4 or 5 police stations. The situation is calm. Just that if you look at the time, I would say the vote turnout is a little bit low, but looking at the environment, it's predominantly Muslims. So we want to assume that maybe most of them will be coming out after 1 o'clock, when at least all of them have gotten enough rest. That is when maybe most of them can come out to come and vote. Yeah.
Advice you'd want to share with voters who are voters and those yet to come to ensure a peaceful and free process?
My advice to the voters is that, look, election is not a war. When you finish casting your votes, you can go home. Go and stay home. When voting ends, you can come and observe the counting. But we don't need to turn the polling stations as a resting place where we all want to amass at the polling station during the voting exercise. So we entreat everyone. After voting, they should go home. And if you look at the community, most of the polling stations are very close to the roadsides. So amassing up here will also create a lot of traffic in the system. So we plead with them. After voting, they should get back home. After voting, they can come out and observe the counting exercise. Yes.
Thank you so much, sir. All the best. You want to talk to us? A quick one?
That's my boss.
But you also have a view.
No.
A quick one.
Oh, okay. Well, I am also from this community.
What's your name?
My name is Alhaji Mohammed Abubakar Chafaram. I'm also a staff of NADMO. Yeah, so I brought my boss, and we've been observing the voting since morning, like my boss said. Turnout is a little bit low, but within the noon time, I'm sure it will pick up. Yes, and as he advised, everything is calm. We are also urging them to come out in their numbers to come and vote, because it is very, very crucial and important to the community. We want to elect somebody that will marshal the forces to bring development to the community. Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Hello, Ma. Would you want to speak to us? You are live on GBC News and GTV. My name is Gifty AJ. What's your name, Ma?
I'm a security officer.
Am I a resident? So you have a voice. You are in Mufti. Okay, she said she won't speak. A security officer. Okay, so this is how we wrap up this production from the Mamobi Junior High International School. My name is Gifty AJ. Thank you so much for watching. Back to studio for the rest of the production. Welcome back to Broadcasting House. This is our live coverage of the Ayawaso East by-election. Our boots on the ground, the Gifty J, Theophilus Sampa, bringing us sights and sounds from different polling stations. Not to be left out, Darrell Alantego with his laced boots, running behind his colleagues, ready to give us some updates. Darrell, welcome back. And this time you are at St. Timothy Anglican Church. Is there anything different happening there from what we've witnessed at other polling stations?
Nima roundabout as you head towards Accra New Town. Arriving here earlier, it was, as has been across the constituency, a very quiet and calm voting atmosphere. We had the EC earlier mentioned how due to an equipment failure, they didn't get to start exactly at 7 a.m. A few restarts helped in getting the equipment to work as usual, and that, despite the little setback, not much was taken away from them. I tried earlier to get the supervisor or returning officer at this polling station to speak to us, but she would only like to speak off camera. And so the voice you're going to be hearing shortly is that of the returning officer who earlier I eavesdropped in a conversation between herself and Reverend Ikuya of the EC. I want briefly to find out, Bosu, please tell me, what accounted for your late start here?
Oh, well, they were talking about the verification machine that is not verifying the people trying to vote. That's what caused the late.
Right, but how long did that take before you could quick start?
We started around 7:45.
You started around 7:45. Did you have to receive or wait for a new machine to be brought to you, or you had to restart a few times to get this one working?
Yeah, we restarted a few times before it's picked up, not working with a new machine. The very one that they brought to work with, that's what we'll use.
Are you able to tell me how many people you have on your register here at the St. Timothy Anglican Church?
Yeah, 406.
And it's just about 11:15. How many have you had come through so far?
So far, 53 is what we have right now.
Have you had any cause to worry about safety or security here at this polling station?
No, not at all.
I see a lot of police people around, some resting or sitting away from the polling center. Did anybody try to create any situation to need to warrant their intervention?
Not at all, not at all. The security over here are very calm and they are cooperating with us. Nothing of any chaos, any problem at all.
Right, thank you very much. And so what you have just shortly gone off your shorts was a voter who needed to use a wheelchair and so needed assistance to go through the verification process. And she had just been helped by the returning officer, as you can see, being helped by the returning officer to go through the biometric verification device so that at least her bio data can be captured and then she can be allowed to cast her vote. And so that has just been done. She is being helped to the booth to be able to cast her vote. I will go round at the other end and see if I can speak to another EC official to help us understand what just took place and how often they go through this with people who turn out to vote with some assistance necessary. Good morning, Mama. Please help us understand something briefly. We just saw a verification process taking place with someone in wheelchair. How often do you go through this? And when you get such persons, how quick is that, the turnaround from when you find them on your paperwork and when they go through the verification?
We just assist them to do it.
And so how long does that take?
It's just a seconds thing.
A few seconds. And so how do you go about people who are partially sighted?
We just assist them.
They all go through the same process? All right. Okay. Thank you very much. And so, Thelma, as I tried explaining earlier, when people who require assistance approach the polling center, they are taken through as is necessary, whatever kind of help they need. They go through the verification process, and then they are also helped to go and then get their ballot paper given to them, and then they go into the booth with whatever help is available to them. They go through the booth, and they are helped to cast their vote as is necessary. And so far, here also at the St. Timothy Anglican Church, the situation is no different from what we have witnessed in other police stations across the constituency. The good thing, however, though, is that there are those in the constituency who need some assistance to cast their vote, and such persons, the EC has made provision for them to be able to go through the process successfully. Back to you in the studio, Thelma.
Welcome back to the studio, and our correspondents, as I keep saying, are still on the move within the constituency, and we'll bring you further updates when we get them. In studio, Roger Wills, a member of the NDC's communications team, is here making his point. Atiki Akubu has made his and is actively listening. A member of the NPP's communications team. Gentlemen, welcome back. And we are back on our discussions. You were making, Roger, the point about why the NDC thinks it is in a comfortable position to not be bothered by the low turnout as we've witnessed so far.
I'm not saying we are not bothered about the low turnout. What I'm saying is that over the periods, with all by-elections we've had, there have been that issue or instance of recording low turnouts. And this is not an exception. As a matter of fact, as your correspondents were moving across the police stations, we realized that at a point, about 10% of the voters had already had shown up. I think with the recent one, we recorded quite a significant number.
That was 70-something out of 500 plus registered voters.
But then I think that is the highest we've had so far.
So far, yeah.
So looking at the trend, we are hoping and anticipating that those that left for work would come back to vote. You know, people would want to go to work and then maybe leave work midday. They would have to go and seek permission before they come back to come and vote. And as I said, others, because of the period in which we find ourselves, people are fasting. And you know, that is that particular area is predominantly an Islamic area. So we can attest to the fact that each and every one there, assuming or having that kind of assumption that they are fasting. And you can tell when you are in this period how reluctant you feel stepping out or undertaking such exercise, apart from the fact that it's a weekday. And then the turnout practically or naturally will be low. So these are challenges or things that we would be confronted with. Unless going forward, maybe if there can be some sort of discussions where by-elections will be fixed on a weekend or something. But I think looking at the period, the day, and then the month and the environment and surrounding circumstances, the turnout is going to be practically low.
Okay, because you brought in the matter of by-elections and the conversations that have been ongoing, suggestions have been made. Honorable Bache Jakon, maybe Atik would want to take on that as well, talking about do we need to keep going on? Kokwa Nyidoho also responded to that question. Someone says we need to cancel it entirely. All these options have been placed on the table, but the current law as it stands requires that we go this way. What would be your take? A quick one, so that I'll hand it over back to Atik for the same question on where we should go with by-elections.
Okay, for me, I think by-elections should be by-elections, and then it's an election for a reason. The fact that we've conducted an election, a political party had won, if in an instance, something happens and then the representative is no longer in the seats as has been voted for, I think a new or a fresh election should be conducted. I don't agree
but
with
the history shows that very rarely do we see a change in party. Very rarely.
No, it's not just about a change in party. The individual that is coming to represent, what's the message, the ideology, the personality, his capabilities. The mere fact that the person represents a party does not mean that we should just replace him with someone from the party.
Unless they go unopposed. Very often there are more than one person. There's more than one person who contests.
Absolutely.
In the primary, so put the next.
Yes, in the primary.
The second placed person there.
But then that is in the political party. But you know, to a larger extent, the person is going to represent the interests of the masses in that particular constituency.
The masses have already given the mandate to the political party in the previous election.
You see, the elections is not all about just a political party. It's about the person's ability and capability to deliver. Even though we have political alliances, those individuals that are presented, they communicate to the grassroots. The MPs or the candidates are supposed to represent the interests of the people. So as a political party, when you choose someone, you need to bring the person to the grassroots or to the people for them to endorse as to whether they support this person's candidature.
What about the time frame of the voting? Should it still?
No, for the time frame.
If you had a way,
I don't have
7 to 5.
No, I don't have any objection because that is what has been enshrined, or the constitutional provisions that has been enacted.
That's true. But
I don't think it should
talking
be changed.
about conversations around possibly changing those.
No. So I don't think those.
We should still go 7 to 5
Yes,
p.m.
the timing should be the same. The timing should be the same, just as the regular elections. But what I think we should be looking at is fixing by-elections on weekends where people are home.
People have funerals and weddings.
Yeah, they would have funerals and weddings.
Social.
But you know, when it comes to funerals and weddings, people can make adjustments as compared to working hours, strict working hours.
Okay.
So I am of the view that the by-elections should be held because the people would have the opportunity to cast or exercise their franchise, which would give a clear and a proper representation of them in Parliament, as compared to the view that has just been expressed that we should just replace someone from the political party. I don't support that.
Okay, Atik.
Yeah. So, Thelma, when Roger was speaking, he did make some points which I would like to address. He did mention of voter turnout being low because of probably because of fasting. I'll use the word probably because I'd like to give some space there for him. It can be so, and it cannot be true. Because when you are fasting, you still go around your daily work. You do whatever you need to. If you are selling, you sell. If you're in the corporate sector, you go for a corporate work. If you're in the mining sector, you still go and do your mining work.
But you do admit that the energy levels are usually low during fasting.
Nothing changes. I'm talking about activities.
Yes.
Nothing changes when you are fasting. You will still do your work.
Energy levels change?
Your energy level will change. Definitely will change.
Okay.
But even from my experience with fasting, that energy level sets in around 1 to 2 thereabout. That's when they set in. So if people really want to go vote and they are fasting, when they do that,
they'll do it early.
They will go vote. That is it.
Okay.
But I'll tell you why there's a low turnout. When you take the 2020 election, the voter turnout was 78%, 2024, 63%. That was a turnout. That was a drop of 15%. And that 15% drop affected MPP. We were in power, apathy setting. It is the same apathy that is gradually setting in their party, and they are still being delusional and living with that illusion that things are better. In his own party, people have refused to go vote because they think that they've not been sorted and they've not gotten job. People are angry with their own party because when they were sharing TV, some of them said they didn't have it, so there's no way they're going to vote.
When they were sharing
TV, they didn't
allegedly.
have it. No, allegedly. You saw the TV about the man said that what is wrong with he sharing because he's a giver. He said it. You heard it. Documented. It was on your TV. You guys saw it. Now, if you want to talk about by-elections being low over the period, recently we had election in Akwetia. We had a by-election in Akwetia, right? When you check the 2024 voter turnout, NS and Okoyo, the voter turnout was around 35,000. The by-election had the voter turnout of around 33,000. So it is just a drop of less approximately 2,000 votes. So it can't always be the case. The issue is that when things are tough, people don't turn out to vote in their strongholds. It's as simple as that. And I did make mention of what happened in Amenfi East or Amenfi West by-election. I did make reference to that. And also he's speaking. He also said that the period of propaganda is dead and gone. It's not something that is that people the NDC like to go through issues and make sure that they appeal to people's conscience. Of course, when you tell people that people have stolen $21 billion and you are going to recruit from them and use that money to run the economy, then a year down the line, just 2 weeks ago, the Attorney General comes out and say that no, that's not the case. The 21 billion calculation was not mine. It was that of Okujato Ablakwa. Was it not propaganda that you used to win the elections? So what are you talking about? It hasn't even ended. When you mount podium and tell people that unemployment is a big issue and you are going to give them 133, you don't give them that, oh, we need to build industry, we need to put in these measures, and now you only tell them in the public sector you have about 700,000 people working in the public service. This government has refused to employ. When we come, it's going to be simple for us, and how we are going to do is to make sure that each and every job, there's one person, there are going to be 3 shifts for the one job, so 133. And now you come back to power, you give them a whole lot of activities throughout 2025 and 2026 in your budget, because the budget that you use to run your program, in your budget, you come in and tell us that, you know, I think that we need to set up an authority first, and the allocation that we can make for the authority is just 130 million Ghana cedis, not billion, 130 million Ghana cedis. So it means that until there is a mid-year budget, that will now capture 24-hour economy in terms of employment. 2026, you are going to go again with no employment. That is propaganda. That is lies. You use that to win election. So don't tell me that, for us, we appeal to people's conscience. Of course, you appeal to people's conscience, but evilly, deceitfully, with lies. That's what you do. He also did mention Asenot, that we went there to buy vote. I was at Asenot. I know what happened there. There was no way we were going to win the election. It was a protest vote against us. Simple and short. But in Akotia, you were sharing 200.
And money never changed hands.
Well, they shared money, we also shared money. I'm telling you the fact. On authority, they shared. We also shared. I was at Breku. I was a coordinator around Breku. I saw everything that was going on. Confusion
so you were
everywhere.
Their money.
Everybody, I wasn't sharing. If the money had come to me, I would have shared. No, I would have shared that money. So at Breku, I saw them sharing. Some of them were my friends who were sharing on their behalf. In Akotia.
Did they give you some?
Oh, no. In Akotia, you were sharing 200 cedis per person. 200 cedis per person in Akotia. That's what we're doing there. You want to talk about, vote buying and saying not. Akotia was worse. That's what happened. So you see, before you point accusing hands at us, just stand in the mirror and look at your face.
But Roger did admit that and I'd like to choose my words carefully, because sometimes the legal implication, the very, very real perception of what did I write down? Convincingly influencing people.
I have seen videos. Videos yesterday where their party people were moving to house, videos, all right, sharing rice. It's not about issue of convincingly, overly convincingly. Look, vote buying is vote buying. Useful and Salifu are awful. Simple. That is it. Vote buying is vote buying.
And both parties are complicit.
So you bring me the evidence where the MPP was sharing.
Oh, now you talk about evidence. When you mentioned
I said I have that of NDC. We also have that of NDC primaries, and I have the evidence of theirs.
I'm just pointing out to you that now you say evidence. When I introduced an alleged
you decided to use alleged.
Because
I'm also saying
until a court tells me,
chest and standing on 10 toes.
Until a court tells me, GBC's position will always approach from a point of allegedly.
I respect GBC's position, but I'm saying that until a court, so I'm saying that. So you are saying that till a court tells you. Yes. I'm saying on 10 toes with full chest. He can also say that on 10 toes with full chest without saying allegedly. I have no problem with that. But I'm saying that on issue of vote buying, all right, you don't have to point accusing fingers at us. Just go stand in your mirror. You see the party colors there. You are the ones in charge. I've never seen opposition party buying vote. Where are you going to get the money from? How do you guys were able to recruit money for Akwetiakra?
From the one that you saved and invested from when you were in power.
Where? Save them where? Huh. Tell me you don't know.
You didn't save and invest in 8 years.
Boys, so for me, I don't expect a higher turnout, and it's due to apathy within their own party. And that apathy is one thing that you might not see it come. You can rubbish it anyway, anyhow. But I've said and I've maintained that there's never a time in the history of mankind or human beings that people are open to so much data and information. So today, when you go and say that Russia-Ukraine war will not have an impact, did not have an impact in Ghana or wasn't having an impact in Ghana, then in 2026, the war, there's an Iran-US-Israel war. Then in the Middle East, then all of a sudden you begin to make certain comments like, oh, we should be expecting some hike in fuel prices. I'll put the first video there, then I'll give you the few moments later and what we are saying. There's never been a time in the history of mankind that people are open to so much data and information. You get me? So for him, what I'm telling him is that the apathy that we face in 2024, yours might be double. Because I am very privy to what happens on your WhatsApp pages. I have friends who show me what is happening there. And your people are always crying. They keep crying, they keep crying, they keep crying. And it's going to manifest in the Ayawaso East by-elections today. So they should just brace themselves for the impact.
Okay, so Roger, I'll start with you. We are talking about today's election happening in one of Ghana's most politically loyal constituencies. We've already established that, right? So my question to both of you is this vote about party dominance or development performance?
Okay, thank you. Before I touch on that subject matter, let me clear a few things that he has spoken of that is unrealistic and untrue. Yeah, with the issue, when he started his submission, he made a comparative analysis using the Asin North and then Akwetia by election. And then also made mention of the fact that we had promised the lovely people of Ghana the 24-hour economy, or the 133 as he spoke of. As a matter of fact, as a government and as a people, we don't do things haphazardly. When we were preaching to Ghanaians or the lovely people of Ghana that when we come into power, we are going to make sure we reset the economy, we told them we are going to restore Ghana's economy and also make sure that we introduce the 24-hour economy. Fast forward, when we came into government, we organized what we call the economic dialogue and brought individuals and then agencies together to come and dialogue and bring and share their opinion and view on the economy and how we are going to go as a country in curbing the situations or issues that were challenging or confronting Ghana's economic stability. We did that and then we came out with results. Now you can attest to the fact that the economic indicators are clearly showing that the economy has been managed well, prudently. When it comes to discipline, physical discipline, it is well handled. When it comes to the allocation of resources and utilization of the scarce resources that are at the disposal of the government, they are appropriately
The minority, after the State of the Nation address, said the true state of the nation and the clearest indication of what Honorable Afenyomakin called paper stability is actual stability.
I'm not surprised of Honorable minority leaders Afenyomakin's stance. As a matter of fact, for me, I think sometimes they want to behave hypocritically. Why do I say this? I say this because on one point or at a point you claim that you have laid the economic foundation which has warranted the success of the country, and at a point
give credit to Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia,
yes, so why do you so why do you want to take credit for the performance and then you come back and say that it is artificial? The performance you want to take credit for, you point fingers at and you claim it is artificial and you claim that it is a gimmick. No, that means that they have double standards. They don't know what they are talking about. And you know what that means? That means that they don't even know what is happening in the economy. They are dreaming. It is high time the MPP wakes up from their dream and then appreciate the reality of the life and the governance that is happening in Ghana. As a matter of fact, when they go to the filling stations and they buy fuel at low prices, they see the impact, because when he filled his car, when they were in government, he filled his car around 1,000, 1,002. Apparently,
Do you
he
know
feels,
what kind of car he
No,
has?
I know him. I know him. And he knows I know him. And he knows me. So he spends about 1,100, 1,200 in filling his car. Apparently, he doesn't spend even up to 600 in filling his car. He is here.
600 cedis.
I'm telling you, ask him. He is here. He can't run from that reality. And then everybody watching us or listening to us, every Ghanaian can attest to the fact that when you go to the pump now, the amount of money you were using in filling your car as of 2024 has reduced drastically. And this is savings in the Ghanaian pocket. You can feel it. Oil that was sold in the market, the Kufuor gallon, that was sold around 1,400. Apparently, it's less than 600 cedis. Some are 450. And that is the reality. This is a savings in the pocket. Now, let me give you a practical
Is that petrol,
example.
diesel, or premix fuel?
No,
What type of fuel?
Petrol.
Okay,
Petrol.
and it's
Petrol.
450. How
No,
many
no,
liters?
450. I'm talking about the oil, the cooking oil.
Cooking oil. Okay.
Cooking oil.
Okay, my mind
Cooking
went
oil.
to petrol,
No, that was
diesel. That's why I
1,004.
asked.
Yeah, that was 1,004 under the administration. Apparently, it's around 450. Iron rod that was sold at 9,700, 9,500. Apparently, it's at 6,500. This is a drastic reduction. And first time in Ghana's economic history that a government has strategically managed an economy for prices of goods and services to reduce so that the lifestyle or the living standard of the people would be enhanced. Now, let me get back to the point that I was trying to make. When it comes to governance, we do not throw things haphazard and throw tantrums to people's eye. We want to make sure that whatever policy we brought on board are properly grounded and has an institutional framework. So with the 24-hour economy, we spoke and promised the lovely people of Ghana. Now, when it comes to employment or when it comes to operating of industries, you know that working conditions during the daytime vary from working conditions during nights, as well as working conditions with around specific job situations and locations.
And
They vary.
industries.
And industries.
But that was same when you made the promise.
Yes, we made a promise, and we know that this promise, in order to protect the industry player, to protect the employee and the employer, and also the market, we need to outline certain rules and regulations that will guide and protect each and everyone, so that it will
you
be
knew that when you made the promise.
And it will be a win-win. And you should know that when we were making the promise, we were not in the position to enforce the law because we were not in government.
So was it
Fast
propaganda
forward.
then?
No, it wasn't
Coming back to
propaganda.
Yakubu's
So I'm building a case
point.
here. It wasn't propaganda. When we came into government, in order to make sure that the 24-hour economy materialized with a good legal and practical standing, we introduced a bill so that it will give it that muscles on a legal base. So the bill has gone through parliament and the president has assented. Do you know what that means? That means that when the investor is coming to invest in the economy or open up businesses for Ghanaians to go and work, the investor knows that there is a legal framework that will protect him during night hours service or work.
That's a good point. The
You get me?
NPP feels that's 14 months of building up to something that you told Ghanaians you had hit the ground running to achieve.
Yeah, you see, the MPP is refusing to appreciate reality of being practical and giving long-standing solutions. Now, the MPP came and told Ghanaians that they were going to give us every district, one factory. The MPP came to tell Ghanaians that every constituency will be given $1 million. The MPP came to tell Ghanaians that they will give every constituency, every village, one dam. The MPP came and promised a lot of things, but now let's take the records
Because
and let's
may I
mark
suggest
them.
that the Ghanaian people have marked that script and they submitted the scores in the 2024
Absolutely.
election.
Absolutely. You see, in Afenyo Makin's speech, he said that the NDC should be building on the foundation of 1D1F. And I sit here, an authority, if Afenyo Makins is able to pinpoint 1D, 1F that was built from scratch in the name of government, we, the NDC, will go and build upon it. And once he pinpoints the factory, the location, I will resign from politics. One factory that was built from scratch in the name of Ghana government, I would resign if they are able to pinpoint. Those are slogans that they came to run the country on. As a matter of fact, the 24-hour economy we preached, we want to protect you, the worker, and we want to protect the investor. So that one day, some worker will not take an investor to court because he has worked during night hours. And he says that with the night service, there are certain conditions or benefits that I was supposed to get. Or by law, I am supposed to work only from morning 6 to 7.
But you
and with some
tell me
industries.
this when you were campaigning.
No,
you
but
said
that is why.
one job.
No, that is why. You see, when you talk about a policy, it is in the framework. We didn't read the framework whilst we were talking about the
devil
policy.
is in the details, is what you're saying.
Absolutely. Are you getting me? And then it's about protecting the interests of the populace.
Okay.
And something that will stand the test of time.
My main question is party over development.
Yeah,
and we haven't come to that yet because you're still responding.
Absolutely. I'm saying this with regards to the issues he raised. Now, when it comes to development and touching lifestyles, you know, the NDC government is the proper and true definition of democracy, the government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Why do I say this? You see, as a matter of fact, when you go to the grounds, every individual would attest to the fact that the NDC government is selfless. It is working tirelessly to make sure that the lifestyles of Ghanaians are enhanced.
I get the general picture, but I want us to be Ayawaso East specific.
Yes, I'm going to Ayawaso now.
What developments can the people point to?
Absolutely. So now, when it comes to Ayawaso East, Baba Jama as a candidate has made sure, as an individual, with his involvement in Ayawaso East, you know, these issues of people dying and his family not being able to access their benefits. As an individual, Baba Jama has fought and made sure that a lot of people in such an environment have been able to make their claims. That alone is a social intervention. This is an act to humanity. Now let that one be aside. Whatever economic benefit that the government has brought onto the people of Ghana, Ayawaso is not an exception. They buy fuels. They go to the market. They can attest to the fact that these things have affected their life.
Ayawaso East is home to one of the biggest markets.
Yes.
The Nima market is so busy in that area.
Absolutely.
There's so much activity there.
Absolutely. So you can attest. I leave Spinters to go and buy at Nima market.
Have you seen any suggestions of a revamp of the Nima market?
No, okay, I've not seen a revamp. You are talking about a physical edifice. And as a matter of fact, you see, when you take over an economy that has been dredged into a ditch for 8 years, development will not happen overnight. As a matter of fact, where we were, there was no way we would have we would have started developing massively, developing infrastructure massively across the country at once. We were indebted, aside that the indicators were not favorable, to the point that the economy, according to Fitch rating, was a baller junk economy. Even IMF that was managing the economy was not proud of their governance.
Are you still referring to stuff that happened
almost
a year and a half
ago? I want you to appreciate the reality that we have now laid the foundation. If you heard from the president, the SONA, you see, this is what I describe as a precondition to take off. Because the economy was in mess. Now we have stabilized it in a way.
You have sealed the holes.
We have sealed the holes.
Okay.
You get me? And now we are going to gear forward by introducing things that will become physical and tangible. That will transform the infrastructure look of the economy. So if you heard the president well, he spoke about the appreciation that we've made, the gains we've made as a country, and where we are going to go. Talking about markets, infrastructures, and other, the health sector, the inputs that are going to go there. So Ayawaso East is not going to be exempted from all developmental activities. And the reason why they even need Baba Jamal to represent them is that, you know, when your mom is at the kitchen, there's no way you'll be denied food. Let's take those of us who went to secondary schools or boarding house where we had relatives who were mothers on campus. There's no way, or who had to do something in the kitchen.
Okay,
there's no way you go hungry. And as a matter of fact, the people of Ayawaso need to put Baba Jamal there because he will be able to lobby such development and transformation. And he has a track record in what do we call it? Eastern region.
You do know that today is not the day for campaign.
No, it's not. Oh no, I'm not campaigning. I'm just saying that he, once given the nod, to represent the people, will be able to dialogue or negotiate for them to get a fair share of the national cake.
Okay. Atik, there's a lot that your colleague here has said. They say your fuel, now you're buying fuel at 600. I beg.
All that I heard was rhyme, putting English words together. You know, if they did rhyme, I would have called it pun. But they are not rhyming, so they are not pun.
I beg,
so
I buy your fuel from Star Oil because they are GBC's partners.
Don't worry, I will answer him.
If it's working, let's shout out Star Oil.
I will answer him. Don't worry, I will answer him. First of all, he did mention about 1D, 1F, that we should show any 1D, 1F that we started from the scratch and don't go continue. For the purpose of education, 1D, 1F is not government building factories. 1D, 1F means that somebody wants to come and establish a factory and government said that I'll give you certain conditions, certain incentive for you to build. So it wasn't government building factory.
So government didn't build any factories.
So government of Ghana doesn't own a single factory. Among the 1D, 1F. Government of Ghana doesn't own.
So that's ownership, but did government of Ghana build any factory?
Government of Ghana never built any one factory out of the 1D, 1F. So that is for the purpose of education. Learn on that. Secondly, when he was talking, he said, we don't do things haphazardly, especially in relation to the 24-hour economy. You have passed 32 certificates of agencies in Parliament. 32 certificates of agencies in Parliament. Why didn't you do that with the issue in relation to unemployment rate and bringing the 24-hour economy to come solve that problem? Why didn't you do that? When you're on the state campaigning to your party youth, I'm not even saying Ghanaian youth because we expect nothing from them, your party youth. Why didn't you tell them that when you come, we are rather going to have a government-private partnership with others so that you bring them in, so they will now rather set up the factories and the industries to rather employ them. You told them MPP has refused to employ. So when we come, we are going to multiply it. So if there's 700 people already working, we are going to add another 2 to it, making 1.4 million. Have you employed the 1.4 million people?
He made the point also that once they assumed power, with the benefit of current information available to them, the blueprint had to change.
They are joking. You know why they are joking? You are in Parliament. There's a Public Accounts Committee. Everything goes through Parliament. So your MPs then didn't know what the realities of the issues. When you went to TV to talk, when your panelists were on the TV talking, on what issues were they talking about? Was it not the reality on the ground? What are you talking about? Which one they said then? From the Bank of Ghana expenditure to Bank of Ghana losses to all government losses, all government agencies that are making money and those that are running losses, when they are aware of it. So what are you talking about? You can't run on ignorance on this matter. You were aware, you promised, you couldn't execute, you haven't been able to execute, and it's going to be 2026 also going to end without you implementing the 24-hour economy because it hasn't been captured in the budget, unless there's a mid-year budget that you bring in and say we are allocating so and so big money for that project.
But do you appreciate the passage of the 24-hour authority law?
A friend of mine will say, air brofo, just English, forget about them. Now, he talked about fuel. I want you, Roger, it's my time. I want you to tell me, give me one single release, one press statement that government stated when they assumed office in 2025, stating that we have decreased fuel from 14 cedis to 9 cedis. One single.
Do we need a government statement for that?
Yeah.
Because
No,
when
he said
you
government.
drive
He
past-
said government. He said government. He said
Can
government.
I answer you?
It's a rhetorical question.
The
You start taking
OMCs
rhetorical question. You start taking
The
rhetorical
OMCs
question.
display the fuel prices
No,
on the board.
no. I asked a question. I asked a question. I asked a question. I asked a question.
Do you want him to answer?
I said it's a rhetorical question.
Okay, he says it's
a
rhetorical.
rhetorical
So when it
question.
comes
Take
back
a
to
literature
you,
class,
make
running
a
away
note of it.
because you don't know what you're talking about, and I'm very surprised that someone like you will make that comment. You know that you know very well that when it comes to issue of prices of fuel, all right, at the pump price, it relates directly to the international world market price in relation to crude. It is as simple as that. And if I were you,
and
knowing what is looming, what is coming, knowing what is coming.
The strength of a currency does not come
the
to
strength
play
of
in
the
that
currency
mix.
plays a role, but not a major role. The major has to do with crude prices. Simple. All the others are minute, including levies are all minute. That is it. Because let's take in 2022, all right, crude per barrel was around 68 or 67. Then the moment we moved into a Russia-Ukraine war, it moved to 120. So if we're spending $3 billion annually to import finished product, we are not going to spend $3 billion again. We are going to spend $6 billion because the price has doubled, $6 billion. That will have effect on your currency. It will have effect on your forex. So it will lead to the depreciation of your currency. And if the pump prices go up, it's going to lead to inflation because prices of goods and services are also going to double. It is what is looming coming. What is coming is doing. The coming events are casting their shadows. So all over, they are pushing their communicators to say that, oh, this war is going to have effect on us. Didn't it have effect on us? When we were saying it was something like effect on us, what do you guys say? Currently, the price before this war, a month ago, it has moved down to 9 because crude prices was around 58. Were you the people who brought the crude prices down to 58? Was it a government policy?
I believe that as of Friday, it comes to about $70 per barrel.
Yeah, so I'm saying that it wasn't his government policy a month ago that brought crude to $58. It wasn't his government policy. It was an issue of international world market price. It was a geopolitical
So
thing.
you do admit that no matter the cause of the reduction, there has been a reduction.
There has been a reduction because of the crude prices. That is why they are preparing our minds to what is coming in about 2-3 weeks, not now. Within 2-3 weeks, everything is going to change. So I want him to address the issue intellectually by saying that because of crude prices, world market prices, that is why the prices came down and we all had to drop.
And not because of anything the NDC government specifically did.
Your country is being run solely on forex and also petrol prices. That's what the number one determinant of goods and services.
There's no gold in there?
No, I'm coming. The number one determinant of price of goods and services has to do with fuel. Simple. That is the determinant. It affects market women. It affects everybody, irrespective of whoever you are. Whenever the price of fuel goes up, you are going to pay more for transportation. And they will also carry that cost on the goods and services that they are going to provide. So the moment the prices of crude goes up in the international world market, it's going to affect you. So when we even want to even analyze the issue very, very, very well, we will say that they had rather increased the price of fuel because we add D-levy to it, Doomsday levy to it. You've added one city at the
energy price. Sector stabilization levy.
Doomsday levy, you've added one city to it. So if you are taking the one city out of it, maybe you'll be buying it at 8 or 7. So don't tell me that you have decreased the price of fuel. This is intellectually, analytically. What I'm saying are all factual. Unless you want to tell me that in 2022, crude prices didn't move to 120 and now it moved to 58. That was the reason why prices also dropped.
Okay.
Unless you
my
want to
substantive
tell that.
question
and
is
also
when
he tells me that, when he also tells me that no, it was rather their policy, then okay, let's make sure that in 3-4 weeks time, if the war between US and Israel doesn't stop and prices go up, we should blame it on their government.
Iran, you mean? The Middle East crisis.
There's no Middle East crisis. Their government crisis, that is booming, that is coming. Unless they agree that, yes, Russia-Ukraine war played an instrumental...
We've sat here, we've had a conversation about the death of the Iranian Supreme Leader and his wife.
Then they have to also agree,
there is a situation happening that you've
acknowledged. They also have to agree that the prices of crude is a major determinant of pump prices in Ghana. They need to admit that. When they admit that, then we cannot move on. They also need to admit that Russia-Ukraine war also affected the economy hugely. Then we can also move on. But then the president has already admitted that what is coming is going to affect the economy. So if the president himself has accepted that, yes, it's going to affect the economy, then who are you? Do you have information than the president, or you are learning than the president? So when you want to talk to me, you understand? Talk analytically.
Let's get to the my substantive question about party dominance and development.
The whole thing about NEMA has to do with party dominance. It has nothing to do with development. That is a fact. When you ask him about upgrade of the market and what they are going to bring, he couldn't say anything. All that he said was that when people die, they find it difficult. Come on.
What did we see in the 8 years that the NPP was in power?
What did we see in the 8 years?
Because we are talking about party dominance versus development.
The was passed on us. We have 41%. The money has been passed on us.
So we've marked that script.
You've marked your script.
We've announced the results.
You cannot ask me what you did in power. What we did in power is that we are now in opposition. You said you're going to do better than us.
Which suggests
and now
that
you see, this is the by-election that has ever happened in this country, that you don't see massive developmental projects or developmental things going around.
But he's talked about it in an earlier submission.
Which one?
That they have not, unlike what we've seen in other by-elections, there does not appear to be a marshalling of all the forces. And if I can say, a war chest of development activities being unleashed
this is what,
in a constituency.
With NEMA, they are treating NEMA like a woofer pie. Oh, where they woofer pie.
Explain that to me.
A woofer pie. Whether they do developmental project for them or not, they vote for them. That is why they are doing that.
That's what a woofer pie means.
Oh, that's a woofer pie. Where they woofer pie. Say NEMA they woofer pie. Whether they do developmental project for them, whether they do it or not, they vote for them because they know that all that they know is that they are signing NDC. All we know is NDC. Simple as that. So they know. They are very much aware. When we're talking, I told that we all have assessment of all constituencies and the demographics, whatever comes out of it, the politics that happens around it. I did make mention to you. So they know what they are doing. And I'm saying that all the constituencies that we've had by elections, this is the place that you hardly see any developmental project going on. You are asking me a simple question. The market, do you guys have any intention of upgrading it? If this by-election had happened somewhere, let's say, Equiapim North, Equiapim South, Ebri, and Sawum, let's pick even Ayawaso, they would have gone there with so many developmental equipment to make sure that they upgrade the constituency before they even go for the elections.
I mean, let's situate Ayawaso East a bit firmly. Ayawaso East is, when it comes to roads, as compared to other constituencies, you can make the case that their roads are fairly better than other. And I've lived in, beyond the Amasaman Trouble constituency, Amasaman area, heading up to Insawam. So when you make a comparison, and this is just for Accra, there are other parts of Ghana where constituencies need more roads. So could it be that they are largely, and this is not to belittle their developmental needs in any way, but could it be that when we are making the comparison, that constituency may be considered better off than others?
You made mention of roads, all right? I didn't make mention of roads. I was straight. I said developmental. There's no constituency, all right, in Ghana that there were a by-election going on that developmental project didn't happen, being under NPP and Akufo, or NDC under Prof Mills, or JM, then Akufo-Addo, then back to JM.
Which ones would you have expected to see within Ayawaso East?
Oh,
that perhaps you did not.
You did mention of issues of the market. He said that they'll look at it. But for me, my biggest interest would have been drainage. They have a big problem with drainage. I've been around Nimagata. I stayed around that place for like a month.
Yeah, there was a big thing about Nimagata. I believe 15 or so years ago, drains were constructed, and in another, a couple of years later, they were covered.
Yes.
All within Nima.
So they need expansion of their drainage.
Okay.
Their drains, they need expansion. Drainage is a problem in Nima. Whenever it rains, the place gets flooded. I was thinking that they could have even looked that way in terms of drainage. All right. They could have also looked that way in terms of where they dispose their garbage. There are a lot of things that really affect them, very, very important things. But I'm saying that I haven't seen or heard of any developmental project going on in Nima, because all of them there are a woofer pie.
Okay.
You asked him, they couldn't give you the answer.
Okay, so he talked about two critical areas, and if you have responses for that, I'm sure that there are other things he said that you want to respond to, but once you make, you know, the response to his statement, then can we talk about expansion of drains and sanitation in Ayawaso East?
Sure. Yeah. So, he's made some statements that I think he's made out of ignorance. And as
so
a matter
both of you are claiming the other is ignorant.
No,
so when
but let's. He says let's do a proper academic discussion. So I would want him to pick his calculator, and then he spewed some lies here. In 2022, the highest price of crude was $107, not 120. So you can go and check for the records.
Which is still not around.
It's not around. It's not 120.
This 107 is still higher than.
It's higher. No, I am building a case. Okay. I'm building a point here, and then he made mention that if you are doing a proper academic discussion, then you should know that exchange rate is a major contributory factor to the price of fuel in the country. And as a matter of fact, this government has been able to manage the exchange rate to an extent that it's the city has appreciated consistently. Now, let's take a scenario where $107 would be traded at an exchange rate of 17 cedis per dollar. Let's do the maths. I want you to carry your calculator and then do the calculation. 107 times 17 cedis. That is going to be 1,819. Now, let's take the same 107. I'm using their base. 107 times 11 cedis, which is 1,001. That is a drastic difference. And that pressure would have been on the consumer because no business person or industry would want to absorb such a change.
But if you throw in the energy sector stabilization,
I'm going to talk about the ESLA. I'm going to talk about the ESLA. So even this commitment has come to lift the burdens of Ghanaians as a result of their economic recklessness.
Oh, so now Ghanaians can afford to pay more for fuel.
I'm saying that the fuel prices, even though the levy is added, is still lesser as compared to their time. Even now that we are paying the energy sector recovery levy, the one cedi that he terms as Dumso levy, even now that we are paying that amount, he still fills his car and leave his air condition on when he has even parked. I was on a panel discussion with one of the MPP guys. Throughout the 3 hours we sat on TV, his car engine was on. Meanwhile, during their time of governance, he cannot leave his car engine on for 30 minutes because the amount of fuel he will buy, even with their recklessness.
There are some of the things that we also witnessed. And this air conditioning matter, both sides have been guilty of it.
See, as a matter of fact, the reality of the day is that because of the lowered fuel prices, a lot of cars are on the road now. Cars that were parked are now on the road, and now they can fill their tanks. Now, with the energy sector recovery levy, you know, as at the time when we handed over this country to them, the energy sector recovery levy was supposed to be a special purpose vehicle. They used that money without rendering proper accounts. They wasted it and also indebted the country up to 2032 as we are seated. These monies that were levied on us, the 111 cedi, apparently we've cleared all those debts, and he can attest to the fact that the debt has been cleared. Now let me come back to the point I was making on the fuel pricing. Apparently, because of the appreciation of the cedi, the current price is around 70. This is a live data, so you can see the current price is $71 or 71.3. That's still $71. $71. Let's do the math. The exchange rate, which is 11. When you calculate, this is still an impact. And the economy that is managed well has reflected on the lives of Ghanaians. Thank you for admitting that when the fuel prices comes down, the market women, they benefit. They can attest to the facts. They feel it. And that is the reality. So you cannot come and sit here with double standards, wanting to throw tantrums to people's eye or to misinform people and paint a picture as if when you people were in government, you made Ghana as if it was a safe haven.
Where is the double standard? He did say that the international price of fuel would always be a major determining factor of price at the pumps.
He said exchange rates. He said exchange rates is not a major contributory factor to the lowered prices.
No, he said international price. I asked him
the international prices,
the contribution of a strong
you cannot
currency.
talk about the international prices without considering the exchange rate, because even if you want to move money from Ghana to procure anything, whether service or even a bowl or a cup or a drink from overseas, you need to convert it into the international trading currency, which is the dollar, and that is pegged at an exchange rate. So the reality of the matter is that the exchange rate is a major contributory factor to economic dealings or businesses across the globe. Now, let me give you a practical example from a colleague who was an MPP classmate during the university.
Get out of
you see, this guy said under the ex-While Akufo-Addo Bawumia government, around 2024, when they sold their cocoa farm, the cocoa beans that they had from their cocoa farm, their father has given to them, he had to give one of his brothers the money of 1 ton. And in transferring the money to the brother in the US, he was able to send the brother $2,000. This time around, he needed to still give his brother that 1 ton share. Transferring the same money he made from the 1 ton to the brother made $3,000. Look at the change. Look at the difference. And today you sit here and you think exchange rate is not a contributing factor to economic transformation or economic activities.
Roger,
no, go back and come again.
Hold the fire for me. We'll have to. I did say we'll have to step out of the studio briefly for this quick conversation. We'll be speaking to Global Info Analytics, and if you followed the analysis of the events, a recent poll by the institution, which was conducted between February 28 and the 1st of March, put the NDC's candidate Baba Jamal decisively in the lead in the Ayawaso East by-election with about 75% of projected votes. His main rival from the opposition NPP, Baba Ali, trailed in that poll at around 21%. And according to the pollster, the survey had a sample of around 972 to 976 voters and a 95% confidence level. We are joined now by Mr. Musa Dankwa, who is Executive Director of Global Info Analytics. Mr. Dankwa, thank you for joining us. And you've spoken to us about the respondents that were sampled and how the representative of the sample is a sample of the constituency's Zango demographics. What's the key role of this Zango element in this whole conversation?
Right, thank you very much for having me. Nima is a Zongo, it's the biggest Zongo you can get. Most of the Zongos Medina trace their root from Nima and Newtown. So what you expect to see in Nima typically reflects how the Zongos vote in any elections. Nima will be the same as every Zongo that has voted. So we expect NDC to win. If you look at the demography of Nima, it's largely made up of ethnic groups that naturally gravitate towards the NDC. And that is why NDC has always won Nima or Ayawaso East constituency elections. Now, the current data shows that the NDC would retain the seat with about 75% of the vote. MPP is doing around 21%, and their own independent candidate is not doing much, just about 3%. So we don't expect anything to happen in Nima or Ayawaso East.
Such a turnout as we are seeing at the polls now?
But generally, by-elections have lower turnout, but that would not change the proportion unless maybe somebody is able to galvanize more of his voters to come out. than the other party. But we expect the party to be across all the parties. So in the end, the proportion will remain, just that the volume of vote will reduce.
What was it that drove the numbers? 75% for Baba Jamal, 21% for the NPP's candidate, Baba Ali Yusuf. Was it a personality thing? Was it a party affiliation loyalty thing? Or was it a development-focused?
Yes. No, it's a party affiliation thing. The demography that we sampled, 75% of them said they are NDC affiliate. And Baba Jamal is getting 71%. Those who say they are MPP, they were about 15%. MPP is getting around 21%. The floating voters is about 9%. So if you see the numbers MPP is getting, it's largely people who are floating voters who are now voting for their candidate. And that's what we've seen for the first time in probably 3 years in terms of how the floating guys are voting.
Demographics.
So you see that.
Please make the point.
Yes, you can see that they are all voting on party lines. There's exception that the floating voters are now supporting the MPP candidate, but they are very small in terms of the number.
To support a more youthful voting demographic and the more elderly, and what is that data telling us about the voting patterns of the younger generation as against the new?
You know, when you have a dominant party with 75% representation in the constituency, all the demography, young, old, will always go that way, because even if there are young people in the MPP, they will be outnumbered by those who say they are NDC. So you will not see clearly how the demography is voting properly. If it was a swing constituency, then you can see how it is being shared. But for now, every demographic, young, old, are voting for NDC. If you look at gender, male and female voting for NDC, everybody is doing NDC because of the peculiar nature of Ayawaso East constituency. It's heavily NDC, and nothing has changed that.
But when we look on the development side, I'm particularly interested in whether you sampled first-time voters within the, I mean, not necessarily first time, because they will have had the opportunity to vote in 2024. But what would their reaction be in terms of the development activities that they've seen and the opportunities that they have been created for young people within the constituency, knowing that they are mostly artisans, mostly traders, and mostly persons who are engaged in their own forms of employment?
You know, this is not a survey to inform any political party. It's an opinion poll to see who's going to win. So we didn't dig down on those matters. What we went down looking for is who is going to win, and also on the issue of the vote buying. For us, that was our interest at this time. We didn't highlight issues because, look, Nima is not Akotia. So the developmental issues that they were using to campaign will not be the same for Nima. So Nima is entirely NDC, and there's not going to be a fight for NDC, for the seat as far as we are concerned. So you didn't hear a lot more of the issues that kind of characterize Akotia by election. Here, it's like, it's our seat, let's go for it. And really, nothing more than that.
I know I have two members of the NDC and the NPP represented at the table. I think they've largely reiterated the point that you're making, that it's fairly a done deal for the NDC in this election. But what does that say about the parties, two parties, monitoring of the process and the strategies that have been rolled out? You've also mentioned it's not Akwitia, so the things that we saw in Akwitia, there was not a scene or a suggestion of an unleashing of development activities, of projects and initiatives happening in Ayawaso East, as we've seen in other constituencies in the past.
Now, if you take the development issues, what can you do in Nima right now? I mean, Nima is an urban constituency with no open space to do any development in terms of structures, unless you demolish. So it's going to take a lot of time to do a lot of things for developmental issues in Nima. For Nima like that, what you deal with is kind of soft development issues, which are around education employment and stuff like that. And indeed, if you listen to what the people are talking about, it's about employment and those things, not about infrastructure, because it's a very built constituency, and you can hardly do anything at this stage in a short period of time. But in Akotia and other places, there are open spaces, you can do roads, but Nima is fairly done. So the issues are different. I mean, as far as I can see, this is a done deal, and the polls are confirming it. But we shouldn't take NEMA by-election as something different or special. It won't tell you anything.
The analysis that you broadcast also showed was the seeming growth of the third force is not at play here in this by-election, and none of the other candidates, apart from the NDC and MPP, you are projecting will make
stronghold. There's no third force in stronghold. The third forces are normally found in swing constituencies. So if you swing, you have maybe 20% of people being floating voters, and then maybe MPP around 45, NDC. So you have a very close contest. But when you have one party dominating with around 75%, it's difficult to have a third party viable in such areas.
Made a point that because one of the independent candidates is from the ruling NDC, there is likely to be a takeaway of some of the votes from the NDC party to that independent. The understanding is that it will be largely insignificant, but what are the consequences of that happening?
Look, if you look at the data so far that we've published, among those who say they are NDC, 96% of the NDC people are voting for their own. 96%. Only 2% are voting for the breakaway candidate, the independent candidate, Umaru Sandamo. However, he tends to get about 4% of MPP support. So the candidate who is from NDC is getting, in terms of proportion, much more numbers from MPP than from NDC. So, I mean, it's not going to make that much in terms of overall outcome. He will do well in his own electoral area. Understand he's from Nima West, and we've seen that in Nima West he does about 6%. But beside that, we don't see him anywhere else doing that number. So overall, he'll be doing around 3%. We don't see any significant changes in these numbers.
Mr. Dankwa, what was the conversation around influence in this poll? And what did the respondents say about the perception of inducement to vote one way or the other?
You know, in the general election, or what we call the by-election, you can't really use money unless it's a very, very swing area like we saw in Asinov, where things really happen. But here, you are dealing with a very large number of voters. This is not delegate. These are general voters. How much money can you give to voters across Ayawaso East? You can't. It will be really ridiculous. You can't afford it. So inducement, it will not work today, and you can't afford to do it. But they have expressed their disgust about what they saw in the NDC primaries in terms of vote buying, and they are not happy with it. And I believe that it must guide us going forward, because people are not happy to see what they saw in the NDC primary. And about 83% of them were very concerned about how money is being used in our politics. However, in the case of Mima, about 80% said even though they are not happy with what they saw in the primaries, it won't change their mind.
So from what you shared, when you asked the question, will the event of vote buying influence how you would vote in the upcoming election, 80% said no and 20% said yes. What does that tell us? And can
it is Nima or Ayawaso East. If this was in any swing constituency, I bet you NDC would have lost. They love the party. They didn't like the way things happen in the primaries, but they are sticking with them because it's their party. If you have a situation where MPP is around 45%, NDC, let's say 50%, and floating around 30% or 20%, then the floating would have decided. And indeed, from what we said to you much earlier, there is evidence from the poll that floating voters are not voting for NDC this time around. So if the race was closer, then the effect of the floating voters would have been felt in the outcome. But this time around, it won't be, because they are really not big percentage in the area. They are just 9%. And if you win 75 of that 9%, it's not that much.
But if the statistics from the polls show that 62% were dissatisfied with the vote buying incident in the NDC primaries, and these are the same people who are voting up to 80+% in favor of Baba Jamal, I ask again, can we trust that this seeming remorse is actual remorse?
I think it's actual remorse because, look, every decent Ghanaian was not happy with what they saw. Every decent Ghanaian. And I believe Nima guys are decent. So nobody wants to see our politics descend into this kind of money and kind of use of public, not public resources to really win election. When you have a situation like that, people using money to win parliamentary and whatever.
I have to interrupt you briefly so that we go on to the ground, so we understand from what we are seeing on our screens right now that the NDC's candidate in the 2026 Ayawaso East by-election, Honorable Baba Jamal, is currently casting his vote. So what we are seeing on your screens now is the candidates for the NDC at his polling center going through the process. He's just getting the ink on his little pinky in order to go to the next stage of the voting process. And we can understand the scenes that we are seeing, the number of the numbers that have just suddenly been seen and spotted there. We'll get back to our conversation with Mr. Dankwa very shortly, but we just want to witness Honorable Jamal taking his vote in this constituency, and then we'll be back to continue with that discussion. Mr. Jamal was the one who came out victorious in the NDC's primaries following the death of the former MP, the Honorable Nasser Mohammed. That contest proved quite interesting, with a number of things being noticed, and like we were talking about with Mr. Dankwa just a few moments ago, allegations of vote buying and influencing, leading to a challenge, an initial challenge of his eligibility. The NDC came out to issue a statement after setting a committee which looked into the allegations that they would support the candidate Baba Jamal to go ahead, looking at the party's own internal structures which made no provision for the allegations that were being leveled, and also the candidate's insistence that he had not engaged in any such conduct. The party endorsed his candidature and submitted his name to the Electoral Commission. He filed his nominations at the commission, and then the EC set the date for this election to come on. The other candidates that are on the ballot that he is contesting are 4 in all, but Baba Jamal, who is in your shot, is number 1 on the ballot. And as we've said, he is on the NDC's ticket. He is former Ghana High Commissioner to Nigeria, whom His Excellency the President withdrew after these allegations surfaced, and he is contesting. He narrowly defeated Hajia Amina Adam on that day, on the 7th of February 2026, an election, a primary that Global Info Analytics initially tipped Hajia to win. Hajia Amina was tipped to win that election. That did not happen. Baba Jamal won that. And the campaign, like I've said, attracted controversy and media attention related to gift giving. Some people said they got television sets, others said they got eggs, others said they got motorbikes, and that has continued to shape the campaign narrative. Baba Jamal has consistently denied those allegations and he is contesting the NPP's Yusuf Baba Ali, whom the NPP's primary made the candidate for that. The NPP has predominantly performed poorly here. NDC has held that seat in the Fourth Republican dispensation of Ghana. It has always fallen well behind the NDC's share of votes in this constituency. Indeed, in all other elections, we've seen the NDC performing upwards of 70% within the Ayawaso East constituency. Baba Jamal has just finished casting his vote, and it looks like he's attempting to make a few comments, and if we may be allowed, we'll listen in to hear what he's telling journalists from the grounds.
The place for us to really do it, and so you keep watching us on GTV, because currently as we speak, security is very, very tight here. They are not allowing us to really, but we'll try our best to put our microphones there to see if we can just get a wind of it.
Media, let's be observers. Go back. So let's bring it so that we can buy. Okay, are we okay?
Come on, leave them. Come on. Leave them.
Yes.
Okay, so, ladies and gentlemen of the media, finally, I have voted at my polling station. I am very grateful to all of you for your participation and coverage. You all know that this has not been an easy process for me, starting from the day of the primaries through to the voting today. But I give thanks to Almighty Allah for taking me through to this point. So far, I've been to several polling stations. The process has been very, very peaceful. We commend the police for taking good care of the process. I have visited more than 25 polling stations so far. It has been very peaceful. The turnout, understandably, is a bit slow because I know, this is largely a Muslim community. So I know it will pick up as the day goes by. But what I want to assure you is that we will do everything to ensure that all the process is calm, the process is fair. I've already advised all my supporters to stay calm and also be law-abiding. We want to see a peaceful process. We want to see a peaceful election. We will pray that Almighty Allah in this month of Ramadan will ensure that we have a peaceful process. It is God that makes kings. My prayer is that if God is doing his king, God will remember me in his blessings and let me have the opportunity to lead the people of East Ayawaso and to prove a point for my people. Like I said earlier, I am not motivated by materialistic things. I am motivated by human service. And that is why I am here to serve my people. I've done it before in Akwetia, and I know I will do it better in East Ayawaso, inshallah. I want to thank all of you and also wish you all well as the day goes by. Please, let's report fairly. Let's report fairly. So far, as I said, everything has been fair, and I want to believe that you all support us in rebuilding our constituency and resetting the constituency.
What percentage are you looking at?
As I said, God makes kings, so the percentage will be determined by Allah.
We have prayed that we should have a high percentage, but it is in the hands of Allah, and Allah will determine
Is the
that.
involvement of Sanda not scaring you at all? He's from the NDC.
Sanda is our brother, but he's taking a wrong route, and I hope that we've given him all the opportunity. Unfortunately, he decided to contest, but it is a contest. I'm a Democrat. I'm a typical politician and a typical Democrat. And so I welcome contest. So let him also try. We are all trying and see what Allah will do to us.
What do you tell the delegates that are yet to come? It's a weekday. This is Ramadan as well. People are fasting.
Of course.
5 o'clock is just around the corner.
Of course, we have not gone past the midday. We are still, the day is still young. We are praying that they will come out. As I told you, this is a largely Muslim community. They will come out at the appropriate time, and those who have even gone to work will come and vote. So I encourage people who are out there to come out and vote, be part of the decision. Don't wait for others to determine for you, be part of the decision.
Oh no, but do you have confidence in the poll conducted by the Global Info Analytics? He conducted one for the primary and it failed. This one is still due to win. Do you have confidence in it?
I don't want to comment on that for now. Because as you said, when he did the first poll, I challenged him and said that I don't believe in what he did. And of course, I was proven right. This time he has done a second one. He is a fine pollster. We don't want to discredit Ghanaian pollsters. But I think that he got the first one wrong. But I hope that the second one, he will be able to hold up to his credibility. I will do the Hausa later.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
That's parliamentary candidate for the NDC.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
And so you just said Honorable Baba Jamal, very, very confident, believes that it is God, that Allah, that really makes, installs king. And so he really wants to make sure that all his delegates on the grounds, the Green Army, comes in their numbers to really come and exercise their franchise before 5 p.m. He believes strongly that he will indeed emerge as the overall winner and serve his constituency. For him, it is not about material things, but it's all about service to the Ayawaso constituency. And so you see him here and his team. Very soon others are coming, but still turnout is a bit low, but we're hoping that as the day gets older, remember, exactly 5 p.m. polls closes, and so we'll see how things should be going here at the area here. For so far, what I know is that for Pool A, they are supposed to have 800 plus, and Pool B 400 plus, and as we speak now, it's gradually coming in, but we haven't yet reached the 600 plus yet to even see. So in total, we are expecting 1,500 or 1,400 people to exercise their franchise here, but we are yet to get to that scene. Let's see how things pan out here. But remember, this place has become active because Baba Jamal and his team just arrived to exercise their franchise. And as usual, our brothers from the security service, they are here to help us and coordinate everything. So if you see them around, don't be scared. They just want to put things in order. So we are here in our numbers, and whatever will transpire here, we'll let the world know through GBC and its lenses. Take it over from the studios.
Thank you, Theo. Right, Theophilus Sampa with the details. The NDC's candidate just casting his own vote in this by-election. Earlier, he had gone round some polling stations to monitor proceedings as they happen, and his team is continuing that inspection throughout the constituency. 114 polling stations are open for over 40,000 delegates, voters in this election, and they are choosing from a list of 5, including the NDC's Baba Jamal. The NPP has fielded Baba Ali Yusuf, who is also number 3 on the ballot. The LPG has a candidate in there at number 2, followed by 2 independent candidates, and that is what voters are choosing from. Back in the studio, I have my guest with me. The Executive Secretary of Global Info Analytics is still on our Zoom platform. And before we went on the field to speak to to witness Mr. Baba Jamal's voting through our correspondent, Theophilus Sampa, we're talking to Mr. Dankwa about the concerns concerning vote buying by the persons that were sampled in the latest poll that was released by Global Info Analytics. 83% were concerned about vote buying incidents in the NDC primaries. Another 83% also were concerned with the growing monetization of our democracy as a growing democracy, and 80% said they would not be influenced in the vote buying in their decision in the upcoming by-election. And so that's what we are engaging Mr. Musa Dankwa about. Mr. Dankwa, thank you for staying on our Zoom platform patiently as we went onto the field. We were talking about why it was that we did not see the extent of development-focused activities happening in Nima, in Mamobi, around Kanda, as against what we saw in other parts of the country. You mentioned Asin North and other places. And you said before we had to go that it was because Nima is an urban part of town, but it's also undoubtedly a Zango community. So help us to understand that point more clearly.
Right. What I was saying is that to do development in Nima, it requires a lot of time. You haven't got that time within the window of by-election to do anything meaningful. And also, if you look at Nima, most of the streets are tarred. You don't have a very bad road like many other places have. Even though they may not be first class, but they are more trouble. So in a by-election, normally you see this was being done. So it's already been done. So there's nothing you can do in terms of real projects when it comes to urban constituencies. So the way you will fight urban constituency by-election is different from the way you would fight a rural constituency like Akotia or something like that.
Communication member on the table suggested that Nima could have benefited from an improvement in their drainage system and also a more articulate look at the sanitation challenges of the constituency. Would you consider those as being realistic expectations in this by-election?
I mean, yes, I think if you look at Nima, what they need is sanitation, a lot of sanitation and drainage. And then the other ones are normally on jobs and other soft developmental issues, but not really into big things. The schools are already there. You're not going to build new roads. And in some places, building of the schools, hospitals, and roads are the big ticket items. In Nima, they are different. They have their own clinics. They have their own schools already built. They are not dying for a new secondary school. The schools are over across the road. So the issues are different. In by-elections, you can only do the quick one, the quick wins. And that quick wins in Nima will not be drainage, or you can't do drainage in Nima within 2 months or 3 months to alleviate the problem.
Can we then say that Ayawaso East is a litmus test of government popularity? In the poll, when asked about people's perception about the direction of the country, 81% said the country was headed in the right direction, 18% said it was headed in the wrong direction, 1% had no opinion at all, and it was the same for the president's job approval ratings. 81% said it was going well, 18% said no, 1% had no opinion. Can this be the litmus test? Because my NPP panel member has said that this may be one of the ways they test the system to see if there are gaps that are showing in the current administration's handling of matters in the country.
I mean, if you want to have a litmus test, you don't use stronghold to do a litmus test. You pick a very swing constituency and see what is happening there. Strongholds are always biased towards their favorite or their parties. So you won't see anything very clear from those places. So what you see here is 81% approval, 81% right direction. This is much higher than what we have seen in the national poll. The national poll, about 66% said right direction. and 67% said Mahama is doing well. Those numbers are much, much higher in NEMA. So you can't use NEMA as a litmus test. You'll be deceiving yourself.
Okay. At the end of the day, what should we be expecting? It's just gone past midday, and we've been at the polls now for well over 6 hours. What should the expectation for the next 4 or 5 hours be?
I think my feeling is that the turnout will be very low. Normally, the MP should vote as early as possible before he goes round. For the MP to go around before voting, it tells me that there's a lower turnout. So he's been going around whipping sentiment, letting people to come and vote before coming to vote himself. So my suspicion is that there will be lower turnout, but it will not change the proportion of people who are voting for him.
Okay. Would that change necessarily the projections that you've made? You've said no, but how does the low turnout play into the NPP's chances of getting some extra figures and actually, you know, boosting their approval ratings, if I can say that way, within that very strong NDC hold?
In this current environment, the NDC guys are more likely to be motivated than the MPP. Especially if the area is not your stronghold as MPP, the people will already probably not be really motivated. It is the NDC who has kind of want to prove a point that we want to win this seat. So if there's been a lower turnout, it will be probably higher among the MPP folks. So we don't expect the lower turnout to affect the overall outcome of the projections we have made, unless somehow MPP is able to whip their base to come out in much bigger and more enthused than the NDC in NEMA. But I don't see that happening in NEMA.
All right. Mr. Dankwa, thank you for your time with us this afternoon. And I'm sure that we'll have the opportunity to speak to you again as the day progresses and in the coming days. We appreciate your time. Mr. Musa Dankwa is the Executive Director at Global Info Analytics. They have published a poll just a couple of days ago, yesterday, and they called this election in favor of the NDC's candidate, Honorable Baba Jamal. They had projected that he is likely to win this election by 75% of the projected vote, as against his main rival, Mr. Baba Ali of the New Patriotic Party, who came up around 21%. And so we are continuing to see how that unfolds as the day gets more heated up. We've seen the candidate Baba Jamal cast his vote, going around monitoring activities in the polling stations, also attempting to bring more and more of his support base into the polling stations to cast their ballots. So it's this Ayawaso East by-election that is the focus of our attention today on GBC News and also on GTV. Still at still in studio with us, Roger Wills, communicating for the NDC, and Atiki Akubu, communicating for the NPP, are making their case for who is handling, who has handled the economy and the rule of Ghana better. Our correspondents continue to be littered on the ground, and they are moving very quickly to bring us all the sights and sounds. It's been largely peaceful so far since polls opened at 7 a.m. at most of the polling stations. Giftia J. Darrell Alantego and Theophilus Sampa are our eyes and ears and feet on the ground, and they will bring us further updates as and when it's necessary. Gentlemen, I want us to bring this round of conversations to a close so that we'll take a quick break and all of us can take a sip of tea and coffee and cocoa, and then we can come back to continue. So the point that was being made was about whether these influences come to bear, and Atik was emphatic that the NDC could not make certain claims. You were quick to rebut all of it. I'll just give each of you a few more minutes to wrap up the submissions that you were making.
Yeah, I was actually making a submission before we went off. So, Theo, it's sad if I see the way the MPP has reduced Ghana's politics and issues of development to by-elections.
You know, my substantive question was about whether you could have considered the expansion of the drains and the sanitation.
Yeah, I will touch on the drain and then the sanitation issue. But then with Atik's reasoning, it displays the level at which the MPP party had reduced the intelligence of the voters to doing developmental activities or projects at maybe few hours to by-elections or days to by-elections. As a matter of fact, when we went to Akwetia, there was no developmental activities.
There were allegations that some drip equipment
No, I was there. Wait. The drip machines in Akwetia already were doing their roads before the by-election. When we came into government, the MCEs were using drip machines, and that was a directive given by the president across the country. They were using their drip machines to make sure that the roads, I mean those untarred roads, are in good state for their people to be able to move to and fro. So and as at the time, even in Akwetia, it was very difficult for us to move our cars from one point to the other, even during campaigns.
So it was sheer convenience then?
Are you getting it?
Well, it was sheer convenience.
What I'm trying to say is, what I'm trying to put out there, what I'm trying to put, my brother, to the honorable team, what I'm trying to put out there is that when we were going into a by-election, we did not undertake any developmental project at Akwetia. Aside that, what Atik is emphasizing states their position on reducing the intelligence of the populace. As a matter of fact, the dynamics of politics have changed. You cannot come and construct a gutter and ask us to vote you into power whilst you slept when you were in governance and you were in the helm of affairs. That means that there was no proper appropriation of resources. That means that you neglected the interests of the people and you want to come and deceive them. It's like giving a toffee to a child and asking the child to keep quiet for a few minutes. Whilst you know the child has not eaten the whole day. So we as a government, we believe in satisfying the interests of the people, and we are saying to the people of Ayawaso East that we are not going to come and then speed up construction of gutters or facilities, and then after.
But you heard Musa Dankwa, and he made the point that I made, that because of the nature of the
environment, aside that,
their needs are very different, and they are not stuff that you can do overnight.
I mentioned that when it comes to development, from where we are coming from and where we are going, the government has made or taken pragmatic steps to stabilize the economy. And going forward, we are going to make sure that every developmental activity hits the entire populace of the country and the various constituencies.
That's good.
But when it comes to touching human lives, Baba Sadiq himself has set the pace. And that the people of Ayawaso East can attest to.
What's Baba Sadiq doing here?
No, he has an agency, and I told you, with his legal firm, and then he is stepping in to make sure that
Baba Jamal.
Baba Jamal.
Okay.
I'm sorry about that.
Because Abu Baba is probably on his way to Nigeria.
Yeah, by this time I presume he's already there. Congratulations to him anyway. And as I was saying, we would not reduce their intelligence.
Okay.
To that level.
Atik, I'm bringing this session to a close. I'll give you a couple of minutes to make your observations and then final comments.
So, you see, when they say you are ignorant, it's not a blunder. But when they say you are being disindigenous, that one is a blunder. It means that you know the truth, but you are trying to play on the intelligence of people. So when you're talking about people's intelligence and reasoning, it is him. He is the one who has to be accused of it. He is forgetting that I was born and raised in Akwetia. Bred in Akwetia. So I know everything that goes on in Akwetia. My father was council chairman for 18 years in Akwetia. And you sit there to tell me that there were no projects going on in Akwetia during the by-election. Get serious, man. What are you talking about? Look, right from Genase to Wenchi, there were projects everywhere. Weren't you aware that 2 days to election, went to open a DVLA office in Akwetia? Was that one a henku? Get serious, man. I mean, it's not even whether you just go sit there and just lie because you've had the opportunity to speak on it. I said I was born and raised in Akwetia. You didn't even know I was born and raised in Akwetia. After that, all my life, and I'm telling you what they really did. Right from the main junction to my house.
Bring it home.
They came there and started issues of drainage. That has never happened. In Wenchi, there were drainage going on there. In Drenase, drainage going on there. In the Pussy, drainage going on there. When they finished the election and they had won, they abandoned all the projects. So what is he talking about here? You don't even know what I'm talking about. Tell him that people, you guys were even suffering to get to places. Are you serious? All the roads in Akotia were well plowed. Before the 2024 elections, we did those work. NS laid the foundation for all those things.
But
to start.
he
And I'm saying that I said
before 2024
election, all those plans were in place.
And,
when it came to issue of when it came to drainage, it was during the by-election that they started all those.
So 6 months down the line, the roads that were plowed deteriorated, which warranted them.
I'm saying that in 2023, 2024, we had a lot of developmental projects going on in Akotia. There are certain villages that we didn't do that. But during the by-election, they came and started the issue of drainage all over the constituency, all over the town.
Thank you.
Again, no. I mean, you can't give me like 3 minutes and give me 1 minute. Now, he made an issue. No.
I'm giving you 3.
Fine. He made a claim on the issue of the crude prices. Again, you don't speak on embodying ignorance. Don't do that thing again. I made mention. I said the major factor of determinant of pump prices had to do with the crude prices. That's what I said.
And
you asked me, and I told you that it plays a role, but it doesn't play like the crude. And I also made mention that when the crude prices, no, I'm speaking. When you're speaking, I kept quiet. So keep quiet.
Speak up.
And I made it clear to you that when the crude prices go up, and in case it even doubles, pump prices are going to double, and that's going to have an effect on the exchange rate. Again, it will also increase the price of goods and services in the country. Didn't I say that? So I also did say that. And I also did say that if today we have preconditions people's mind that there's a war going on and it's going to have an effect on the economy, then again, we also need to admit that then Russia-Ukraine war also had an impact in the economy, unlike what they ravished in 2024 election.
I'll take that as your final comment.
So learn, Roger, learn.
He's a member of the NPP's communication team.
You're not learning.
Speaks for the NDC, and they've been helping us analyze the events so far in this Ayawaso East. Let's respectfully transition into the next one. If you are just joining us, this is gentlemen. Let's transition nicely. So that I'll hand you over to my able colleague. If you are just joining us, this is our live coverage of the Ayawaso East by-election. Polls remain open across the constituency from Nima through Mamobi and surrounding communities, including Kanda and the 37 military hospital area. Today's vote follows the passing of former NP Nasser Toure Mohammed, and it is a contest many see as a test of political dominance. But for the residents, it's also about jobs, sanitation, and youth opportunity in the future of Zongo development. Turnout is building steadily. Security presence is visible. And the big question now is who wins, even though it is largely tipped to go in favor of the NDC. This is GBC's coverage of the by-election in Ayawaso East. I am Thelma Taki. I've been moderating affairs so far. We'll take a break. When we return, I'll hand over to my colleague who will continue, and we will all be here to see where this goes. This is GBC. We'll be back.
And I came through the Kawukudi Junction stretch, and immediately I started observing the heavy security presence, policemen in vehicles and then some on foot, obviously entering the nooks and crannies. Then I came on the highway, did it around the Nima police station, and then entered the St. Kizito Roman Catholic Church, which is obviously the headquarters of the constituency. And I was impressed with what I saw. So from a technical point of view, because some of us are technically eyed. The Electoral Commission, as an election management body, I believe, so like I said, I am accredited, and they gave me 2 different accreditations. This one to be able to monitor and observe during the day. Then there's another one for the collation center. Now, so from a technical point of view, the EMB has, created a professional structure. Without accreditation, you cannot go to certain places. And I think that as an election management body, I congratulate them from that perspective. Media also properly accredited. Then the election material, the media representation, which means that every little thing will be reported. And I believe that it's a little past 10, so 3 hours ago the processes began. And I want to believe, in fact, speaking to the policemen, they tell me that all their intelligence reports say that it's going to be peaceful, which is good news. So their numbers here is just to feed into that intelligence report and ensure that nothing untoward happens. So far, I think that it's going well.
For an observer, isn't this too much? They are too much. Police presence too much. Some of them you could see fully armed to the teeth. And this is just a by-election.
Actually, yesterday when I checked from my EC sources, because I saw something on social media which said that the EC had planted cameras in the constituencies and that was not agreed at IPAC. Then when I did my checks with the EC sources, they said no, it's not the EC that has planted the cameras. It's actually the police that has identified particular polling stations, about 10. And so they put cameras there and put a camera also at the collation center just for security purposes. So I don't think that, as we say in that idiomatic expression, I don't think in this case too many cooks are going to spoil the broth. Rather, they will protect the broth. And it's better that we are safe than to take chances and then something else happens. So I think that is good. The only challenge, and what I'm observing now, it looks like turnout is rather low. Because where we are now at this CBG bank, it's called, I think, the Bola.
Yes, Alaji Disu House 1 and 2.
Alaji Disu House 1 and 2. I mean, and there are 2 polling stations.
One will go for 400 plus, other is going for 700.
Exactly. And if at 700 plus and at 10 o'clock you are doing
50 to 60.
That's a bit queasy. Yeah. Of course, generally by-elections tend to have lower enthusiasm than the national election, because the national election also because there's a presidential candidate who is also driving the narrative. It tends to be different. So it is normal for by-elections to have low turnouts. Let's just pray that this one, the low turnout is not too heavy. Great. Yes.
But sincerely, you've enjoyed your work so far, right?
Oh, so far. Yeah, so far. I mean, I'm in the constituency and it's peaceful. I mean, the fact that people are going about their everyday business, and those of us who are also interested in the election, nobody is crossing anybody's path. I think that is healthy. And somebody asked me much earlier, one of your colleagues, whether we should cancel by-elections. And I'm like, I mean, no, you can't cancel by-elections. And the argument was that, so when somebody passes, why don't you just give it to the person who was second in the general election? It can't work that way.
So we'll meet again at the center and then see how it goes. So that has been one of the observers, Mr. Koku Anyidohu, and we're getting closer because more activities are happening here. We've seen some other observers. I've seen Mr. Boache Jako here. Let's go and then also take a piecemeal out of what is happening so far.
There is a stronghold, I agree. But every election is different. The minute you plan an election based on the past elections, you are courting failure. I know certain things have happened here, but in life, people change, Today is your stronghold. Tomorrow it may be your weak hold. We are counting on certain factors that are inherent and present in this constituency over this period to turn things around.
Yeah, I have two more questions. Global Info Analytics is putting the election squarely as a victory for the NDC. Does it not disturb you in any way?
No. I've seen polls and polls and polls, both home and abroad, gone awry. So poll is a guide. If you take the information in polls, you can use them to reorder your steps, or you can use them to emphasize and strengthen your steps. He said what he sees. We will work with what he sees and what we know and carry the day.
And my last question to you, and please allow me, we cannot let you go without asking you about the NPP. The party has put in place various measures now. Elections will be happening very soon from the polling centers this time up. What do you make of the entire decision of the NEC executive, the function executive of the NPP?
That is our normal route. Voting from bottom up is not a ritual. It is a strategy of renewal and giving people a new lease of life and a new mandate. So it is the natural thing or the normal thing we've done since the inception of this party. So there's nothing new to it. It's not a ritual. It's a strategy for renewal.
Wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Before we let you go, we've seen massive presence of the police around. Today happens to be a working day, and from the time we set off in the morning, it seems turnout has been on the low side. Could it be a factor that the heavy presence really is deterring people from really coming out?
I don't think the police presence is a deterrence per se. By and large, by-elections are not that patronized in this country. Secondly, by-elections in strongholds are presumed as foregone conclusions, and that in itself depresses voter turnout. So these factors may be at play. But as I made the comment earlier, it's good to have police presence, but it speaks negatively of our evolution in our democracy. i.e., do we need to be forced or compelled to conduct ourselves decently and properly at voting centers? If the police is the one that has to impose good conduct, then there is something amiss. I would wish for the day when we as citizens, out of duty to party and country, and out of self-decency, and a good understanding of democratic processes and the power, will come to the conclusion that this is a very simple civil exercise that does not require compulsion or being beaten over the head in order for us to exercise good conduct. So yes, it's okay, but I want us to look forward. And you are journalists. You have to propagate this message of proper conduct without police. After all, what is discipline? Discipline does not mean someone is forcing you to do something. Discipline means you know what is right and you do it, and you know what is wrong and you desist from it without anybody telling you. I would wish that we get to that stage in the body politic and in our evolution of our democracy, and that will be fine for us.
And finally for me, you are live from Ghana Television and our partner stations. Appealing to the voters to come in Ghana, here we are expecting 1,000 plus, but as we speak, we've not even from the two sectors, we've not even reached 600, but the time to go is not on our side, so at least they can come and exercise their franchise.
Well, my appeal is based on the fact that voting grants you the exercise of your fundamental freedoms. I have lived through all the military coups in this country, where your fundamental freedoms are denied in your face, where you have no right to say something or anything. If you are wronged, you are wronged, and you have no recourse. The military government sitting on your neck gives you no chance. So even if you are dissatisfied, it requires the shedding of citizens' blood to make a change. We don't want to get back into that era. We are now in an era where you are freely given the right to choose, the right to decide. Let us not toy with it. Let us not say that we are tired of democracy. We've tested democracy, we've tested military governance, and nobody should wait for military. Yes, democracy may have its pitfalls.
He believes that the grounds will speak for the here really interacting with the media and seeing to it that their men are on the ground. We've seen the rest as well. So if you are in the studios, this is what is happening here. It looks very joyous for them. They are healthy and active and chatting throughout. So if you look at John Boedu per se, he's super excited, saying that indeed they are on the grounds, and indeed it is their time for them to really do what they really need to do. So let's see how it goes. And as usual, when you see Mr. Boedu and his co around and they are super excited, it means that they've done their grounds work very well, and they are hoping that after 5 p.m. they will say indeed, inshallah, they have taken it. So let's see how it goes. And he is touring the other centers as well.
It's not always about winning. Sometimes we use by-elections to assess our strength in the constituency.
Okay.
By-elections have their benefits.
Great.
Ideally, this by-election shouldn't even take place because it's an NDC stronghold.
Okay.
We should begin to look at introducing amendments in the constitution to actually assess whether we need to take by-elections in the strongholds of certain political parties. For example, if there's a by-election in the voter region, is it necessary? Would it be necessary? We should just get the parties to fill their preferred candidate. Maybe the parties can hold their internal conferences.
But how do they become a stronghold in the first place if all the political parties are doing their work very well?
Well, it's a question of geopolitics. Yes. It's a question of geopolitics. The dynamics of geopolitics is something that if we want to go into, we may not finish this interview.
Our delegates are discerning enough now, and so they can tell from who they really want.
In any case,
so if we allow political parties to feel somebody that they really don't care, I don't think that it's disenfranchising.
I'm not talking about general elections. I'm talking about
by-elections.
By-elections are time specific. Yes. Don't forget that you need a very small period of time to prepare and contest.
Yes.
So the investment that goes into it, is it worth it? As a nation, there's a conversation.
Yes, that's democracy. Democracy is expensive.
Maybe we are holding it at the wrong time because the Constitutional Amendment Committees have already submitted their reports.
So we'll continue, but sincerely, if
democracy is evolving.
Yes.
So we must look at how we can improve going forward.
Great. Yes. Your name again?
Haruna Maiga. I'm aide to the incoming national chairman of the MPP.
I wish you guys all the best.
Thank
and very soon we'll bring you to the studio
Certainly.
for us to have such chit-chatting about this thing. But I wish you guys all the best.
It's a great pleasure.
Yes,
it's
wish
a
you guys all the best.
pleasure.
Hit the ground and let's see. At 5 p.m. we'll gather here again and then we'll see everything that we do. Thank you very much.
The nation's
yes.
TV.
Yes, so continue and tell the people to pay their TV license fee so that we can continue to work. So we're still here at the St. Kizito Catholic School where it will be the coalition center, and still delegates are coming in. The big men from all sides of the political divide are here coming, passing through, visiting all the centers, and at the end of the day we are on the grounds. Whatever will happen here, we'll let our viewers really have a feel of it. And so if you are home and you have a relative that really must exercises or a franchise, please do tell them that polls close exactly 5 p.m. and so they should make their way here at Ayawaso East constituency and really exercise their franchise. And that's all we want. We want the people in the constituency to choose who they want, not somebody imposing it on them. So let's see how they go about it, and whatever will be happening, we'll let you know. So back to the studio, please.
Welcome back to the studios. My name is Doreen. I'm taking over from Thelma Taki, and this is a live coverage of the Ayawaso East by-election happening around the Nima Kanda area. And our candidates for this by-election, Baba Jamal for the NDC, Yusuf Baba Ali for the NPP, Alhaji Mohammed Umaru Sanda, he's an independent candidate, formerly an NDC member, but he's now going independent on this occasion. There's also David Akono and also Ibrahim Idrisu. These are candidates for the by-election. We've had some guests in the studio having a conversation about what we should be expecting as the day progresses, and even when voting ends, counting or sorting begins, counting also says, and then we get to know who becomes the member of parliament, the people in the Ayawaso East constituency. The Global Info Analytics has stated that Baba Jamal is likely to win, giving him around 75% of their polls. The NPP candidate is expected to get around 21%, while the rest of the candidates share the remainder amongst themselves. But we are here in the studio. We need to have a conversation about really what the constituents are looking out for, what the politicians need to be doing differently in these constituencies, where these issues or where there are by-elections. You know, we've had previous cases where when there are by-elections, we have immediate, some works going on in the constituencies, the hope of, changing or making people vote for them. But, it's not always worked in most constituencies. Now, Theophilus Sampa is one of our reporters on the ground, many of them on the ground, but Theo has just been talking to us about some NPP bigwigs who had stormed the constituency, maybe trying to whip up interest of the constituents to go out in their numbers and vote. Now, he was speaking to one, Haruna Maiga. He says he's aged to one person who he thinks is an incoming chairman of the party. Wait to see how that goes. But one important point that he mentions is the need to have really by-elections in constituencies that are considered strongholds of particular parties. And so I'll begin our conversation in the studio on that point, while we also maybe later on get some updates from our reporters and then bring you up to speed on what is happening in the Ayawaso East constituency. My guest currently in the studio with me now is Roger T. Devils. He is a communications member of the NDC. Welcome back from the break.
Doreen.
I hope you're refreshed now.
Oh, yeah, I'm okay.
Very refreshed.
Okay, yeah.
Now, I'm sure you were also monitoring what Theophilus Sampa was doing on the ground, speaking to some NPP bigwigs who have stormed the constituency.
Yeah.
First of all, before we get into some of the points that Mr. Haruna Maiga made, how do you feel seeing all of these people in the constituency trying to whip up interests in the electorate to go out and vote?
Okay, thank you, Doreen. I think it's quite normal, and then it's not something new or strange seeing all these people going onto the field or the grounds to cheer themselves up. As a matter of fact, no matter what they do, we know that NDC is going to win this election, and I'm just certain that we are winning. Apart from the fact that that's our stronghold, we have worked, we've touched base with the people, we've visited, we've communicated to them, and apparently, looking at the voting pattern of Ghanaians now, they vote based on policies and who would deliver in the interest of the populace. It's not just about getting people rally behind you and shouting the goal.
Has the Ayawaso East constituency always voted on that tangent? Because
that constituency, as we all know, has been a stronghold of the NDC.
Yeah, absolutely.
Since we began this republic, they've never voted NPP. So many would say it's not really about whether they see development or not. Now, hold on. I'm told that Theo Sampa is back on the line. Let's get back to Theo.
And so on. But this one, I realize that things are moving on well, and we expect that it should continue that way.
From 7 a.m. That the process started.
Yes, yes.
Your men have been to places more than 30.
Yes, yes, yes,
Your
yes.
men present there.
Yes.
What have they been informing you in terms of the turnout?
Number 3. Well, the turnout is low, and you should expect it. This during Ramadan, people would like to take some rest before they come out to cast their votes. We've realized that from 11 a.m., it's picking up far better than 7 to 10. So we are monitoring the event to see. Probably from 2 p.m., maybe the situation will change again. Yes.
When you were touring the various places, talking to your people, what really did you get from them? And looking at what is going on, is it giving you that confidence that indeed it is your turn to really lead this constituency?
Yeah, very confident about that. Let's wait till 5 p.m. The seat will change hands. The seat will change hands. Ayawaso will be blue. Inshallah. Inshallah.
So the youth watching you currently on TV that are yet to exercise their franchise, what are you telling them?
They should vote for me. I'm winning. They should vote for me. It's obvious we are going to win the election, inshallah. They should vote for me and increase the numbers. That's all.
God bless you. The poll by Global Info Analytics puts the NDC on top of
Number 3.
Yeah. Do you still believe him? Do you still believe him? Not long ago, you conducted a poll in Ayawaso here. And what happened? This is Ayawaso East. Here, the data doesn't work in that manner. What is happening currently on the grounds will prove that his data is clearly wrong. So let's wait and see. Yes, I believe that. Sure. Yeah. You don't believe it, eh?
Because
when it's 8 p.m., come and look for me.
What do you make of the electoral process so far?
Very smooth.
Have you
very smooth.
Have you recorded any incidents of
No.
Given how these
maybe from the other side. I heard people saying,
you heard reports of
people saying something of that sort. Yes.
But you haven't seen it.
But they have a record.
But you
not long ago in their primaries it happened. So if it's happening,
you're not scared it will sway them.
No. Okay. People are ready to change.
Okay.
So Ghanaians, this is the man that says that he wants to lead this constituency sincerely for the next 4 years, continue from wherever the previous MP did. And so he's sure that after 8 p.m., GTV should come and look for him. And then he will smile at us and tell us more. And so viewers, whatever will be happening on the ground here, we will be telling you because we are here for you and we'll be doing this by-elections with you. So sending your comments, your suggestions on our social media platforms. Go to Facebook, go to all the platforms and send in your comments there. If you know somebody in Ayawaso East that really hasn't exercises or a franchise, tell them that indeed the MBB is saying that this time it is their seat. The NDC is saying that they are going to continue from where they left off because it was a seat occupied by an NDC member. And so let's see how the dynamics go. Currently, people are coming out one after the other to really exercise their franchise. But they have until 5 p.m. when EC closes the polls. And so let's see what will really happening here. We are still on the ground here and currently at the St. Kizito Catholic School here. That happens to be the coalition center. And so whatever will be happening at the various centers that we bring, it will be collated here and be declared here. And so stick and stay with us. We're bringing you everything here. And then at the end of the day, match you to Parliament to see what the MP also brings on board in the House of Legislature. Keep watching GBC News.
Well, that's Theophilus Sampa reporting from the St. Kizito Catholic School, and he has been interacting with the NPP aspirant. He is Baba Ali Yusuf, and he seems quite confident of winning this election. He says that Ayawaso East, by the close of poll today, is going to turn blue. I'm not sure if Roger Wells agrees. He's quite confident. He says, Musa Dankwa's, his polls in the last poll he did in the constituency, it didn't really go as he polled it.
Doreen, you wouldn't expect him to come and stand there and speak to the media, the entire country, and say or admit that he is losing or he will be defeated. He needs to encourage himself. He needs to like present himself as if there is hope. We were in this country when the MPP was losing. They came out to tell their people that they are winning, so they should chill up.
It goes both ways.
No, but then that is what I'm trying to say. He needs to amuse himself to feel good, and it's normal. But then at the end of the day, the voters are going to decide who wins. Now, if we are...
he's been interacting with the voters.
We have been interacting with the voters. Personally, I have been to Ayawaso consistently since last week. If not, I'm seated here, I'll be on the grounds, calling people out. So, it's not that the NDC is sitting aloof or idle and not taking any pragmatic step to make sure that the people come out to vote. And as a matter of fact, just look at the sampling that Musa Dankwa used. Let's say that all other things being equal, the turnout is low, or looking at the same numbers he used. That means that we are winning over 70%. And over the period, you see and you know that his analysis are always on point, and he gives instances when these analysis are going to be compromised in a way of which we've not seen those kind of activities that could compromise the analysis in this election.
He was sort of making a certain allegation, which he didn't give further details about, on what may be happening elsewhere, which may influence
that
what
is why
he thinks is his victory.
Politics is who gets what, when, and how. You get it. And people would want to go the extra mile to induce voters. But as it stands now, looking at Ghana's political trajectory, people have been enlightened to the point that it's not about giving someone a monetary incentive to induce his conscience. As a matter of fact, looking at the period where they find themselves, especially looking at the voter base of the constituency, they are predominantly Muslims, and they are fasting. So if someone is going to vote, looking at his conscience and the period he's found himself, he will want to be honest with himself and honest to God. So in an instance where the person will have to be induced for him to take a decision that will go against his will, he or she might decide not to vote at all. But as it stands now, I am confident that we, the NDC, are going to come out victorious in this election. And it is clear. You see the MPP colleague, the brother that left the studio, said that he was expecting the NDC to be doing some improvement, infrastructure projects
because
and
that
stuff.
is what we know when it comes to politicians.
That is what we know when it comes to MPP
it
as a political
not only
party.
NPP. I remember in previous administrations, we've had by-elections, and we've had both the government in power at the time get into these constituencies where there are by-elections, and then they begin projects in a way to sway the electorate.
Okay, so if you make a comparative analysis, the NPP is the party that has instituted such dealings. The record is there. There have been researches over time. There have been a couple of research over time. They are on the internet, and it has proven that the NDC always appeal to the grassroots. When it comes to getting people to rally behind us, it's MPP that induce people. They have monetized Ghana's politics.
It goes both ways.
No. You see,
it is an issue of politics. It is an issue of politics in this country. You cannot.
There are records.
But there are also records of the
NDC.
NDC.
I'm not denouncing the fact that there have been some sort of inducement, but I'm saying to a larger extent.
But we've seen this recently, even in your primaries in the constituency.
And I'm saying to a larger extent. You know, when we go into primaries, okay, you've seen it in our primaries. This time around, when we saw such an act in our primaries, the party and the government called the party to order.
How?
Have you ever heard that NPP has constituted a committee to investigate?
But the committee said didn't take any punitive actions against
because
the
they couldn't ascertain any fragmental evidence associating the sharing of items to a particular candidate.
But we had videos of people who said.
Did you see in any video that Baba Jamal or any of the candidates personally handing over a TV or something to someone? But we've had videos of MPP aspirants saying he handed over $1,500 each to delegates. You see, these are two.
But even when Baba Jamal, when the Baba Jamal incident happened, Baba Jamal indicated that earlier he said there was nothing wrong with sharing.
No, he was from sharing perspective. As we seated here, during festive seasons or in your area, don't you share anything? If you're not giving anything to someone, not a result
when I'm
of
contesting in an election.
No. So when you go to Nima, Baba Jamal by nature is someone that gives me. As I'm seated on your platform, when you go to Adan, I gave about 500 bags of rice to widows when we were in opposition. And that was not the first time. Since 2016, I've been giving across Zenu, Washington.
Have you done that when you are contesting an election?
See, so giving, what Baba Jamal was trying to say is that giving to the populace is a natural order. He didn't give at the polling center, or he was not giving to aid the electoral process.
A few days to a primaries.
No, but do they have a specific date that they need to give to someone? But with the MPP, they gave at the grounds $1,500 each, and the person spoke about it himself. And he says he is the major financier of the election and a contributor to Bawumia winning. These are his utterances. But with the interview or with the questioning of Baba Jamal, and he saying that there's nothing wrong giving. He's not saying there's nothing wrong giving to someone to go and vote. He says there is nothing wrong giving. As a matter of fact, is it wrong to give? Haven't you gifted
definitely
anyone?
not, but not to give when there's an election approaching and it's likely to sway.
He didn't. So
voters.
I want us to establish the fact that he was not giving whilst people were going to vote, and none of the videos indicated that he was handing anything to anybody or anyone directly. As a matter of fact, in the game of politics, do you know, when we know that you are giving something to someone and we can use it as an indictment for you to be disqualified, do you know, as an opponent, I can decide to organize someone to come and give in your name so that you'll be disqualified. It could be those kind of shenanigan tactics the MPP uses.
But we had even we had the majority in parliament even coming in to say that.
A narrative.
No, so you are saying that.
I am drawing a narrative in the game of politics.
Agreed, yes, your narrative, you might have your understanding, your appreciation of your narrative, but we cannot take away the fact that something happened, which even members from your party, leaders from your party, spoke against, even called for the cancellation of that election.
Yeah, and that shows the spirit of patriotism. Because we've seen footages, and I'm saying the first time in Ghana's history, that shows that we, the NDC, believe in running a party or building a party based on policies and getting the people to understand your interest rather than using money or monetizing the electoral process for your self-centered parochial gains. That is why our leadership said that if this is the videos that we are seeing moving around, then there will be the need to constitute an inquiry and nullify the election. And a committee was constituted. Okay, yeah, now the committee sits and they bring the evidence before them. And it says, how can we trace this particular sharing to this individual? If there is a broken link, how do you attribute it to the person? You get it? So once they are not able to establish that he is responsible for sharing or this person is responsible for sharing, you can have a general view that everybody or someone shared something. But as to being able to establish that this particular person shared it, well, it was not shared in his house. Neither was this shared in his wife's house or his mother's house. Are you getting me? And you cannot tell that he himself brought the things. There are people that support or sympathize with you. As a matter of fact, someone can decide to bless somebody because of you by the virtue of association. And in an election, people would want to do certain things to support you without you knowing. And as a matter of fact, the person will be interested in you because by virtue of association, close proximity, or any other thing. So if, as we are seated here, you are going into an election in your constituency, and I want to support you, but I have not spoken about it to you. And few days, I just come and then I bring an oven and share something to the delegates or the voters in that area. And after sharing, I tell them that, oh, I know this person, and this person is my favorite choice. Indirectly, I have told them or I have informed them that even though I have given you something, I also have an interest. So you should go for my interest. But that does not necessarily mean that you induce the people or you cost them to vote for you, or you have given them that particular thing to twist the electoral process.
Let's move from that conversation and go back to our earlier conversation on what Mr. Haruna Mariga mentioned about why there is even the need to even have a by-election in a constituency. That's the stronghold of a candidate. Now, if you look at the Global Info Analytics survey that they did, it said that many people, that's 81% of the people they sampled, said the country was going in the right direction. Around 18% said, I mean, they disagreed with that, and just about 1%, I mean, they were not sure. But in this scenario, where this is a stronghold of a particular political party, that party's maybe candidate, presidential candidate is in power, and everything, people agree that, the majority of the people agree that, yes, it's going in the right direction, we like what's happening in the constituency, but this unfortunate incident happens. Do you really need to have that by-election?
Yeah.
Especially when it's the stronghold of that party.
Yeah, for by-elections, I think we need to have it, because the Constitution has made it clear that every constituency has to have a proper representation in Parliament. And in getting someone to represent you in Parliament, you don't need to just nominate. It has to go through the electoral processes. So if someone has vacated his seat or something happens and then we have to replace, it shouldn't just be a party thing. It should be for the entire constituency, because those people need to affirm whether they want that person to represent their interest or not. If not, it ceases to be democracy. So for me, I think the electoral processes with by-election should stand. What we should be looking at is organizing the elections on days that would not affect their day-to-day running of their businesses, or would not affect their dealings. For instance, on a day like this, you will have people going to work. People would have to go and clock in and clock out, so it becomes very difficult.
And it's actually affecting the turnout at the polls.
The turnout, looking at where we are driving towards as a country, and then the innovation of technology, like the evolution of technology, and then having all those kind of technicalities coming in and playing out. It is not going to be healthy having a lot of the populace being in their work environment and having just few people go make such a decision to represent the interest of the whole constituency. So going forward, I think issues that should be on the table of discussion has to do with the day that these elections will be conducted.
It seems his argument is that, I mean, the political party that has a stronghold, or that's a stronghold of, that has that constituency as their stronghold, is eventually going to win.
I don't. We just had one at what's the name? Ayawaso constituency. We just had one. A typical example. There could be a flip. And as a matter of fact, you see, if the government is performing, it is likely that their performance will trickle down to the results. So it's like a verdict of performance. It doesn't matter. You see, the voter pattern is changing. As a matter of fact, in the next 8, 12, 16 years, I am not sure any political party can boast of a particular constituency being a stronghold.
So let's hold. We have Dr. Joshua Zato. He is joined us. He's a senior lecturer, political science department at the University of Ghana. He's going to share his thoughts with us about the process so far. Hello, good afternoon, Doc.
Good afternoon to you and good afternoon to your listeners.
Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. We appreciate your time. First, I want to get your take. I'm sure you've been monitoring the process since morning. It seems to have been quite peaceful at all the centers. What many feel is a challenge is the low turnout. I want to get your assessment of the process so far.
Thank you. I think there's nothing unexpected about the happenings in Ayawaso East right now. At least we're supposed to expect that it will be low enough because it's the middle of the great week. It's Tuesday. 2, it's Ramadan. This is a heavily populated Muslim area, and they are experiencing Ramadan. And mostly when people are having Ramadan, they don't want to come and sit or stand in a line for hours and hours and try to do. Most of them just want to get about what they have away, so get some rest because of the demanding nature of their fasting. The third reason is that precisely because, what's the name, it seems like it's a very stronghold of the ruling government, and so most people then may tend to think that their vote will not matter, that the candidate of the ruling government will win. If you add these three factors and you then add this the ordinary huge police or security presence, you will not be surprised that the voter turnout is low and everything is boring. But in this particular case, boring is good.
Now, as the process goes on, we're monitoring from, around the constituencies. We've heard from the candidates who are involved, the two major candidates, that's Baba Jamal and Baba Ali Yusuf, and they all seem quite confident of winning despite the Global Info Analytics report, which is putting Baba Jamal way ahead of the NPP candidates. From where you stand as a political scientist, what do you see? Who is winning and who is likely to win actually?
Well, thank you. There's no data to suggest that the people of Ayawaso are prepared to change the way they've been voting for parliament since 1992. That's the first thing. The second thing is that the incumbent who died, certain government, it's difficult to see government letting it step out of their finger. Number 3, the only polls we have so far puts the incumbent candidate way ahead. The problem is whether it will be the same figure, whether he will win by the same margin. Because to win by those margins, it means that he is basically replicating the margins that the candidate, the one who died, got. The question is, that we're also waiting to see some intriguing things. There were about 3 or 4 people that participated in the NDC problem. How much their followers, their supporters come out to support him will be very, very key if they want to maintain about the 71%, because that was what the guy wants. 3, will the independent candidate chip away the high ceiling margins you get? That's a wild card. If you consider all the threats and all the overturns made by the party to get him to come back, and he refused. So when you see that, you want to see the effect on Ramadan. You want to see whether those who are committed to the widow, how they feel, will they put away their differences and come out to vote for him? You want to see what the independent candidate will do. By the end of the day, we are not expecting any huge surprise as to who will win. But the question that we now want to know is by what percentage? And if Baba Jamal can keep the percentage that the guy got the last time.
Now, you talk about the independent candidate. You talk about the fact that he's likely to pull some votes, that there's a possibility, but is that really something that, from where you sit, is going to happen, seeing the fact that he was or he is a member of the NDC, but has decided to go independent. We've had cases in other constituencies, not just when there are by-elections, even where there are general elections. During the parliamentary process, we've had candidates who will be joining a particular party, decide to go independent, and then pull away a number of votes from the candidates representing a political party. Is this something that we think you are going to see in Ayawaso East?
No, whatever it is, he will pull some votes. He will get some votes. The question is, will there be enough to eat into the margin of victory that the NDC candidate wants to take? Because see, the NDC is not just looking to win this vote. They are hoping that their coalition, their base, will remain intact and come out to vote inside our numbers. If the NDC is scraped by this vote, it will be seen as a loss. But the last time they won it by almost 71%. That's the point I'm making. Anything below that will be seen as underwhelming. And that's the problem they want to do. It's possible that the independent candidate can eat into that market. But the other problem is that the NDC is also facing a crisis because the way the primary went, were people happy? Not happy. That's the NDC on defensive things. How will all this play out in the final vote?
Now, since you mentioned the primaries, the latest Global Info Analytics report asks the sample one major question. It asks them how satisfied or dissatisfied they were with the vote buying incidents in the NDC primaries. And we had 38% of those who were sampled saying that they were satisfied. 62% said they were dissatisfied. How will this translate or affect the process today?
That's the question I was talking about. There are some few wildcats in this election. My theory is that the wildcats may eat into the margin of victory, not cause a defeat. I don't know whether you understand those two differences, right?
Definitely.
So these people that feel that the way the primaries was done, that some people bought their way, that some people were encouraged, some people were enabled, will they vote by their leg? You see, there are two main ways of vote. You vote for your thumb, that will show up and actually vote, or you can vote with your legs. That is when you refuse to show up. So these people that felt that the process wasn't well done, will they decide to vote with their legs? Will they decide to stay back? Will they decide, listen, I have better things to do than to come and give credence or than to come and give legitimacy to a flawed process? These are some of the wildcards. And if that happens, then we students of political science will be very much interested, because then we can hypothesize that where the primary is that flawed and money that much used, it will have an effect on the general election. But we don't know yet. We have to wait for the result.
Let's look at the NPP's fortunes in the constituency over the last 2-3 elections. Now, in the 2020 election results, when it comes to the parliamentary, the NDC candidate got 38.82%, and that was Peter Kwame Nchimreku. Now, in the 2024 elections, the candidate got 29.15%. That's Zach Rahman. Now, in today's polls, we had the Global Info Analytics report again suggesting that the NPP candidate is expected to get around 21%. That shows a dwindling fortune of the party in the constituency. What really is the party not doing right?
Thank you, you are right. In fact, the best of the NPP was in the 2000 elections, where we had the wildcard wide. But even after that, in 2004, NPP almost had 40%, almost. Then, if you move to 2008, they came down to 33%. And then, if you come to 2012, they increased 34%. But still, then 2016, they went to 36%, so that's a little bit of appreciation. 2020, 38%. And then you come to 2024. So the point is that, is it a matter of demographics? Because you realize that NPP has always been struggling with Muslim-dominated communities. And that was why the NPP actually came out with the Nasara Club and later Zongo Development, later Zongo Development Authority. have those made a dent? So I think if you are the NPP, you are going into this election to also learn less, then to see what happens. If I was the NPP, I'll be interested in the push, in the exit poll. Unfortunately, we don't have exit polls in that. Got to find what happens or why the party is performing poorly. So if the Ministry of Zonga Affairs could not do it, if the Zongo Development Authority could not do it, if getting a Muslim candidate could not do it, what does the NPP need to do in such a heavily populated constituency? I think the party needs a lot of research. The party needs to collect data to be able to analyze that.
A major conversation around this particular question is also the fact that consistently the party has not maintained a particular candidate over the years. They send the candidates to the elections, the candidate loses, they change. And in every election cycle, they change candidates. Could that also be a reason, since they would say that, well, I mean, you've not been able to market this candidate and you keep changing, we do not know this candidate, and so we cannot vote for them. Could that also be a factor?
It's possible, but I don't think it plays such a big role, because remember, this is an urban constituency. You don't need that much time to market yourself. Do you understand? This urban community where the policy is very strong, so you can easily market candidate after the primary. So you see, you also remember, it is not usually the party that changes the candidate. It's the delegates. The delegates live in the constituency. And if they think that it's not a good thing, the party cannot put delegate on them, then expect them to go out and vote for the person. I think that they need to, the NPP needs to do some serious soul section, do some serious engage community leaders, engage local leaders to find out a formula to break this lockdown.
Thank you so much, Doc, for your time. We appreciate you. That's Dr. Joshua Zato. He is a senior lecturer of political science department, University of Ghana. Back to the studios, I'm with Roger Wells. He is a member of the NDC communications team. Now, Roger, I'm sure you listened to Dr. Zato about some of the questions I asked him. Do you have any comments you would like to add or responses to some of the things that he's mentioned?
Oh, yeah, you know, every human being is a political animal. And following Dr. Zato closely, I know he's, how would I put it? He's a pro-NPP.
But we called him as a political scientist.
No,
we are not calling him as a sympathizer of the NPP. And I believe that his comments were very objective. Unless you have other opinions.
As a matter of fact, I would say on authority that your political affiliation would always have an impact on your analysis. No matter how strongly you try to be unbiased or unbiased with issues. You get me?
I don't get you.
You can try not to get me.
Because I know, seriously, I know
even
people,
in research,
I know
even
people who are quite objective, even with their political affiliations.
Even in research, it is stated there that there has to be a margin of error, because you cannot be strict when it comes to you dealing with your samples or whatever research topic. If it has to touch your emotion, you would be biased. And you know one thing about politics, it's just like religion. There is no way you will talk about someone's political affiliation or a subject matter or a discussion would be with respect to a person's political affiliation, and the person will not exhibit any level of political trait or dissatisfaction to the opposing side. However, let's look at the data that is presented. I'm not saying that all is glossy with the NDC. We've had someone going as an independent candidate, but the data has stated clearly that even with the numbers that has moved away, we, the NDC, we are still winning. When it comes to activities on the ground, we are far better. When it comes to policies, we are far better. And as it stands now, people are not going to vote because they want to see caterpillars on their road. Nima is not like a place around in Sawom that there is no road, or you see, before we even started this session, we were talking about sanitation and other things. If the NPP could talk about sanitation in Nima by this time, then they should as well as realize that they failed when they were in government.
Well, while we talk about how you believe that the previous administration failed while we were in government when it comes to the Nima constituency, we have Alan on the line. Alan will be giving us an update from the Nima Presby polling center. Hello, Alan, if you can hear me. What's happening?
Hi, good afternoon, Doreen. Thank you very much for joining us here at the Nima Presby School. As the day started, it appears it's going just about the same. The atmosphere here is really very calm compared to some other places I stepped before coming here. I would say this place is really very calm. It won't be surprised then to come and meet the senior member of the NDC in the Greater Accra region, Ibrahim Jaja, who I'm going to engage briefly to pick his thought about how the day's been for him so far throughout the constituency. We're going to speak the Ga dialect. My friend likes to express himself really very well in the Ga, so let's do that for us. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
The way ni voting eating when tatile habote.
Oh, you mo dromo etele smoothly hawo. Do me ba out ni abavotu because of if it Ramadan it work back when me bon aka menjepo, but at least so far so good.
Heni ote sroto ke oketo BNA here te na chakemo alo chakemo ye minke ha.
Oh, almost all is the same. Yeah, member out na me vote to. Libya me vote for some time. Ne bashi few bia ne kuse pick up ekon na member out ni a member vote. Yeah.
Me in riake ke okwe na here o candidate ji money banye eye. Shimo eshele nuchumo fio ke okwe nya nuchumo ke constituency shikamo nya chuni mboni sani ake constituency onyade.
Ofa ne what you need wa ko okwe bia ne candidate no here as ni we okwe the whole entire constituency here. With the former late Tacholet Ibrahim Toure, Echuni Ojugba constituency me. So ni wabote ground say or na ke nichumo ye very easy. What we need to do ake wo no ne fiones and work fita here work ba fita here. Since almost about 3 weeks then wo mo ake won chunichumo ni won kwe ni bi komenis and work fon igbejian ni no fia na fi fine what fe na ka ni bi efe.
Hani wo kwe isi nuchumo ke police security ke agbene mambia he kanyamo ke okwe benoni isi chone ke organize ne can buy election oye any sanibimo ye reservation.
Oh, Makake so far so good because we not ko issue ko ke easy. Everything is smoothly. Time ni sana me shebie ameba pepe this ni woje no fia no shishin according to the time we didn't have any issues. Everything is smoothly. Yeah.
Noni ji enyo ke okwe police fo ya nichumo ke the way ni oshiki fon ya mambia he kanyamo ke me ni ekwa me krede nichumo ne te onalete ko kento noni bahwete.
Oh, police be about modern because security is very tight. Everything is going on smoothly. The police, every police station, about 20 to 25 policemen. Before motorbikes, before many tally, like friendly. There is no any fears, nothing. By Budenche onake unyeno ba fibulu ani.
Me riake constituency ne eji constituency koni ame ni fe mo wa. Eja ke oya na tripe abakpa atule. Eji we mo koni ohi owo mi.
Dabi he wo mi na kan. Onake mo fia mo yeboni if you any bi. Ko onule shishien ukeleba tashi 1,000 years no na problem. Ni wo ba since no boy campaign ke ni bi ne day in, day out, night, day, every time work amen nako problem. They are very friendly people.
Yeah, thank you very much. And that's the Greater Accra Regional Secretary, Ibrahim Jaja, who's just giving me his view of the whole exercise. I asked earlier whether the EC's arrangement, the police, security, and the people themselves, how he's seen them and what his view has been. And he's actually said it's been really very smooth. They've not had any reason to worry. The EC did its job very well. They were here on time. And voters who also turn out to vote, turn out peacefully, cast their vote, and go back home. It started really very slow for him, and due to the Ramadan currently ongoing, some people will rather wait until the day goes on slightly before they will step out. And so for him, it doesn't matter how the morning has turned, the afternoon holds are promising for him, and that people would definitely come out to vote. I also asked him about the people in the constituency. Nima is said to be one of the areas to watch out for, and he said no. If you understand the people in the constituency, you would live with them 1,000 years and you will never have any problems. And so anyone who feels the people are troublesome, then that person themselves must look at themselves again, and that things have changed, things are not the same. And so that's the situation here so far. As you can see, the EC and the officials are all seated, pretty much waiting for voters to come in and cast their vote. And there is no cause for any worry. And I probably would want to speak to one EC official to find out, comparing to where I've been, the St. Timothy Anglican Church, where the equipment failed and so they had to start late. I probably would want to find out if they also had some setbacks before starting. Good afternoon. My PO? Oh, good afternoon, sir. GBC News, thank you very much for joining us. A quick one for you. How has the day been so far for you?
It's been cool.
People were earlier worried about security and safety. What can you tell us about that?
I think security and safety is on top. Right. Yeah, because you see a lot of them around. And in fact, the place has been very calm.
It has been very calm. How many people do you have on your register here?
305.
How many have you had voted now so far?
82.
82. Are you expecting 100% turnout or 50?
There hasn't been any election with 100% turnout before. Right. So we expect that the numbers will go up.
You expect the numbers to go up. At the St. Timothy Anglican Church, they had an equipment failure, and so they couldn't start on time. What was it here for you?
It's been a perfect system.
It's been a perfect system for you. As the day goes on, we're only about 25 minutes after 1. Are you looking forward to any significant change in voter turnout? Are you looking forward to seeing a sudden queue?
Anything can happen, but since it's a working day, you know, people go to work and come. So those that are home are those that are tripping in now. But then we expect that later maybe people come from work to come in.
So I take it you don't agree with those who are saying perhaps it's because of the Ramadan coupled with the presence of so much police, that's why people have not necessarily turned out to vote. Do you agree with those who say that?
Not at all.
Not at all?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I didn't quite get your name.
Benjamin Quay.
Mr. Quay, thank you very much. And so that's the returning officer for this polling station. And he has also, Mr. Quay has also told us he has nothing.
Well, thank you so much, Daryl, for that update on what's happening at that polling center. But we take you over to another polling center where we have Gifty Ajay standing by.
And welcome to GBC News and our live coverage of the Ayawaso East constituency by-election here in the Greater Accra region. And we are lucky to bump into Madam Hawa Kumsin, and we'll go straight to her and then find out her observation for the day. Hello, Ma. Good afternoon, and you're live on GBC News.
Good afternoon, my dear. How are you?
Fine, thank you, Ma. So share with us, what's your expectation so far? What have you observed so far?
Thank you for this opportunity. My regards to your viewers and listeners. We've been here since morning, and we've been to a number of polling centers. What we realize is the turnout is very low. Yeah, and we are encouraging the people to come out to cast their votes, especially members of MPP, wherever they are. They should come out and cast their votes. They have not come out, I believe, because they are disappointed.
Why do you think they are disappointed?
Yeah, they are disappointed in the current government, the sitting government. Why? Because we all know that Ayawaso is NIMA and its environs are very stronghold for NDC. And as we speak, when you come into this community, you cannot boast of any development. I grew up here, and that's one of the schools that I attended in the 70s. I'm not sure there is any much development within this community. And because the NDC have always voted for, the people have always voted for the NDC, and they are not seeing any development, especially in terms of water. That is very essential to human life. They don't have in the community. And so that's why they are not coming out in their numbers to cast their vote for the NDC.
But of course, we still have to encourage voters in the House who are yet to vote to come and vote. So what message will you get across to them?
Yeah, the message I have for my members of MPP is that they should come out in their numbers. Somewhere someone asked me, Madam, are you sure people can win this seat? I said, yes. Even the dry tree has hope that it can still grow. So we also know that in Ayawaso, MPP can equally win this seat. If we come out and work hard, we can win the seat for today. Well, the security arrangement is good. And the previous by-election or the rerun, the security was also very good. Where I was attacked, there were more than 100 police officers there. All I want to say that the security is around, but they should be up and doing. That's all that I want to say.
Thank you so much, Honorable. We are so grateful. We also have here Honorable Kokofu. Hello, please kindly shift. Okay, we are live on GBC News. Hello, Honorable, good afternoon. And what can you share with us, going around the constituency? What are the observations? What are the
It's straightforward. Just as my sister said, we are expecting that people will come around and vote. The expectation of security has been met. The low turnout, obviously, is expected because of the weekday and then also the Ramadan and other things. However, she was right that this constituency have seen NDC almost always in office, in power. They've been voting for them, but they don't see any meaningful development. So the appetite to come out to vote is not there. We are asking new patriotic party members to forget about those things and then come out. Inshallah, God willing, we may be able to win this seat. And once it's done, we'll be able to move forward. So we are in the process of rebuilding in order to recapture power. That is how come most of us are out there trying to ginger the base and then also to make sure that the electoral processes go through without any form of intimidation. No violence, nobody takes the law into his or her own hands in order to intimidate our members. So we are ready and prepared. Don't forget we have our leader, we have our flag bearer, Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia. He himself is praying hard that we go through this process peacefully, and then the reconstruction, rebuilding of the party also carried out effectively. So 2028, check out for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia.
But this issue of low voter turnout when it comes to by-elections, is there something we can do differently to improve the situation?
Well, I have said, as far back as when I was in Parliament, that for me, by-elections must be limited to the party that holds the seat, so that we do not waste time and money and resources. But the current situation, that's what the law allows. But I will feel, and I want to see in future that by-elections are done at the level of the party that holds the seat.
Thank you so much, Honorable. And if you just joined us, you're watching a live coverage of the Ayawaso East constituency by-election. And we had the opportunity to speak to Honorable Hawa Kumsin and Honorable Kokofu, all members of the NPP. They were going round to observe the process. And so we are currently at the Nima cluster of schools here in Nima. And as you can see behind me, the process is ongoing, but it's quite an empty place. Only an exercise with the EC officials and the security personnel here, but the actual voters are missing. Yeah. So we would want to quickly go and speak to some of the agents and also the EC officials to find out the total number of people who are expected to vote in these centers. We have two of them, I think A and B. So we'll find out collectively how many people or voters are expected to cast their ballot and how many have voted so far. A very good afternoon to you. Hello, sir. My name is Gifty AJ and you are live on GBC News. Please kindly introduce yourself.
My name is Benjamin Amankwa. I'm the presiding officer over here at Nima 1 DHS 1 polling station.
Okay. So far, how many people have cast their ballots?
It's about 69 or so out of the registered voters of 249. So it's around 28% or so.
28% so far?
Yes, 10 out for, yeah.
10 out.
Yeah, 249 are the registered voters for this station. Yes, and out of that number we are expecting, it's 50, I think it's 59 of them have registered as of now.
Okay, and that comes to what percentage? Like
I think it's around 28% or so.
But aside the low voter turnout, how has the process been like?
It's steady, quiet, and orderly. Yes, since morning you see the security presence here. They are in their numbers, and then voters. As and when they are trickling in, given the fact that looking at constituency-specific condition, their numbers.
But it's close to 2 o'clock.
Yes, that's the information you have received from the polling agent who are familiar with the people and also the terrain where we are working in. So we are expecting them. It's not 5 o'clock yet. Polls close at 5 o'clock. It's 7 to 5. So not until 5 o'clock. You can't predict. You wouldn't know. Yes, you wouldn't know. These days, the voters are very unpredictable. The next few seconds, the place can be full. Yeah, so I can't make a generalization, but hopefully, yeah, they are coming. Yeah.
Is it making the work boring? You know, when you sit here, maybe 10-minute intervals, one person will just come in and all that. Are you?
No, not really. If you're doing something you want to do and you have interest in doing it, you can't be bored. And the fact that the assurance is that they are also coming. Yes, and then if you have been following the trajectory, the voting trajectory for the last couple of years, you know that in the by-elections, you don't expect bigger turnout. You know what I mean? Yeah, unlike the main elections where the explosive numbers sometimes come in. It's a by-election, so obviously you expect a certain percentage of the voters coming out to vote. And so we bank our hope in that until 5 o'clock, anything at all can change.
Thank you so much, sir. We are so grateful. So let's turn the microphone to the agents, the candidate agents, and then find out from them how they are also observing the process. Hello. Good afternoon. Your name, sir, and which candidates are you representing?
My name is Daniel Amachi. I'm presenting Baba Jama of the NDC. Okay. Yeah.
Are you happy with the process so far?
Really, too happy. I'm happy. Yeah.
Thank you. Hello, Ma. Let me also give you a bite. So what's your name and which candidate?
Please, my name is Nadia Seidu. I'm a candidate for MPP for Baba Ali Yusuf. Yeah, number 3 on the ballot.
Okay. And are you satisfied with the whole proceedings so far?
I'm so satisfied. Everything is going smooth. Yes.
Thank you so much. Oh, hello. Okay. Yes. Which candidate, your name, and which candidate are you representing?
My name is Setinana Kojolati, and I'm representing Babali of the MPP, the fresh boy. Yes.
Thank you so much. The last person. Hello, my name is Gifty AJ, and we are live on GBC News. Kindly introduce yourself to us and then the candidates you are here for.
My name is Simon Kwame Agbakuji. I'm here for Honorable Baba Jama, yes, NDC candidate.
It looks like your people are not coming. What do you think is the reason or the cause of it?
Oh, you know, today is a working day, one. And then we are also in the Ramadan season. So some of them are sleeping. As for the Muslims, they are sleeping. Around 3 o'clock after praying, they will come in to vote. And those who have gone to work, by that time, they will also be closing to join us to vote. So I hope they will be coming, yes. And we are going to win massively, NDC.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so we just saw this young lady walking. Let me go to her. Hello, ma. Good afternoon. You are live on GBC News. What's your name?
Millicent.
Millicent.
Ayeti.
Why are you coming this time? Were you cooking? Did you go to work? What's the reason?
I was working.
You went to work. Okay. And so from this process, what do you want the candidates that you elect to do for you and the community? Oh, she's not shy. Okay, okay. Yes. So, okay. There's one voter here seated here. I took her for an EC official. Hello, ma. Your name?
My name is Maisha Umar, and I'm here for Alhaji Umar Senda, independent candidate. Yes.
How is the process to you so far?
So far, so good. We thank God. Because today it's weekdays, so it's slow, and then because it's by-election, we don't expect that much. So yes, that's why. But we are still here.
And what are your expectations, for the candidates that will win? What do you want the candidates to do for you and the community, as he represents you guys in Parliament?
Yes, he will do a lot. We know he has been doing and he will do. We know and we believe. And so far he has mentioned some things that he will do when he comes. He said he would provide ambulance to the community, and then he would bring buses for the students that are still going to school. And yes, our community, he would work on the roads and stuff, yes. And we believe it. He has been doing, he will do it, yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my lady. And so these are live pictures from the Ayawaso East constituency, specifically the Nima cluster of schools. And as you can see, it's really a hot weather. Temperatures, hovering around 33 degrees. It's actually hot, but we're hoping that by close of the day, we can have, enough voters coming in to cast their ballots. And so this is where we end this production from the Ayawaso East constituency, specifically the Kanda cluster of schools. Reporting for GBC News, Gifty AJ, Accra.
Welcome back to the studios. This is still our production for the Ayawaso East by-election. We've been getting to our correspondents across the constituency, giving us some updates on what is happening. Earlier was Daryl Alantego speaking to the Greater Accra Regional Secretary of the NDC, Ibrahim Jaja. Then we went to Gifty, who has been speaking to some people in the polling center, particularly Madam Hawa Kumsen, former Fisheries Minister, member of the NPP, and also Mr. Henry Kokofu, who is also a member of the NPP. Now, she's also been speaking to some voters, electoral officials at the polling centers. And we're back to the studio to continue with the conversation. I've been joined by another guest. We have Saka Salia. He is a member of the NPP communications team. So now Roger has someone who will be responding to all the comments he'll be making in the studio. Now, Roger, I'll come to you first because, in fact, Salia, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate your time this afternoon. But I'll start with Roger because when Madam Hawa Kumsin and Mr. Kukufu were speaking, he seemed to have wanted to react. Are you now come or you still want to react?
I would have to react.
Now tell me what you have to say.
Respond to tantrums. You know, it's sad when I see people like Hawa Kumsin making such utterances. In your abysmal performance of 8 years in governance, you left Ayawaso East with structural problems, sanitation issues, and today you sit or you stand on air. Wait, was she not in power? Was your government
Saka,
not in control?
Saka, hold on. Allow him to have his turn.
You were in government. You had control of resources. The people of Ayawaso, after elections, under your watch, when you formed a whole ministry and gave over under your watch, when you formed a whole ministry and gave over $45 million to drench Odona, what came out of it? And you come to make utterances as if then the constituency you neglected one of the biggest markets in the heart of Accra. And people from the biggest markets in the heart of Accra. And people go to patronize goods and services. What are the prices of goods and services? Let's pick from rice. Let's pick from sugar. Let's pick from oil. I sat on this platform. Are you looking at just physical touch as a country? Tell me, which infrastructure project, apart from the road projects, that we came to meet and we are continuing, and the new ones we want to roll on through the big push agenda? As it stands now, we have stabilized the economy and what we call the preconditions to take off. So apparently, the country is yet to take off on projects. But when it comes to the release of funds to the various MMDCs, Ayawaso East has not been left out under administration.
And what have you done with those funds? Because a peculiar challenge of Ayawaso East is sanitation. What have you done sanitation-wise for the people of Ayawaso East?
Apparently, the municipal has taken drastic steps to make sure that sanitation issues are kept. It's a journey. Go around at Ayawaso. It is evident.
It is evident that the place is clean.
So what? Yes, that we have seen progress, significant progress. What you want to see is to see the physical infrastructure like drainage being constructed, of which we have incorporated it into our budgets and then our activities that are going to follow up after the stabilization of the economy.
So you have projects you are going to undertake?
Absolutely.
Give me some examples of the projects you should expect so we can track.
Yeah, as I told you, there's going to be construction of drainage. The minister announced that there are going to be inland roads. But
Ayawaso doesn't really have a problem with roads. Their major problem is sanitation,
and drainage,
clearing of drainage or the silting of drainage, and employment.
Yes, and I'm saying that if they created employment, Ayawaso will be crying of employment now. And apparently, we've been in government for 1 year. Projects the government has undertaken or has undertook that has transformed the economic fortunes of this country are not projects. No, they are. Because such a cosmopolitan environment deals with exchange of goods and services.
How was that translated in the development of Ayawaso?
Oh, if today he moves his car to the filling station to buy fuel, or the people of Ayawaso, they don't buy fuel.
Do you know the number of jobs you've created for the people of that constituency?
See, when we announced job creation in the SONA. The president made mention of it. And then the 24-hour policy initiative. The president mentioned...
Saka, you've heard a lot from your friend, Roger.
Yeah.
How do you respond to some of the issues that he has mentioned about the fact that the previous administration did not do much for the people of Ayawaso East.
Before that, there are videos there. If you go there, go and take footages. There are roads. We are doing pavement roads. When we came to power,
please, I think your time has enough.
Allow Saka.
Yeah. First of all, let me say good afternoon to our cherished viewers, and I mean, listening to him, you can clearly see that they've done nothing for the people of Ayawaso East. He has not been able to see even one thing that they are doing. Just when you asked me a question, it's chipping that they are doing pavement blocks or something. I don't know what that means. It just doesn't exist. First of all, I mean, when you ask him about what development project they have undertaken in that constituency, he simply did not even have an answer to even one.
Okay, so Saka,
yeah.
Hold on, I'll give you all the time that you need, but I'm told that we have Alan on the line. He's reporting from the Nima Presby Polling Center. He's joining us with some updates on what's happening over there. Hello, Alan.
Hi, thank you very much, Doreen. Doreen, while we're out and about, we've been joined by Dr. Charles Dramina, who is a leading member of the NPP, who's also going round observing what the day, how the day has been so far. We want to pick his thoughts
properly. I've had the opportunity of speaking to our agents, our party agents, as well as the NDC agents, and so far, it's been very good, very, very smooth.
Have you had any cause to worry about security, both for voters and EC personnel, especially given where we are?
Well, the places I've been to has been applause all through. I've had good reason to commend the Ghana Police Service for their professionalism. I mean, the very last place I've just been to, you've seen the place, very peaceful, very calm. They are there, no signs of any aggression whatsoever. And we hope that this will become the norm rather than the exception, so that in our electoral processes we'll have people come in, vote, exercise their franchise without fear of favor or any other thing untoward. And that's how we want things to go. So it's been very smooth so far. Kudos to you, Mr. IGP.
Finally, what will you say are the chances of your candidate pulling through and emerging the winner?
Well, I mean, we know what the historical records for this constituency are. We also are very much aware of of how the good people of this constituency are unhappy with the government of the day because of failed promises and all that. We know that people are trying desperately to get people out to vote for them. But the people here are indicating that they have seen the truth. They are discerning enough. And we are hopeful that at the end of the day, whatever happens today will be an improvement over what happened in 2024. To signal to the good people of this constituency and entire Ghanaian population that indeed Ghanaians miss NPP and are yearning for NPP to come back and are ready to vote for His Excellency Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia come 2028 December.
Thank you very much, Dr. Charles Dramina, for speaking to us at GBC News. So, Doreen, that's the view of Dr. Charles Dramina, who is a leading member of the NPP, and he's expressed really very profound impressions relative to today's exercise. And his words, he commends the IGP and the Ghana Police for maintaining security and also assuring security. We'll come back to you whenever anything comes up, Doreen.
Well, that's Alad reporting from the Nima Presby Polling Center. He was talking to who is affectionately called Dr. China about his impressions. Dr. Jamna, popularly called Dr. China. So, giving us his impressions about the process so far. In the studio, we have Saka Salia giving us his thoughts on some opinions shared by his other colleague in the studio with me, Roger Roll. So, Dr. Salia, I would give you the floor now, so you can continue with.
You see, I was just saying that if you look at what is happening today, today is just by election, And by election, what happens is that everything is zoomed on the constituency. The development project are zoomed on the constituency. Promises by the various political parties, promises by the various candidates. Everything is geared towards the development of that constituency. The constituency is a constituency specific. So when you go there, you don't go and talk about what you have done in maybe Pandai. If the elections is in Ayawaso East, you talk about what you will do or you have done with the constituency over the years, or what you intend doing with the constituency. You ask my brother a specific question and he answered generic. You ask, what have you done? He said, oh, inflation. What cry have you done? He said, oh, he just mentioned some, you know, basic economic things. But even that one, we can go into that debate as to whether or not, you know, they are responsible for the inflation, that the inflationary figures that we have seen today. Because, I mean, governance is just like a rally. You know, you change the baton from one person to the other. The one who earns it cannot say that, oh, I did it. Because you did not start from the beginning. You ask him a question. He says, oh, they were in power. They have only been in power for 1 and 4 months. Who told you that? NDC has been in power more than the MPP. Because NDC in the Fourth Republic have been in power more than the MPP. So when we ask questions, you don't go and then pick 8 years and say that, oh, they left power. We have spent only 1 year. That is not what you are saying. Even the last 20 years, if you have done something monumental that the people can use to vote for you, you can cite it. But I mean, in the Fourth Republic, NDC has not done anything worthy of being mentioned or worthy of material enough for the people to look at that thing and vote for them to win the by-election. On the other hand, you can say that the MPP has never won there. But the things that we did in Nima, in the Ayawaso East, if you compare that one to the NDC one pale into insignificance.
So what did your party do in the last 8 years?
For instance.
Well, I mean, you did something, yet the people did not even
Yes,
vote
see,
for you. In fact, your fortunes in the constituency are dwindling.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at the last election, for instance, we had about 9,000 as compared to 20-something thousand, 23,000 or so by the NDC. But it has largely to do with the inability of the people themselves to come to vote. So first of all, the people did not come out. They did not vote for us. We understood that. Secondly, if you look at the MPP in Nima constituency, we've done so much for them. And over the years, we've been clawing back some of the losses because we have always increased.
Are you
the
sure?
Yeah, I mean.
The figures do not say that you have been increasing your
Can you give me the
votes.
figures?
So in the 20, hold on, let me check from here. In the 2020,
but I told you that
that's 2020 results.
I told you that 2024 is an outlier, and therefore cannot, because we told you the people did not even come at all. So they didn't come. And
it didn't come. It translated into no vote.
Yeah. So
we can say
yeah,
that. I mean, they didn't vote for you.
That's what I'm saying. I admitted to that. That in 2024.
So we would want to dispute the fact that you're saying that you have been trying to add on to your figures.
I mean, the absolute numbers.
Or the data.
The absolute numbers
the
we
data
increase. Maybe the percentage. That is where you can talk about absolute numbers.
But the NDC also increases absolute numbers.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying.
So it's not a matter of you.
That's what I'm saying. We are talking about absolute numbers. Yeah, so we've been increasing our numbers. So you cannot deny that. Maybe you can talk about the percentage and all that. The percentage is not being stable or consistent. But I'm saying that despite all that, despite the fact that we have not been the best ally of the constituency, in terms of development, the MPP has done better. For instance, if you look at the human development, we've been able to take about 40 and 2 badges to do this doctorate program.
I mean 40 of the residents in Ayawaso East.
You know, to go and do this doctorate thing. To become
sponsored
doctors.
by the government.
Sponsored by the government
and
facilitated by the government also. Because some of them, government has to do the facilitation, get the sponsorship, and then take them on board. Apart from that, we created the Zongo Development Fund. That fund even became a ministry. And then we ensure that
what was really the impact of that fund and that ministry in the constituency?
That's what I'm saying. The ministry in the constituency was able to pay, for instance, if you look at the region over that particular constituency and others, because it's not the only Zongo constituency. We used to have Arabic teachers who teaches, but they were not being, paid by government. So the ministry ensured that all those people, are brought into, the government payroll so that they are paid, and then to ensure that they get the needed encouragement that would let them also impact knowledge to the people. We rehabilitated schools within some of the Zongo areas, including Nima. The cluster of schools, if you go and see it, it's no longer the same. I mean, it brought facelift to it. Apart from that, sanitation, and then this drainage, storm drainage, we've been able to solve those things. And if you go to Nema today, Nema, I was as an ambulance. It's as a result of what we brought, the policy that we brought through IPAP. A policy of one constituency, one ambulance. That led to Ayawaso East having its own ambulance. Ayawaso North, it used to be one constituency, and then we divided it. Ayawaso North also have and all that. So and these are people who live in a community, and then we have now been able to divide the constituency, and by the division they've gotten 2 ambulances and all that. So, or when it comes to development, the MPP has done so much. And apart from that, sometimes the community itself, as part of the development methodology that we use, the money is brought, and then the needs assessment of the people are done. Then the people themselves will say, okay, at this particular time, we need A, B, C, and D. Then those monies are given, and then those provisions are given.
But Asaka, if you have done all of this, why do the people of Ayawaso East keep rejecting your candidates?
But that is the reason why we have the hope that this time around they will look into the past and say that indeed the MPP has been good to us, and that we have to pay them back by giving the nod to Ali Baba.
But the polls do not suggest that you are going to make any impact.
Well, I mean,
just around 21%. That's against Baba Jamal's projected 75%.
No, Baba Jamal is the one who projected it, or somebody.
No, Baba Jamal did not project. It was the Global Info Analytics
with all
that projected.
The things Baba Jamal has done in this country, with all the bribery and the corruption that herald their primaries. You think the people will look into the face of Ghanaians and go and vote for Baba Jamal?
I mean, he's contested. The party cleared him to contest.
No, that's what I'm saying. For me, I knew that the party was going to clear him. After all, I mean, it's the policy of the party. It doesn't matter how you get there. Just get there. So what they were doing, it was just smoke screen. What the party was doing, that let's form a committee to go and look into the issue. It was a smoke screen to deceive the people. Because the thing was so palpable, and the impunity was so great and grave that the party in shame would have to do something to cover up. And that was the reason why that they had to set a committee to go and look into that. So that Ghanaians would say that, oh, the NDC is doing something,
But they've at least taken an action. The NPP,
no action was taken.
They've decided, they formed a committee to look into it. The committee came out with this report. I mean, they said that there was nothing much that they could do because the time was almost had to contest.
But they at least decided. It was a plan.
Has the NPP, on the other hand, at any point set up a committee to look into issues
because we have never put ourselves in such a shameful situation.
Are you sure?
Never.
Are you sure?
No, you wait, I'm coming. Have you ever heard in the NPP that there's a contestant who is sharing motorbikes?
I remember in the election, that was the 2024 elections, I remember there was a case where a candidate was sharing as much as, I think...
No, wait. I'm asking you, no, you see, I'm asking you, have we ever heard?
There have been allegations.
Ever heard?
There have been allegations. There have been allegations of
allegations
candidates. There have been allegations of candidates, even sharing gas cookers. There have been allegations.
Forget about allegations. This one is...
You take allegations, you probe.
No, listen, this one is a proven allegation because the thing was done in the full glare of the public. That is the impunity we are talking about. The motorbikes were shared. The televisions were shared. Everybody saw it. Everybody saw the various delegates holding their televisions, some holding their money, and then, exposing the money to the full glare of everybody. So the impunity with which the NDC did it demands that they have to do something extraordinary. They have to do something to do a cover-up. Because that committee, that so-called committee, it was a charade. It was not going to do anything. So, let's even leave it. For me, if I were part of the NDC, remember, even the NDC, apart from this particular one, in most of their primaries, that's what happened. It's about it's not
just an issue with the NDC. It's an issue with both parties, and that's
exactly. I will not
that
deny that.
Run through an election, but, so you cannot just accuse the NDC when your parties are.
But I'm saying that what the NDC is doing has never been done. I can cite examples, so many of those examples.
NDC can also cite a number of your examples.
No, you see, the current Greater Accra Regional Minister, when she was asked that the NDC was buying votes, and that one, I think it was in the Ablekuma North. Is it Ablekuma North? Yes. He said, it's not a new thing. Everybody buys votes. If the MPP think that somebody is buying votes, they should also go and buy votes. What an impunity! What a disgrace! And then such a person is still a minister, holding herself as the Greater Accra Regional Minister, and then this is happy with her. They never set a committee to go and investigate what
they have at least taken a step with this particular incident.
And then what came out of it? Nothing came out of it.
At least a committee was set up to look into it. Your party has not done that. You set a
committee to go and clap for the person.
They have taken a step. Have you taken that step as a party?
In NPP, what you hear is that
Saka,
there's an allegation of ABC.
Saka. So let's hold.
But not a proven allegation.
Let's get to our correspondent Alan, and then we'll come back to the studio. Hello, Alan. If you can hear me, what's happening?
Hi, thank you very much, Doreen. We're still down here at the Nima Presby cluster of schools. Had not too long ago. To Dr. Charles Dramina of the NPP stock. We also had Akogan of the NDC come through. But just before him came along Chairman Buga, the third vice chairman of the NPP, who clearly was very upbeat, full of energy, ramping up the young men who were with him, scoring votes. No matter what, did come up and win the day. Moved. We were standing officer, the officer here who speak and tell us how the day has gone so far. Madam, please tell me your name.
My name is Catherine Ahiado.
Madam Ahiado Lake, wonderful. And you said you can't speak English. Anyway, so how has today been for you so far?
So far, so good.
There were some places where they had some setbacks with the equipment to start with, and so they didn't start as early as 7. Was that the same case with you?
We started as early as 7.
And how many people have you come to vote so far?
79 so far out of 352.
Wow, 79 out from 352. What, in your view, may account for this low voter turnout?
I may say because today is a working day, And we are in a Muslim community, they are fasting too. So I think it's because of those two, that is why they were not able to come. But I'm sure they will be coming later in the evening when the sun is a little bit down.
We have been to places to report on by-elections, and some places has been really very violent, very difficult place to go through. What's the situation with security out here for you?
Oh, this place is very calm, very, very calm. If there's a word more than calm, that is what we are experiencing here.
Wow. Wow, that's very impressive to hear. And going forward, have you seen any change since the morning around till about 2? We were told it will change. Have you seen any change in voter response so far?
No change. It's still the go slow thing, but I'm sure they will come.
Right. Interesting you mentioned is still the go slow. Walk me through the process. When someone shows up to vote, what are some of the processes you take them through before they go to the ballot point where they cast their vote?
When the voter come first, you have to visit the name reference list officer.
Which is what we see on in our shots now?
Yes, please. So from here, you come to the verification officer. She will look into the register and then take your name in the register and use the verification machine to verify your fingerprints.
Right.
Then from there, you will come to the ballot issuer and then take your ballot and go and cast your vote.
So this lady, having just gone through the BVD or biometric verification device, is now clear to come and then receive the ballot paper and go cast her vote. What happens from this point to the point where they will cast their ballot if they decide to do anything other than just go into the booth and cast their vote? What happens if they choose to do anything other than what you're doing for them now? You're folding it for them. If they decide to do anything other than just holding it the way you've given it to them, what happens?
We don't. I actually supervise. Right. I go through with them. I supervise so that they will not do anything aside what they are supposed to do here. So when the person is going, I watch and make sure you do the right thing.
Yesterday, when I was speaking to Mr. Tete from the EC, he mentioned how some people would normally film their vote and then take pictures of their vote or the ballot paper. Have you had any such incidents here?
No, please. No.
And what do you do if something like that happens here?
I prompt the security officers, but so far I haven't experienced that.
Right. Thank you so very much, Madam, for speaking to us. That's the presiding officer at this polling station here at the Nima cluster of schools, who's taking us through the process all over again. She's also quite hopeful that as the day wears on, people will eventually find their way to the polling stations to cast their votes. Indeed, you'd also agree with us that because it's a Muslim, predominantly Muslim constituency, people who are fasting may likely be resting rather than being around or trying to get to polling stations during.
Hello, welcome back to the studios. At this point, we'll take the news, after which we'll continue with our conversation. Our first story, the Ayawaso East constituency by-election is underway to elect a new member of parliament. The exercise became necessary following the death of the member of parliament of the area, Nasser Turi Mahama. According to the Electoral Commission, a total of 49,966 voters are on the constituency's electoral register. 5 candidates are contesting the race The former Ghana High Commissioner to Nigeria, Baba Jamal, representing the National Democratic Congress, Yusuf Baba Ali of the New Patriotic Party. Independent candidate Alhaji Mohammed Umaru Sanda, Ibrahim Idrisu of the Liberal Party of Ghana, and another independent candidate, David Kano. Polls are expected to close at 5 p.m. Now, one of the key contenders in the ongoing Ayawaso East by-election, Baba Jamal, says he is hopeful of a landslide victory in today's exercise.
Voted at my polling station. I am very grateful to all of you for your participation and coverage. You all know that this has not been an easy process for me, starting from the day of the primaries through to the voting today. But I give thanks to Almighty Allah for taking me through to this point. So far, I've been to several polling stations. The process has been very, very peaceful. We commend the police for taking good care of the process. I have visited more than 25 polling stations so far. It has been very peaceful. God makes kings, so the percentage will be determined by Allah. We have prayed that we should have a high percentage, but it is in the hands of Allah, and Allah will determine.
Now, an election observer, Mr. Kokwanyido, has commended the Electoral Commission for creating a professional structure in the conduct of the Ayawaso East constituency by-election, describing intense security arrangements, media, observer accreditations, and voter entry and exit points as remarkable.
I came into the constituency about 5:45 this morning as an official observer, and I came through the Kawukudi Junction stretch, and immediately I started observing the heavy security presence, policemen in vehicles and then some on foot, obviously entering the nooks and crannies. Then I came on the highway, did it around the Nima police station, and then entered the St. Kizito Roman Catholic Church, which is obviously the headquarters of the constituency. And I was impressed with what I saw. So from a technical point of view, because some of us are technically eyed, the Electoral Commission as the election management body, I believe, so like I said, I am accredited, and they gave me 2 different accreditations. This one to be able to monitor and observe during the day. Then there's another one for the Coalition Center. Now, so from a technical point of view, the EMB has, created a professional structure. Without accreditation, you cannot go to certain places. And I think that as an election management body, I congratulate them from that perspective.
Away from the Ayawaso East by-election, let's head to the presidency, where the government has reinstated 1,539 out of the 2,080 recruitment, appointments, and promotions undertaken by the immediate past administration after the 2024 general elections, while revoking 541 of them. The Minister of State in charge of government communications, Mr. Felix Kwachifusu, announced the decision at the presidency in Accra, explaining that the review was aimed at ensuring compliance with established public service procedures.
At the end of its work, the committee made the following findings. 1. Of the 36 institutions that appeared before it, 28 had commenced the recruitment processes before the 7th December elections. 2. A total of 13 institutions revoked appointments made in a response to the 7th of December 2024 revocation directive. 17 institutions did not revoke their appointments but sought guidance from the Office of the President. 16 of the cases reported by the institutions were mainly payroll related. In total, there were 2,080 recruitments, appointments, and promotions that were reported by institutions when they appeared before the committee. Now, out of the 2,080 recruitments, appointments, and promotions, 879 were revoked by the institutions themselves, while 1,201 appointments were left unrevoked. After the hearings, the committee recommended that 1,539 of the recruitments, appointments, and promotions be upheld because they complied with the prescribed recruitment and promotion procedures and received appointment letters before 7 December 2024. And this also implies that they achieved a pass mark of above 80%, or 80% or above, I beg your pardon. The committee recommended, however, that the recruitments, appointments, and promotions of 541 persons be revoked because the recruitment processes ended after 7 December 2024 and failed to meet the pass mark. In other words, they also did not comply with the processes and guidelines slated or designed to govern that process.
Now, Mr. Kwachi Fosu has meanwhile been explaining that the revocation of some post-election recruitments, appointments, and promotions was due to clear breaches of transition directives and public service regulations. He maintained that the decision was not a witch hunt, but a necessary step to uphold due process, accountability, and the rule of law, following recommendations by a committee set up to review appointment made after the December 7, 2024 general elections.
Obviously, the recruitments, appointments, and promotions that were revoked were made in clear breach of procedures and directives issued during the transition period and did not comply with the regulatory framework and guidelines for recruitments, appointments, and promotions into the public service. Hence, the decision to revoke these appointments was not based on a witch hunt. There was no political motive beyond the desire to uphold due process and ensure compliance with the rules and proper procedures governing such recruitments and appointments. It was done without malice or ill feeling towards anyone. It was a necessary step to uphold the rule of law and ensure accountability. The previous government was fully aware that basic requirements were not met in those cases and still went ahead to sanction them. They completely disregarded the incoming administrations and treaties and requests to be consulted on SIM so that we could be on the same page and have opportunity to review the processes in order to ensure that they complied with the laid down rules. So this is the outcome of the work of the committee set up by the Chief of Staff to look into the revocation of appointments, recruitments, and promotions that were done after the 7 December 2024 elections.
Now, in a Heritage Month series, we focus on this university. It is the premier university of Ghana and produces great minds year after year. There is no shred of doubt that this university has carved a niche for itself as one of the reputable universities on the continent. In the month of our heritage, we throw the spotlight on the school that sits on the Legon Hill in Accra with the motto Integri Procedemus, which means proceed with integrity. The University of Ghana in focus. Let's head to Parliament, where the minority in Parliament is pushing a major shake-up of the country's public finance system with a new bill that could block funding for any government projects not captured in the National Development Plan. The proposed Public Financial Management Amendment Bill 2026, sponsored by Ofuasi Irebi MP Kujo Ponkroma, seeks to tighten fiscal discipline by ensuring that public funds are spent strictly in line with plans approved by the National Development Planning Commission. Nicknamed No Plan, No Cash, sponsors of the bill say it will curb unplanned and discretionary spending. Parliament has begun stakeholder consultations in Accra, and if passed, the amendment could significantly reshape how Ghana's national budget is prepared and how public funds are allocated.
At our committee, the Committee on the Economy and Development, the nickname we've given to this bill is the No Plan, No Cash bill. If it's not in the plan, you won't get any cash. And the specific loophole it seeks to close is that today there's room for ministries, departments, and agencies and metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies to embark on projects or programs which are not exactly emergency projects or programs, but projects or programs that are as though they are part of their normal work, except that they have not been certified under the National Development Planning Commission's plan. And so this amendment seeks to deny the Ministry of Finance the opportunity to fund such projects and programs. This is separate from contingencies or emergencies that may come up. But for regular programs and projects that have not been included in the strategic plan of the MMDA or the MDA to get certification, the object of this amendment bill is to deny funding for it until such a time that it is thought of, captured, and certified as part of the National Development Planning Commission's program.
The contributions that will emerge from today's engagement will be invaluable to the relevant committee of Parliament as it considers the bill clause by clause, with the ultimate aim of improving its content and operational effectiveness. Your presence here this morning underscores the collaborative spirit that defines our democratic process.
By amending the PFM Act, the bill would, among other things, make development plans duly approved by the NDPC the mandatory basis for the preparation of the annual budget. It also requires publication of annual progress reports as a precondition for the inclusion of estimates in the budget and for the issuance of expenditure warrants. It seeks to empower the Minister for Finance to withhold funding from non-compliant entities. And it also seeks to ensure that releases from the DACF is tied to NDPC approved plans and progress reporting. The ultimate objective, therefore, is to enrich a disciplined, coherent, and accountable public financial management regime in which planning precedes budgeting.
The Agbinyiri Mediation Committee, constituted to address the long-standing communal tensions between the Gonja on the one hand and the Lobi Birifo community on the other in the Savannah region, has presented its report to the Ministry of the Interior. The recommendations are anticipated to serve as a roadmap for restoring confidence, fostering mutual respect, and ensuring lasting peace in Agbinyiri and its neighboring communities.
Thursday, September 11, 2025, the government constituted a 7-member Agbinyiri Mediation Committee in response to the escalating ethnic clashes between the Birifo and Gonja communities in Agbinyiri in the Sola-Tuna Kaba district of the Savannah region. The violence, which erupted on August 24, 2025, reportedly stemmed from a disputed land sale to a private developer. The conflict claimed many lives, led to widespread destruction of property, and displaced more than 50,000 residents. making one of Ghana's most severe internal crises in recent years. The committee was mandated to facilitate dialogue, foster cooperation, and promote peaceful coexistence among the affected communities within the Sola Tuna Kaba enclave. Presenting the committee's report at the Ministry of the Interior, the chair of the committee, Mr. Emmanuel Bombande, noted that the dialogue process curated a real and critical platform for direct interactions between the parties, enabling them to openly discuss the core issues fueling the tensions.
We employed all the available means that we could put together to build bridges, to reinstate at least minimum trust